On the night of his marriage proposal, Su Yang was broken up with by his ex-girlfriend. So he went to a bar to get drunk, feeling depressed. He doesn't really remember what happened that night, except that when he woke up, there was a stunning beauty lying next to him. At first glance, she looked a little familiar. Wasn't she his ex-girlfriend's younger sister? And it looked like she was about to wake up. What should he do? Waiting online is urgent. Chapter 1. After getting drunk, with his ex-girlfriend's younger sister? Jiangcheng. A hotel. Zhao Yusin's clothes were disheveled, her long black hair falling messily over her shoulders, her snow-white, tender body as delicate as a blown bubble. At this moment, Su Yang's eyes were glazed over, his face flushed, and his broad, large hands suddenly encircling the snake-like Yanlu waist. Su Yang whimpered. Zhao Yusin's lips parted, just about to speak, but immediately they were sealed by Su Yang's cherry lips. Moist. The long kiss was deep and rhythmic, and suddenly the air gradually heated up. It made Su Yang even more infatuated. Su Yang, I'm not. Zhao Yusin's pretty face flushed, and her snow-white jade hands hung around Su Yang's neck. However, where could Su Yang hear that? Gazing at the graceful and voluptuous body, the snow-white and round goosebumps, the bouncy buttocks, and the surging 36E. Sunrise. Sunlight pouring in. Su Yang opened his eyes dazedly, touched his head which was a little sore, and his voice was a little hoarse. Where am I? Suddenly, Su Yang glanced aside, and his eyes widened. A beautiful woman with crystal white skin and no clothes on at all was standing there. Her long, black hair was falling in disarray, and her proudy cup breasts almost made Su Yang pass out from nosebleeding. Not only that, but the surrounding area was a mess. The short skirt, white blouse with lipstick print, and long black hair were scattered in every corner of the room. What made Su Yang's head ache the most was that the beauty by the bed was not his girlfriend Zhao Yulu. It was Zhao Yusin, Zhao Yulu's younger sister. The two sisters were similar in age and appearance. But compared to Zhao Yulu, the latter was more graceful and had a hotter body. Su Yang suddenly understood. Last night, he had carefully prepared to propose to Zhao Yulu, but he was tragically rejected. Then Zhao Yusin comforted him emotionally, saying that he had mistaken someone else for his girlfriend after drinking. He was finished now. Su Yang's whole body was in a state of shock. Just then, Zhao Yusin's jade-like hand moved, her long, snow-white legs contracted, and she stretched. Then, her eyes, like autumn water, slowly opened, gazing affectionately at Su Yang. My sister, not Zhao Yusin, last night. Su Yang took a deep breath, feeling awkward, and then spoke with a stiff upper lip, we wouldn't. Zhao Yusin nodded lightly, her pretty face turning red. Air. Su Yang felt his head grow heavy, and then said, since we've done that, what are your thoughts? At this time, Zhao Yusin also realized that she was naked, and she immediately hid shyly under the covers. At the same time, a clear and pleasant voice also sounded. Last night, I knew about the breakup between you and Yusin. And, from the moment I saw you, I fell in love with you at first sight, but you were after all my sister's boyfriend, so I could only hide my feelings deep down. I thought this feeling would end without a trace, but I never thought you would break up with Yulu. At that moment, I was both heartbroken and overjoyed. And then you got drunk at the bar. And then we. Although you mistook me for someone else last night, it was my own doing, so you don't need to think about it any further. I don't want you and I can't force you. We are both adults, and I won't force you to do anything. From childhood to adulthood, this was the first time Zhao Yusin had revealed her feelings to the man she liked. For a moment, she was both nervous and full of anticipation. Between the words, Zhao Yusin's little head poked out from under the covers, her pretty face red as she looked at Su Yang, before she hid back in embarrassment. Last night, she mustered up the courage to bring drunk Su Yang to the hotel. No matter the outcome, she has no regrets. Su Yang froze. He never imagined that Zhao Yusin would fall in love with him at first sight and be so bold as to declare her love. For a moment, Su Yang's heart couldn't help but beat hard. I want to be your girlfriend. If you don't want to, then last night never happened and we'll be just like we were before. Seeing Su Yang's silence, Zhao Yusin bit her lips lightly and spoke again. As soon as the words fell, Su Yang's heart beat hard again. With these bold confessions coming one after the other, this little girl must really love herself a lot. He is not a heartless person, but he just broke up with Zhao Yusin and immediately started dating her younger sister. This son of a bitch looks like an animal no matter how you look at it. Just as Su Yang hesitated, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the system activation condition and successfully binding the super life system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering the system mission. Option 1, reject Zhao Yusen, reward 2000 W. Option 2, accept Zhao Yusen, get married, and get a big gift. Holy shit! I actually activated the system. As an avid fan of novels, Su Yang knew the system very well. This thing is practically a fighter among add-ons. As for the mission options, do I need to think? It must be the second one. 2000 W seems like a lot, and it has turned Su Yang into a local tyrant with tens of millions of dollars. However, Su Yang, who is used to reading web novels quickly, knows that the more there is no explicit reward, the more valuable it is. Besides, Zhao Yusen has deep feelings for him, and the two have become one with nature, so it would be irresponsible not to get married. Immediately, Su Yang suppressed the excitement in his heart, took a deep breath, and then spoke. Zhao Yusen, let's go get our marriage certificate. What? Zhao Yusen immediately lifted the covers and revealed her shocked pretty face. Su Yang's answer completely took her by surprise. Zhao Yusen had imagined that Su Yang might refuse or accept. But she never expected that Su Yang actually wanted to get married with her. Su Yang wanted to marry her? For a moment, Zhao Yusen froze. However, she didn't notice that her perfect, delicate body was laid bare before Su Yang. Guliolu. Su Yang's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. This girl's body is really hot. Although Zhao Yusen and Zhao Yulu are twins, the former far surpasses the latter in terms of temperament and body. Ah! While noticing Su Yang's burning gaze, Zhao Yusen also noticed her own awkward situation. She immediately screamed in embarrassment and quickly dove into the covers. Seeing this, Su Yang blushed, coughed, and then said seriously, Yusen, are you willing to go get your license with me? As soon as the words fell, the quilt moved, and Zhao Yusen came out. Su Yang, are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. Are you willing to be my wife? Su Yang said with a serious expression. I'm willing. Zhao Yusen nodded shyly, her head almost buried in her chest. You turn around first, I need to get dressed. Great, then Su Yang heard this and was instantly overjoyed. Wait. Suddenly, Su Yang paused, and a trace of a smile curved the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Zhao Yusen was a little confused. I drank too much last night and forgot a lot of details, so let's review it with my baby. As the words fell, Su Yang gave a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth and suddenly lifted the quilt. Quick! The spring light is showing. Chapter 2, The Big Gift of Life. After several hundred rounds of battle, the two simply washed up and left the hotel. Their relationship had become even closer. Zhao Yusen naturally put her arm around Su Yang's, her expression sweet. To get a marriage certificate, you need a household register and ID card. In that case, let's go to my place first, and then go to yours. Su Yang pinched Zhao Yusen's pretty face and said with a smile. Previously, Su Yang had asked his parents to send the household register, and had planned to go and get the certificate after successfully proposing to Zhao Yusen. For this reason, Su Yang had also specially taken leave from his boss. Unexpectedly, fate played a trick on him, and in the end, it was Zhao Yusen who joined hands with him. Zhao Yusen nodded obediently. Previously, she had also taken leave from the company. 2 hours later, Su Yang and Zhao Yusen arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The queue was long, but it was basically people lining up to get divorced. As for marriage, there were very few people, and almost everyone could get married as soon as they arrived. Su Yang, UXIN, why are you here? The staff in charge of registering marriages was a little surprised to see this. She was Chen Weiwei, an older student of the two. We are here to get our marriage certificate. Zhao Yuxin's pretty face turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed. What? You want to get a marriage certificate? Who is your boyfriend? Where is he? How come I don't know? Chen Weiwei was shocked, and she directly interrogated her soul. As Zhao Yusen's senior, they still kept in touch after graduation. It seems that this little girl was still single before? Why suddenly do you want to get married? It's not a shotgun wedding, is it? As for why she didn't suspect Su Yang. Of course, it also had something to do with the actions of Su Yang and her. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhao Yusen stopped holding Su Yang's arm. And Chen Weiwei knew that Su Yang was Zhao Yulu's boyfriend, so how could he possibly get a marriage certificate with Zhao Yusen? It was Su Yang. At that moment, Zhao Yusen put her arm around Su Yang's hand, her face flushing with embarrassment as she looked down. What? Chen Weiwei's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't Su Yang Yulu's boyfriend? You're Yulu's sister, how could you? She felt like her CPU was about to melt. Are these people's relationships so messed up? Meanwhile, those waiting in line to register for divorce all turned to look on. What the heck? He even went after his girlfriend's sister. Holy shit. This kind of melodramatic thing has actually become a reality. I'm saying that my three views are about to collapse. This woman is also getting involved with her sister's boyfriend and then coming to get the certificate. Did she not consider the sisterly feelings? A role model for us. To take control of the sister flowers at once, two birds with one stone, so cool. The dream of countless men has been realized by this guy. I'm jealous. For a while, everyone was talking about it. Especially the male compatriots' eyes were full of envy. Zhao Yusen's face was as red as an apple, and she shyly leaned her head against Su Yang. Zhao Yulu and I are no longer boyfriends and girlfriends. God has let me meet and get to know Yusen, and I have already decided on her. Senior, please register our marriage for us. Su Yang's expression was serious. Moreover, he knew that if the formalities were not completed as soon as possible in such a situation, he and Uxian would definitely be the subject of continued gossip and pointing fingers from the onlookers. So, Su Yang directly took out the household registration books and ID cards of the two. Are you serious? Chen Weiwei reminded. The two nodded at the same time. Good. Chen Weiwei looked deeply at the two and said nothing more, quickly completing the formalities. I wish you two a happy marriage and a long life together. A moment later, Chen Weiwei placed the bright red marriage certificate on the table. Thank you, Weiwei. Zhao Yusen took the marriage certificate and looked at the photo of the two of them in the booklet, filled with happiness. She had finally become Su Yang's wife. When are you planning to have the wedding? Chen Weiwei asked. I haven't thought about it yet. Zhao Yusen shook her head. Of course, any girl is full of expectations for her wedding. However, Zhao Yusen didn't want to put too much pressure on Su Yang, so she didn't mention the wedding. Don't worry, once we pick a suitable date, we'll definitely invite you to our wedding. Su Yang said with a smile. Great. The money and everyone will be there on time. Chen Weiwei laughed. The two then left the Civil Affairs Bureau. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting Zhao Yusen and obtaining a life gift package by marrying her. Do you wish to activate it? Activate it. Su Yang did not hesitate for a second. He had been eagerly anticipating the system's gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining master-level investment skills, 1,000 in cash, and a future message. Future message, in 7 days, the stock value of the Central Bank of Country D will decrease by 2%, while the market value of Huaxia Gold futures will increase by 30%. Just as expected. The hidden gift package is of the highest value. With master-level investment ability and 100W in cash, I can manipulate the stock market, right? And that future message is even more crucial. Su Yang had graduated from a finance school, but due to limited funds, he usually only used his small savings of tens of thousands of yuan to speculate in stocks and the like, and had little contact with futures. However, this did not affect his understanding of the stock market at all. Starting with 100W, he entered the gold futures market, which appreciated in value by 30%, plus there was 10 times leverage. He made 300W. The most important thing is that with master-level investment capabilities, making money in the financial market is a piece of cake. Su Yang, we finally got our license, we have to celebrate. Zhao Yusen looked at her phone and said sweetly. Sure. Where do you want to go? Immediately, Su Yang suppressed his excitement and looked at Zhao Yusen tenderly. How about going to my dad's restaurant? My dad's special spicy and sour fish fillets are delicious. Zhao Yusen blinked. Her dad ran a small restaurant, and business was pretty good. Of course, the point was that they had already received their marriage certificates, and it was necessary to go and meet the parents of both sides. Su Yang nodded with a smile. Subsequently, the two of them took a car and arrived at Zhao Yusen's father's place. Dad. As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Yusen exclaimed excitedly. In fact, Zhao Yusen's family is quite complicated. Her parents divorced when she was young, and she chose her father, while her sister Zhao Yulu chose her mother. After the divorce, her father single-handedly maintained the restaurant and raised her alone. In contrast, her mother married into a wealthy family, and her sister also lived the life of a young lady. Under the influence of her surroundings, Zhao Yulu's personality tends to be materialistic, which is also the biggest reason for her breakup with Su Yang. Chapter 3, Encountering an Ex. Why did you bring Su Yang here? Zhao Yusen's father Zhao Hai was surprised to see the two of them come over. Previously, it was always Zhao Yulu and Su Yang who came over. Zhao Hai was quite satisfied with his eldest daughter's boyfriend. But in his heart, Zhao Hai hoped even more that Su Yang was Zhao Yusen's boyfriend. Su Yang is quite good at handling things and in life in general. His younger daughter has suffered hardship since childhood with him, and he would be most happy if she could find a caring boyfriend like Su Yang. Dad, we've come over to take care of your business. Zhao Yusen took Su Yang's hand, casually chose a table and sat down, smiling. Yusen, what are you two doing? Zhao Hai's brows furrowed at once as he watched the two of them. Although he also wanted Su Yang to be Zhao Yusen's boyfriend, in any case, Su Yang and Zhao Yulu were together. If the two daughters really fought over the same person, it would be too melodramatic and unacceptable to Zhao Hai. Dad, my sister and Su Yang have broken up. She thinks that Su Yang cannot give her happiness, but I have always liked Su Yang, and maybe it is fate that we are together. Moreover, we have just got our marriage certificate, and we are a legal couple. Su Yang was just about to explain when Zhao Yusen spoke up first. She didn't want to put pressure on Su Yang, so she simply took the blame herself and even took out the marriage certificate. What? Zhao Hai's eyes widened and he let out a startled cry. Those few words almost made him pass out from the shock. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised by Zhao Yusen's choice. His eldest daughter lived with his ex-wife, so naturally they had similar personalities and both liked rich men. What really scared him was that his youngest daughter was actually with Su Yang, and they had gotten married in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai realized this and covered his heart, almost unable to catch his breath. Uncle Hai, I'm serious about Yusen. Getting married wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. I will always love Yusen and treat her well. As soon as Su Yang opened his mouth, he realized that the title was incorrect and quickly corrected it. Not only that, he made a solemn promise, and that he would find a suitable time to give Yuxin a grand wedding and never let her suffer. You two kids. Zhao Hai opened the marriage certificate and sighed helplessly. What can an old man like me say now that the certificate has been issued? I'll be relieved if you two are happy in the future. Zhao Yusen smiled sweetly and said, Dad, with your blessing, we will definitely be happy. By the way, Dad, I miss your spicy and sour fish fillets. You little girl. Zhao Hai laughed and stroked Zhao Yusen's head before turning to go to the kitchen. After dinner, the two said goodbye to Zhao Hai. Little girl, take this card. It's only 2 million, not much, it's considered your dowry from your father. Save up and buy your own house and live a good life. With that, Zhao Hai pulled out a card from a worn-out drawer under the bed. It contained all of his savings. He was unable to give his youngest daughter the love of a mother and live a good life, and he only hoped that his savings could help Zhao Yusen. Dad. Zhao Yusen's eyes immediately reddened, and her voice choked. She really wanted to refuse, but Jiangcheng was a first-tier city in China, and it was basically impossible to buy a house in a short period of time with just the two of them on their salaries. If Dad's savings were added, Su Yang's pressure would undoubtedly be much less. My little girl, you have suffered too much with your father. You two will have a good life together. Zhao Hai felt at ease having his eldest daughter with Su Yang. Su Yang nodded without saying much. Although he had a systematic cheat, it would always take time to make money. Moreover, if he said he could get the money to buy a house in a short time, Zhao Hai and Zhao Yusen would not only not believe him, they would also suspect him of taking risks and doing illegal activities. Thank you, Dad. Zhao Yusen nodded with a choked voice. Dad, I want to move in with Su Yang. Can I borrow your car? Of course. Zhao Hai nodded with a smile. The two of them had already got their marriage certificate, so living together was a matter of course. Thanks, Dad. Zhao Yusen hugged Zhao Hai, moved by his words, and then took the car keys, took Su Yang's hand and walked out. Zhao Hai's car was cheap and affordable, a classic domestic Wuling Hongguang, very suitable for owners of restaurants and the like. The exterior was very new, obviously bought not long ago. Su-yang, you drive. Zhao Yusen handed over the car keys. Previously, when Su-yang and Zhao Yulu had not broken up, they often came to Zhao Hai's store and drove this car as well. Su-yang nodded, got into the driver's seat, and Zhao Yusen naturally took the passenger seat. His parents run a business in the county, mainly in building materials, and they also use a Wuling Hongguang, so they are very familiar with this miracle car. 30 minutes later, the two arrived at the rental house. The rental house is simple in style, with only 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. Of course, it was mainly Su-yang who wanted to live in a bigger house after successfully proposing to Zhao Yusen. Otherwise, he, being alone, would not be able to afford to rent a 2-bedroom apartment in a first-tier city like Zhangcheng. From now on, I will be the hostess here. Zhao Yusen took a deep breath, then expertly carried the luggage into the bedroom and began to unpack. She had been to the rental room before, so she was not unfamiliar with the place. There were still quite a few of Zhao Yulu's clothes in the master bedroom, which Zhao Yusen sorted out. When Yulu has time, I'll ask her to take these clothes away. Okay, whatever you say. Su-yang leaned against the door, looking at Zhao Yusen, who was packing the luggage in an orderly manner, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Previously, Zhao Yusen had also lived here for a period of time, but she never packed her clothes or tidied her room. He did everything. Then look at Zhao Yusen again, and the stark contrast is immediately apparent. This time, I didn't make a mistake in choosing the person. Su-yang muttered happily to himself. Half an hour later, Zhao Yusen finished packing and said, "After a busy day, why don't we go shopping?" "Okay, whatever you say." Su-yang nodded. Very soon, the two arrived at a nearby shopping mall. Zhao Yusen picked out some clothes for Su-yang. Su-yang had wanted to refuse, after all, life had been difficult before, and clothes in the mall were so expensive, so why would she want to buy them? But at Zhao Yusen's insistent request, Su-yang had no choice but to accept. Of course, Zhao Yusen had also bought herself a dress and shoes. "Do I look good?" Zhao Yusen came out of the fitting room, twirled around in the mirror with excitement, and looked at Su-yang expectantly. "You look great." Su-yang nodded with a smile, and the shoes and skirt matched perfectly, making her look like a fairy. He. I think so too. Su-yang's praise filled Zhao Yusen's heart with happiness. "Little sister, Su-yang, why are you two together?" Suddenly, a surprised voice sounded next to them. Following the sound, they looked over and saw a young girl dressed beautifully standing at the entrance of the mall, her appearance very similar to Zhao Yusen's. Behind the girl was a young man dressed in designer clothes. That girl was Zhao Yulu. The man beside her was Zhao Yulu's suitor, a rich second generation named Chen Guanglei. Chapter 4, Ex-Boyfriend Becomes Brother-in-Law. "We're here to buy clothes," Zhao Yusen admitted generously. "Yulu, this should be your twin sister, right?" Chen Guanglei asked. Zhao Yulu nodded. "Then he's your brother-in-law." Chen Guanglei smiled. "That's right. He's my husband, Su-yang." Before Zhao Yulu could say anything, Zhao Yusen took a step forward, intimately took Su-yang's arm, and nodded happily. "Ah, sister, what are you?" Zhao Yulu was suddenly stunned. "What the hell is going on? How did my ex-boyfriend become my sister's husband? No way. How can you two be together?" After reacting, Zhao Yulu was instantly infuriated. "Why can't we be together? You two have already broken up, and I'm the one who confessed to you after you ended your relationship," and Su-yang agreed. Zhao Yulu said bluntly. You too." Zhao Yulu was furious, but unable to refute. "This is so unbelievable. No one would be able to accept it." "Oops." Chen Guanglei next to him opened his mouth, stunned. At the same time, Chen Guanglei looked at Su-yang with envy. "Damn it, this guy is just so lucky, he's got both sisters. Obviously, I'm the rich second generation, but why do I feel so pitiful?" The customers and shop assistants nearby couldn't help but stare in disbelief at this scene. Holy shit, this kid is just too happy. Damn, this is the guy who got to enjoy the sisters. Hurry up and let me worship and absorb some of that luck. It's so frustrating to compare one situation with others. I'm still a solo woman, and he's already got the sisters. Outrageous. How did this guy, dressed so shabbily, get so lucky? I'm not sisterly. I'm handsome. Looks are everything in this day and age. There's nothing you can do about it. For a while, the onlookers discussed the situation. Zhao Yusen, you're my sister, how can you be with my ex? Zhao Yulu was furious. Why not? I've already explained, and besides, is it illegal for us to be together? Zhao Yusen was not at all inferior, and asked in return. You? Zhao Yulu glared, but was unable to refute. Sister, I know you prefer the rich and despise Su Yang. I tried to dissuade you when you wanted to break up. If you had listened to me, I would have hidden my feelings for Su Yang and never interfered with you. But you insisted on breaking up, and what you discarded like a piece of trash is what I treasure. May I ask, why can't we be together? Moreover, Su Yang and I have gotten married, so now he is not only my husband, but also your brother-in-law. Zhao Yusen is usually gentle, but at the moment she was unusually domineering. What? You got married? Zhao Yulu was stunned again. Are you serious? My ex-boyfriend, who broke up with me last night, is now my brother-in-law? That's right. Zhao Yusen nodded and smiled. If I didn't have the marriage certificate at home, I could show it to you. By the way, I've already packed up the clothes you left at the rental house, so you can take them back when you have time. Starting today, that's my home with Su Yang. Zhao Yusen froze for a moment, not knowing what to say. Su Yang, on the other hand, was silent. Previously, it was Zhao Yusen who insisted on breaking up, and he had done nothing to wrong her. Now, Zhao Yusen was his wife. Honey, I'll go change my clothes first. Zhao Yusen didn't bother to explain too much, said goodbye to Su Yang, and went to change her clothes. Su Yang, how can you be with my sister? Zhao Yusen was outraged and vented her anger on Su Yang again. Why not? Su Yang interrupted Zhao Yusen with a sneer. Yusen has already explained it very clearly, I don't want to waste any more words. You? Zhao Yusen suddenly felt her chest heaving. She suddenly had some doubts. Had she made a mistake by breaking up with Su Yang? No. I haven't made a mistake. Everyone has the right to pursue a better life, so why can't I? Su Yang is a foreigner from a humble background. He is indeed very good-looking, but that's only suitable for a school romance. What can his looks do once they face the reality of life? Can they get her a Ferrari? A villa? Designer clothes? The answer is no. Therefore, leaving Su Yang was definitely the right decision. Upon thinking of this, Zhao Yulu said no more and turned around to leave. Chen Guanglei narrowed his eyes and followed her. They arrived outside the mall. Chen Guanglei said, Yulu, Su Yang is a scumbag who takes advantage of people in trouble. There's no point getting angry about him. I don't want to hear any more about it. Zhao Yulu waved her hand coldly. At this, Chen Guanglei's eyes flashed, and he said, fine, let's not talk about him. I'll tell you something exciting. My family also has a small position in Zhangcheng. Not long ago, I got an insider tip from the business world that the market value of Blackstone Technology is likely to skyrocket, and buying its stock is a surefire way to make a profit. Really? Zhao Yulu's eyes lit up. Of course. Chen Guanglei said with a smile. But I don't have much money right now. At this thought, Chen Yulu's eyes darkened. Although she had graduated and had a job, she was a typical spendthrift. Moreover, when she was with Su Yang, she had to rely on his salary for a while. As for her own mother, she has even less savings. Although her stepfather has a lot of money, he doesn't give it to them much, and only occasionally spends a little to maintain the appearance of a family relationship. After all, her stepfather has a biological son. There are always more ways than there are difficulties. Borrow a little from some friends, relatives, or whatever, it's a sure-win business, so there's no need to worry about not being able to pay it back. And this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen Guanglei reminded. That's right. I'll think of something. Zhao Yulu nodded. Due to the previous incident, Zhao Yulu no longer had the heart to go shopping, and soon left with Chen Guanglei. Clothing store in the mall. Zhao Yusen put away her clothes and, not seeing Zhao Yulu's figure, asked. Where's Yulu? She's gone. Then let's go back too. Zhao Yusen obediently took Su Yang's arm. Chapter 5, The Exploding Class Group. Suddenly, Zhao Yusen patted her head. Tomorrow is Dad's birthday, I forgot to tell Yulu to come back for dinner. Silly girl, you can just notify him on your phone. Su Yan laughed and pinched the latter's cheek. Mm. Zhao Yusin nodded obediently, and then sent a message to Zhao Yulu. At the moment, Zhao Yulu was sitting in Chen Guanglei's BMW. As soon as she received Zhao Yusin's message, she didn't want to reply, but when she thought about what Chen Guanglei had just said, Zhao Yulu's eyes flashed and she replied. I'll be there. Shopping mall. Zhao Yusin and Su Yang were heading to the parking lot when they ran into a university classmate. His name was Lian Yongxiang. He was also here shopping with his girlfriend. However, Lian Yongxiang's girlfriend was only found after he started working, and Su Yang and Zhao Yusin didn't know her. Yulu, Yang Zi, I never thought I'd run into you here. Your campus romance was the stuff of envy, and I never thought you'd stay so in love after graduation. That's rare. By the way, Yang Zi, didn't you say you were going to propose to Yulu? When are you going to treat us to a banquet? Lian Yongxiang and Su Yang were on fairly good terms, so they spoke more casually. I've already broken up with Yulu. Su Yang shook his head and spoke. Now, Zhao Yusin is his wife, so of course he has to consider her feelings. What? You two actually broke up? Lian Yongxiang's eyes widened in shock. Then his gaze fell on Zhao Yusin, who was leaning on Su Yang's arm. Wait, so you two? No, you can't be Yusin, can you? For a moment, Lian Yongxiang felt like his CPU was about to burst. What the hell is going on? After breaking up with Zhao Yulu, you're now messing around with her younger sister? Well, it's Yusin, and she's also my wife. We've already registered our marriage. Su Yang said sternly. Holy shit. Lian Yongxiang couldn't help but swear. Damn it, this kid is a total winner in life. You have to understand that Zhao Yusin and Zhao Yulu were the two most beautiful girls in the university. Back then, Su Yang's relationship with Zhao Yulu already caused countless male compatriots to feel envious and jealous. Now that this kid has broken up with Zhao Yulu and is marrying her younger sister. He's a winner. Lian Yongxiang's girlfriend was even more shocked, her mouth agape. Lian Yongxiang, do you really need to look so shocked? Zhao Yusin couldn't help but give Lian Yongxiang a dirty look. No choice. This is explosive news. Lian Yongxiang shrugged and smiled helplessly. He knew very well. If this news gets out to the class group, it will definitely be of cosmic proportions. I've just finished shopping and am ready to go home. Don't worry, you'll definitely be invited to our wedding. Zhao Yusin said with a smile. Of course. This is the wedding of a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, I don't think anyone would dare not come. Lian Yongxiang said. Well, we'll go back first. Immediately, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin turned and left. Staring at the two of them leaving, Lian Yongxiang's girlfriend was full of curiosity. Your classmate is amazing, he's actually got such good-looking sisters to fall for him. There's nothing I can do, who would have thought he'd be so good-looking? Lian Yongxiang shrugged helplessly, then said, no way. This is such exciting news, I have to share it with everyone. Immediately, he pulled out his phone, clicked on the class WeChat group, and quickly typed a line. Brothers and sisters, I have some exciting news to share with you today. Soon, quite a few classmates started replying. Lian Yongxiang, what kind of explosive news could you have? Are you trying to brag about being taken care of by some rich woman? Ha ha ha. That's possible, I'll share the link to the rich woman. I'm so bored grinding iron at the factory, I don't want to struggle anymore. Rich woman seeks care. Lian Yongxiang saw this and his mouth twitched, a dark line appeared on his face. Don't talk nonsense, my girlfriend is checking on me. Sigh. So what if you have a girlfriend? I think with your outstanding qualities, you deserve to be enjoyed by two women together. Ha ha ha. Anyway, I still have 2 kidneys, so I can handle it. Xianzi, don't tell me you have kidney disease. Looking at this, Lian Yongxiang's face turned black directly. He felt that if he didn't break the news, he would be rubbed against the wall. Immediately, he hurriedly sent a message. The explosive news I'm talking about is that Su Yang and Zhao Yusin got married. Cut it out. You're telling me this is breaking news? Isn't that just common sense? Exactly. These two were inseparable in school, so it's only natural that they got married. Lian Yongxiang, you're such a pain in the ass. Don't you have anything better to do than come fishing in the group? It was obvious that the classmate hadn't seen the key piece of information. Lian Yongxiang helplessly covered his forehead. Brothers and sisters, can you pay attention to the details of my message? What's the big deal? Su Yang and Zhao Yulu just got married. Exactly. How dare you doubt my 5.0 vision? Holy shit. Something's wrong. It looks like Liang Yongxiang posted that Su Yang and Zhao Yusen got married. Holy cow, is this a joke? Liang Yongxiang, are you serious? Do you have to be so melodramatic? At Su Yang, at Zhao Yusen, at Zhao Yulu, you three hurry up and dispel the rumors. What is going on? For a moment, the entire class group exploded. In the car, Su Yang and Zhao Yusen's phones kept vibrating, with a shocking reminder of the class group message. Su Yang was driving and couldn't check his phone. Zhao Yusen picked it up and looked at it, revealing a smile of unsurprise. That guy Liang Yongxiang is still the same as before, just like to spread gossip. Just as I guessed. Su Yang smiled. Ha ha. I guess if I don't confirm it for him, his classmates will pick on him. Zhao Yusen smiled and was about to send a message to confirm it. At this moment, Su Yang hurriedly stopped her. Little girl, it's more appropriate for me to do this. I can't send messages while driving, so you use my phone to confirm it for them. Okay. Zhao Yusen obediently nodded. She knew that this was Su Yang protecting her and fulfilling his responsibilities as a man. Zhao Yusen then took Su Yang's phone and sent a message to the class group. Dear classmates, what Liang Yongxiang said is true. I have already broken up with Zhao Yulu. By fate, I discovered that Yusen is the one I should truly love. Fortunately, we love each other. So today we have already received our marriage certificate, confirming our marital status. We will also be holding a wedding ceremony soon. I hope all of you can come. Thank you. Chapter 6, What a Stroke of Luck. In the evening, Zhao Yulu took a shower and lay on the bed playing with her phone. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking came from the door. Yulu, are you asleep? Zhao Yulu's mother, Lu Yujuan's, voice. I'm getting ready to go to bed, Mom, what's up? Zhao Yulu put down her phone. Knocking at this hour meant there was something wrong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have knocked on her door for no reason. Come out for a moment, your father, your brother, and I have something to tell you, said Lu Yujuan. Okay, Zhao Yulu answered. In a short while, she came out of the bedroom and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Opposite her sat three people. One was a beautiful woman who looked a bit like Zhao Yulu, her mother Lu Yujuan. The other two were Zhao Yulu's stepfather Yang Tanchang and Yang Tanchang's son Yang Jingsheng. Yang Jingsheng is 5 years older than her and is not very capable. He works for the catering group where Yang Tanchang works. Yang Tanchang is the vice president of the catering group, and Yang Jingsheng is a supervisor in the sales department thanks to Yang Tanchang's connections. Lu Yujuan also works for the catering group where Yang Tanchang works, as a supervisor in the operations department. Zhao Yulu studied finance and works in a bank. What's going on? Zhao Yulu asked as soon as she sat down. Yulu, how are things going with Chen Xiao these past 2 days? Yang Jingsheng asked impatiently. He had introduced Chen Guanglei to Zhao Yulu, hoping that she would marry Chen Guanglei and curry favor with the rich second generation. In fact, the Yang family was not poor, and they lived in a villa, which was considered a wealthy family for ordinary people. They are not satisfied. Compared to the kind of billionaires they are, their conditions are still far from enough. Chen Guanglei's father is a billionaire who runs an investment company, and Chen Guanglei is the rightful heir to billions of assets. For the Yang family, being able to curry favor with such a rich second generation is definitely beneficial. This was a decision made jointly by the father and son, and Lu Yujuan agreed. It's nothing, I just treat him as an ordinary friend, Zhao Yulu said. Yulu, Chen Xiao's family has billions of assets. He made it clear to me that he really likes you. If you become his girlfriend, he will marry you. You won't have to worry about living if you marry into a multi-billionaire family. You still think of him as just a friend. You are so blessed and don't even know it, Yang Jingsheng said with some dissatisfaction. Yulu, Mom thinks Chen Xiao is a good person and someone you can trust for life. Lu Yujuan also persuaded her. Naturally, she hoped that Zhao Yulu would marry Chen Guanglei, because in that case, her life would be even better. Becoming the mother-in-law of a multi-billionaire would be a dream come true, and she would be able to ask Chen Guanglei for $1 million or $2 as pocket money. She would be so much more impressive in front of her sisters. Who wouldn't look up to her? Mom, I know. Zhao Yulu replied perfunctorily. Yulu, you're not still thinking about that Su Yang, are you? He's just a poor boy who will never amount to anything. You can only live at the bottom of society for the rest of your life. You can only afford to buy a house by working hard, and you will be working for the bank for the rest of your life. In this society, you can't live on emotions alone, you also need financial strength. Only a second-generation rich guy like Chen Guanglei is worthy of you. You have to think clearly, and stop thinking about that Su Yang. Yang Tiancheng frowned. He had met Su Yang before, and he was just a poor kid. Although he has no problem interacting with others and is quite smart-looking, his family background is terrible. He is from a small town outside the city. There are simply too many people like him in Jiangcheng. In the end, most of them will leave in disgrace and return to their hometown. A small number of them will be able to buy a house in Jiangcheng. Even then, they will be working for the bank for the rest of their lives. This stepdaughter absolutely cannot marry someone like Su Yang, as that will not help the family at all. Only marrying a rich second generation like Chen Guanglei will be good for the Yang family. In fact, Zhao Yulu's breakup with Su Yang was due to both personal reasons and the fact that she had grown up in such a materialistic family. When she was at university, she didn't really care about these things, but after graduating, it all came to the surface. There were also family reasons. The three people in front of her said bad things about Su Yang in her ear every day, saying that Su Yang was useless and telling her to break up with him. For these two reasons, Zhao Yulu broke up with Su Yang on the day he proposed. Hearing Yang Tiancheng's words, Lu Yujuan frowned. Yulu, you're not really still thinking about that Su Yang, are you thinking about getting back together with him? This is something she will not allow. If anyone is most opposed to Zhao Yulu and Su Yang being together, it is her. Her daughter is so beautiful, how can she marry a poor boy from a small county in a foreign place? If she's going to marry, she'll marry a rich second generation. Or even better, a rich guy, someone young and successful in the business world. Someone who started his own business at a young age and has been successful. Her views are consistent with Yang Tiancheng's. A poor guy like Su Yang can only struggle at the bottom of society for his whole life. Even if he can afford to buy a house, he will be working for the bank for the rest of his life. If something happens to his family and they can't keep up financially, he may even have to rely on his family for support. She will never allow this to happen, and has constantly encouraged Zhao Yulu to break up with Su Yang. Now that Zhao Yulu has finally broken up with Su Yang, a stone has fallen from her heart. But after hearing Yang Tiancheng say this, Zhao Yulu may still be thinking about Su Yang, and she became anxious. Mom, it's impossible for me to get back together with Su Yang, he's already with his younger sister, Uxin. Zhao Yulu said. Ha? Lu Yujuan and Yang Tiancheng were both a little dumbfounded. What's going on? Su Yang is with Zhao Yusin, the younger sister of Zhao Yulu? Yulu, what's going on? Explain yourself. Lu Yujuan was the first to come back to her senses and anxiously asked. That's what I'm saying. Su Yang and Yusin have already gotten married. There's no way it'll work out between him and me. Zhao Yulu said. Holy shit. Yang Jingsheng couldn't help but swear. Damn it, this Su Yang is really fucking lucky. He just broke up with his sister, and then he hooked up with her younger sister. The twin sisters, just like that, are enjoying themselves. Even a rich second generation like Chen Guanglei doesn't get this kind of treatment, right? Yang Jingsheng's jealous eyes turned red. Yang Tiancheng, although not as obvious as his son's performance, was also full of jealousy. What is so good about this poor boy named Su Yang? He had just broken up with Zhao Yulu, and he was already hooking up with Zhao Yusin, Zhao Yulu's younger sister, and they had even gotten married. This had confused him a little. Yusin was with Su Yang? How could this be? I just got you out of Su Yang's fire, and Yusin jumped right back in. What was she thinking? Lu Yujuan's face was an unusual shade of red. Both of her daughters were involved with Su Yang. What was going on? Even if she is a woman, she can't help but be jealous of Su Yang's luck. The more so, the more she feels Su Yang is detestable. Mom, that's how things are. I will take a look at the Chen Guanglei thing first. Even if I want to be Chen Guanglei's girlfriend, it won't be that fast. As for Su Yang, it's already in the past, and I won't say anything about it. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back to my room and rest first. Zhao Yulu said this and went back to her room. Chapter 7, You Have to Create Your Own Happy Life. What on earth was Uxin thinking? She even got married to Su Yang and had a marriage certificate. No, I have to persuade her properly, I absolutely can't let her stay in Su Yang's fire pit. Lu Yujuan's face was unsightly, so she immediately took out her phone and dialed Zhao Yusin's phone number. At this moment, Zhao Yusin was snuggled in Su Yang's arms, watching TV together, with a happy smile on her face. Her phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was Lu Yujuan calling. Even though she didn't recognize Lu Yujuan as her mother and hadn't saved Lu Yujuan's phone number, she still remembered it. Lu Yujuan sometimes called her too, trying to instill materialistic values in her. She hadn't been corrupted, but instead, she hated Lu Yujuan more and more. Who is it? Su Yang glanced at Zhao Yusin's phone screen. It's my mom. Zhao Yusin left Su Yang's embrace. Oh, then you answer the phone. Su Yang picked up the remote control for the TV and turned the sound of the TV to mute. Su Yang didn't have a good impression of Lu Yujuan. At the beginning, when he was with Zhao Yulu, he had dinner with Lu Yujuan once, with Yang Tiancheng and his son. These three people looked at him with condescending eyes and belittled him. They also told him to leave Zhao Yulu alone and not to hurt her. That meal was a great insult to his dignity. But he liked Zhao Yulu very much and didn't care about any of that. He believed that with his own hard work, he could definitely give Zhao Yulu a happy life. He would make these people change their opinion of him. But before he could fulfill the vow he made in his heart, Zhao Yulu broke up with him. Zhao Yusin nodded, answered the phone, and didn't say anything. Uxin, I just heard Yulu say that you and that Su Yang got married? Lu Yujuan asked bluntly. No, she interrogated, her tone a little stern, a little annoyed, a little disappointed. Yes, so what? Zhao Yuxin's tone was surprisingly calm. You still ask me what's wrong. Do you know what a wrong decision you've made? A decision like this will ruin your whole life. Before anyone else finds out, you should go and divorce Su Yang tomorrow. Then when you find a boyfriend in the future, you can just explain the situation and no one will care. Lu Yujuan said angrily. I don't think there's anything wrong with my decision. On the contrary, I think there's something wrong with you Lu's decision. I love Su Yang, so I'm staying with him. As for the idea that this decision will ruin my life, that's even more nonsense. I feel like I've already reaped the rewards of a happy life. I know what you mean. You always look at people from a materialistic point of view, thinking that Su Yang's family is not well off and he won't be able to establish himself in Jiangcheng. But I tell you, I believe in Su Yang, and he will definitely succeed. Being with the one I love is happiness. Happiness in life does not depend on what others give you, but what you create for yourself. Su Yang may not have much now, but I believe that as long as we work hard together, we will definitely be able to live the happy life we want. Zhao Yusin said a lot, and her words were very sharp. Lu Yujuan, on the other end of the phone, was caught off guard by the barrage of words and fell into a short silence before she came back to her senses. Zhao Yusin, are you trying to drive me to my grave? What about reaping the rewards of a happy life, creating a happy life on your own, and living the life you want if you just work hard? If it were really that easy, everyone in society would be able to live a good life. It seems that you haven't been able to change your way of thinking since you left school. If you don't listen to me, when you are crushed by life in the future and become a haggard old woman, you will regret it. Lu Yujuan was shaking with anger, and gave another stern lecture. You can live the life you want through hard work. She could understand this kind of thing coming from students still in the ivory tower. But her youngest daughter had already left school, and saying such things was just naive. It really made her angry. I will not regret it, and you are not my family, so you don't need to worry about me. And don't call me again. After saying that, Zhao Yusin hung up the phone directly. Lu Yujuan was so angry that you wanted to throw the phone. But then she thought, the phone was a new flagship model that she had just bought not long ago, and it cost more than 8,000 yuan, so she didn't want to throw it. It seems that your daughter doesn't listen to you. Yang Tiancheng said. It really makes me so angry. Lu Yujuan was still in a rage. Your little daughter has nothing to do with us, but we still need to persuade Yulu more about the matter of marriage. Yang Tiancheng said with a meaningful tone. Yes, what about Zhao Yusin? I don't care anymore, and I can't control it. We still need to focus on Yulu. We really need to persuade Yulu more, so that she can be with Chen Guanglei sooner. Lu Yujuan took a deep breath and finally calmed down. As for Su Yang, Zhao Yusin put down her phone and snuggled back into Su Yang's embrace. Wife, don't worry, I will definitely make you happy. Even though Zhao Yusen hadn't put the phone on speaker, Su Yang still heard the two of them talking. If it had been in the past, after he had started working, he probably wouldn't have had the confidence to say such things. But now it was different. He had the super life system, and with the super life activated, he was destined to stand at the top of the world. Giving Zhao Yusen a happy life is naturally not a problem. Honey, I believe in you. Zhao Yusen's face was beaming with happiness. The next day. Today is Zhao Yusen's father Zhao Hai's birthday. At 3 p.m., Su Yang and Zhao Yusen went to the supermarket near Zhao Hai's house to buy groceries. After buying the groceries, they returned to Zhao Hai's house, where the two of them got busy cooking. Zhao Yusen was the chef, and Su Yang helped out. Since she and Zhao Hai have lived together since childhood, Zhao Yusen has been sensible since she was young and learned to cook in junior high school. It can be said that her cooking skills are not inferior to her father's at all. The young couple were busy talking and laughing in the kitchen, not feeling tired at all, but feeling very happy instead. This kind of life is what the two of them want. For Zhao Yusen, as long as she is with Su Yang, she is happy doing anything. For Su Yang, he feels more and more that it was the right decision to get married to Zhao Yusen. His feelings for Zhao Yusen are also changing. If we say that at the beginning, it was the system that made him get married to Zhao Yusen, and there was no affection between the two. But after spending time together, he found that he was falling in love with Zhao Yusen quickly. And this love, with the passage of time, became more and more intense. Zhao Yusen is really good at both the kitchen and the living room. Such a wife is a good wife, much better than Zhao Yulu. Zhao Yulu can't clean a room, let alone cook. And sometimes, she doesn't even want to take him out to dinner with friends. Zhao Yusen is different. When she's with him, her eyes sparkle. The couple busied themselves for a while, and it was almost 6 o'clock. The basic work was done, and they could fry the last few dishes when Dad came home and the guests arrived. Chapter 8, It's so dramatic. 6 o'clock. Zhao Hai is back. Dad, you're home. Zhao Yusen pokes her head out of the kitchen. Well, you're back. Didn't you say you were coming with Su Yang? Where is he? Zhao Hai nods and asks, not seeing Su Yang in the living room or on the balcony. Zhao Yusen already told him that she would come over early to cook and would come with Su Yang. He didn't object, and this habit had been maintained for several years. Since Zhao Yusen had gone to university, every year on his birthday, Zhao Yusen would cook. Dad, Su Yang is busy in the kitchen with me. Just as we finish, we'll come out to keep you company. When the others arrive, I'll start cooking. Zhao Yusen laughed. Soon, Su Yang and Zhao Yusen came out of the kitchen. Dad. Su Yang called out. Hey, sit down, Uxin. His uncle and cousin will be here later, as will a friend of mine. You've met them before, so don't be formal. Let's take a break for now. Zhao Hai gestured for the two to sit down. Yes. Su Yang nodded, and then asked, by friend, do you mean brothery? Zhao Hai didn't really have many friends. Among them, the one who left a deep impression was a man named Lin Junyi. This person is only 27 or 28 years old, and has a very good relationship with Zhao Hai. He goes to Zhao Hai's small restaurant to eat from time to time. Lin Junyi owns a company, and the staff's work meals are all ordered at Zhao Hai's small restaurant. Lin Junyi is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and is a proper young billionaire and business talent. That's him. Zhao Hai nodded. Afterwards, the three of them just chatted. They talked about everything, from work to life. Su Yang's father-in-law is still very easy to get along with. By the way, Dad, I asked Lu yesterday, and she said she'd come over. Zhao Yusen said. Zhao Hai was taken aback, but promptly nodded, come over, come over. Although his relationship with his eldest daughter, Zhao Yulu, was not good, and the two rarely contacted each other, he naturally would not refuse when she came over on his birthday. Ding dong. At this time, the doorbell rang. I'll get the door. Zhao Yusen got up to open the door. Uxin. Standing at the door was Zhao Yulu. Sister, you're here, come in, Dad just got home a little while ago. Zhao Yusen let Zhao Yulu in. Happy birthday, Dad. Zhao Yulu handed the gift in her hand to Zhao Hai. Okay, sit. Zhao Hai took the gift and put it aside, gesturing for Zhao Yulu to sit down. His attitude towards Zhao Yulu was neither good nor bad, with a sense of detachment, unlike the way he treated Zhao Yusen. After all, Zhao Yulu had left with Lu Yujuan when she was very young. Over the years, they had not seen each other often, sometimes only 2 or 3 times a year. Moreover, Zhao Yulu had never come to his birthday party before, and today was the first time ever. Zhao Yulu sat down, looked at Su Yang, and did not say a word. The main reason she came today was to take this opportunity to strengthen her relationship with Zhao Hai, and then ask Zhao Hai for money. As for Su Yang, she ignored him and didn't know what to say. Su Yan looked indifferent. Ever since the moment he and Zhao Yusin got married, he had expected to encounter this kind of situation. Anyway, he had completely let go of his past with Zhao Yulu and cherished his current life with Zhao Yusin, treating Zhao Yulu like an ordinary friend. Due to Zhao Yulu's arrival, the atmosphere was still a bit awkward. Zhao Hai could only try to find topics to chat about. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long, as the doorbell rang again. Zhao Yusin went to answer the door. "Uncle, cousin, you're here, come in." Seeing her uncle Zhao Jiang and cousin Zhao Yuqing standing in the doorway, Zhao Yusin took Zhao Yuqing's hand and pulled her in. The two cousins were on good terms, much better than her relationship with Zhao Yulu. Zhao Jiang then came in. "Happy birthday, Uncle Zhao." Zhao Yuqing handed over the gift in her hands. Naturally, the gift included Zhao Jiang's. "Good, sit down." Zhao Hai smiled and gestured for the two to sit down. "Uncle, cousin." Su Yang greeted the two. "Su Yang, you're in good spirits." Zhao Jiang smiled. Zhao Yuqing also nodded with a smile to greet him. The two had a very good impression of Su Yang. Zhao Jiang in particular felt that Su Yang was a reliable young man. He hoped that his daughter, Zhao Yuqing, would find a young man like Su Yang. Ding dong! At that moment, the doorbell rang again. It should be Brother Yi arriving. Zhao Yusin went to open the door. She saw a handsome young man in his late 20s. "Brother Yi, you're here, come in." Zhao Yusin happily ushered the young man in. The person who came was Zhao Hai's good friend Lin Junyi. "Happy birthday, Uncle Hai." Lin Junyi handed Zhao Hai the gift in his hands. "Thanks, have a seat." Zhao Hai smiled, took the gift, and gestured for Lin Junyi to sit down. "Everyone is here, you guys chat first, I'll go stir-fry the vegetables, it'll be ready soon." Zhao Yusin went into the kitchen. Su Yang didn't go in again, there were only a few stir-fried vegetables left, so he wasn't needed. "Su Yang, when are you and Yulu going to consider getting married?" Zhao Jiang asked. Uncle, Yulu and I have broken up. I'm now with Yusin, and we've already registered our marriage." Su Yang explained a little awkwardly. Although he didn't think it was a big deal, if it were in front of classmates or friends, he would be very open about it. But when faced with Zhao Yusin's elders, he still felt a little embarrassed. "Ha!" Not only was Zhao Jiang dumbfounded, but Zhao Yuqing and Lin Junyi were also dumbfounded. The three of them knew that Su Yan was Zhao Yulu's boyfriend. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, Su Yang had broken up with Zhao Yulu and married Zhao Yusin? Not only was Zhao Jiang, an elderly man, unable to wrap his head around it, even Lin Junyi and Zhao Yuqing, both in their 20s, were a little confused. This was just too dramatic, it was exactly the plot of a TV show or movie. "Uncle, cousin, Brother Yi, Yulu and I broke up peacefully. Later, I felt that Yuxin was the one who could accompany me for the rest of my life. I confessed my feelings to her and we got together. And to show our feelings for each other, we went to get our marriage certificate." Su Yang explained further. Zhao Jiang looked at Su Yang and then at Zhao Yulu, sighed, and then gave a bitter smile without saying anything. He didn't quite understand what was going on with the young people, and didn't want to say much. "Yulu, isn't Su Yang great? Why did you break up with him? You'll regret it." Zhao Yuqing, on the other hand, felt sorry for Zhao Yulu. She had a very good impression of Su Yang and thought that Zhao Yulu had found a good boyfriend. She never expected that Zhao Yulu would let him go. From Su Yang's attitude towards Zhao Yulu, she could tell that it must have been Zhao Yulu who proposed to break up. Zhao Yulu pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She couldn't explain it. She couldn't say that she felt Su Yang's family was not well off and could not give her the life she wanted. If she did, wouldn't she seem materialistic? "Dad, my uncle and cousin are the kind of people who don't place much importance on material things. If I said that, I would definitely be nagged by my uncle and cousin, so I might as well not say anything." Chapter 9, Use the money from the house purchase to invest in futures. Zhao Yuqing sighed, waved her hands and said, "This is your business, I don't want to get involved, I just hope you don't regret it." Lin Junyi laughed and said, Su Yang, you and Uxian have already got married, so just live a good life, I wish you happiness. He was quite happy about it. After all, he had a good relationship with Zhao Hai and treated Zhao Uxian as his younger sister. He had a very good impression of Su Yang, and Su Yang being with Zhao Yusin made him quite happy for her. After all, it was really hard for a girl to find a reliable man. Thank you, Brother E, we will definitely do that. Su Yang thanked him. A few people chatted, and time quickly passed by for more than half an hour. Dinner is ready. Zhao Yusin's voice rang out. She served the food on the table, and Su Yang quickly went over to help. Soon, the two of them had all the dishes on the table. Su Yang set out the bowls, chopsticks, and wine glasses, and poured a glass of wine for everyone. Dad, happy birthday. Uncle, happy birthday. Hi, happy birthday. Uncle Hai, happy birthday. Several people took turns toasting Zhao Hai. The birthday meal ended in a very happy atmosphere. Zhao Hai got drunk. Today, he was very happy. He had been worried about his daughter's relationship problems. She didn't have a boyfriend in college, and she didn't have a boyfriend after she started working. Now she's with Su Yang. A huge stone has finally fallen from his heart. Su Yang is a young man he really likes. He has no problem with his character, no problem with how he treats people, and he is sincere towards Zhao Yusin. With these three things, no matter what happens, Su Yang will never go wrong, and Zhao Yusin's life will not be miserable. Unlike his ex-wife Lu Yujuan, he doesn't always want his daughter to marry into a wealthy family. His requirements for his son-in-law are actually very simple, and he thinks Su Yang is just fine. As long as his daughter is happy, that's all that matters. Overjoyed, he had drunk a little too much today. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin first saw everyone off before helping Zhao Hai back to his room to rest. Since Zhao Hai was already drunk, Zhao Yusin was a little worried and stayed here with Su Yang. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin lay on the bed and chatted. Su Yang, Dad gave me 2 million, when are we going to go look at a house and make a down payment and buy a house? Zhao Yusin asked. They had already gotten married and she wanted a house of her own. They could use the 2 million from her father to make a down payment. The two of them could make the payments together and it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, she worked at a bank and Su Yang worked for a listed company, so their jobs were still very stable. In fact, after paying the 2 million down payment, as long as the repayment period is extended a little, she can afford the mortgage on her own and it won't affect her life. Yusin, I want to postpone buying a house for a while and use the money to do something else, Su Yang said. A few days later, gold futures soared, and he had to get involved. The system's gift package included 1 million yuan in startup capital. But Su Yang still hoped that the more he invested, the better. The more he invested, the more he would earn. The system's information could not be wrong. In other words, this investment is a sure thing, and he must use as much money as he can. If gold futures rise 30%, and with a leverage of 10 times, that would be equivalent to a 300% rise, and a profit of 3 million. With the 1 million bonus from the system, he can make 3 million. If he adds Zhao Yusin's 2 million, that's a total of 3 million, and tripling it will make 9 million. He can also use the floating profit to increase his position and make even more. Moreover, there is no need to rush to buy a house. He already has a system in place, and when he has money in the future, he can buy a villa or a large flat. He can buy it all in cash, without taking out a loan, without paying interest to the bank, and without letting the bank exploit and squeeze him. The day he can buy a house with cash is not far off, and at most in a few months, he can earn enough to buy a house. He can now completely live in the rented house first, and in a few months, he will be living in a new house bought with cash. As for the 2% drop in the value of the shares of the Central Bank of Country D, he will not participate. Ha? What are you doing? Zhao Yusin asked. I'm bullish on gold futures lately and think they'll surge. I want to invest the money in gold futures. I have 1 million, plus your 2 million, and if we invest it all, we should be able to make a few million. I don't know if you're willing? Su Yang said his idea. If Zhao Yusin didn't want to, he wouldn't insist. At most, they would make a little less, and the time to buy a house would be slightly delayed, which was no big deal. He would not think any less of Zhao Yusin. Sure. Zhao Yusin agreed without even thinking about it. You're not afraid that I'll lose all the money? Su Yang was a little surprised. He thought that Zhao Yusin would want to find out the details and only agree if she thought it was feasible. But he didn't expect Zhao Yusin to agree so readily. She agreed without even thinking about it, without asking for the details. We're not afraid. We're still young, and sometimes we can take some risks. Anyway, if we lose the money, it won't affect our lives. At worst, we can just postpone buying a house for a few years. Zhao Yusin is open-minded. She doesn't have any resistance to futures. As a finance graduate, she knows what futures are about. Speculating in futures is perfectly normal. Yusin, thank you. Don't worry, this investment won't lose money. Su Yang is a little moved, and he makes a solemn promise to reassure Zhao Yusin. I believe you. Zhao Yusin nodded repeatedly. The next day, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin got up and went to work together on the subway. Zhao Yusin withdrew the money and transferred it to Su Yang's bank card. After receiving the money, Su Yang went to the futures business department near the company, opened a futures account, looked at the futures market, and directly transferred the money into the futures capital account, buying gold futures across the board and waiting for the price to rise. Zhao Hai arrived at the small restaurant. After working for a while, his phone rang. It was his daughter, Zhao Yulu. Seeing that it was her calling, he answered. Dad, are you busy? Zhao Yulu asked. No, what's up? Zhao Hai asked. Dad, I want to borrow some money from you. Zhao Yulu said with some difficulty. The relationship between father and daughter was not close, and it took some courage for Zhao Yulu to ask Zhao Hai for money. Borrow money? What do you need the money for? Zhao Hai asked. I have a friend who has set his sights on an investment project that will generate high returns in the short term. I want to borrow money to invest. Zhao Yulu spoke very vaguely. He didn't say who the friend was, what the project was, or how big the returns would be. How much do you want to borrow? Zhao Hai asked. He sort of understood why his eldest daughter had come to celebrate his birthday last night. It turned out that it was a prelude to asking for a loan. This made him feel very uncomfortable. He didn't bother to ask for more. If Zhao Yulu didn't say, it was because she didn't want to. If she didn't say, that was fine, he didn't have to know. Chapter 10. Don't say that to Su Yang. Dad, lend me all your spare money. Zhao Yulu said. Okay, send me your bank card number, I'll transfer it to you, but I have to tell you, I only have 50,000 yuan left. Zhao Hai said. What? 50,000 yuan? How is that possible? Zhao Yulu exclaimed, not believing it at all. Dad, if you don't want to lend it, just say so. And you're talking about 50,000 yuan, who are you trying to fool? I'm not a 3-year-old. Zhao Haidao, Yulu, whether you believe it or not, my current savings really only amount to 50,000 yuan. Zhao Yulu said, no way, you've been running a restaurant for so many years, you can't not have any savings. She still didn't believe him. Zhao Hai was very clear about his situation. After running a restaurant for so many years, he would have saved a bit of money every year. Over the years, he had at least 1 or 2 million in savings. Zhao Hai said, I do have savings, 2 million, but I gave it to Yusin. Yusin and Su Yang are already married, so I gave her the money so she could pay the down payment on an apartment. After a pause, he continued to explain, and even if I hadn't given the money to Yusin, I still wouldn't have lent you that much money. These were his true words. Over the years, he had raised Zhao Yusin and she was well-behaved and sensible. Zhao Yulu, on the other hand, had followed her ex-wife and only saw her occasionally, so there was really not much affection between them. He could not possibly lend that much money to Zhao Yulu. Zhao Yulu said, Dad, you really are honest. Zhao Hai said, that's just how I am. Do you want the 50,000 yuan? If so, send me your bank card number and I'll transfer the money to you. If not, that's fine. Zhao Yulu said, no, thanks. She couldn't possibly ask for money after saying that. Moreover, the reason she called Zhao Hai to borrow money was because she wanted a large sum. She really didn't think much of 50,000 yuan. Zhao Hai said, it's good that you don't want it. I'll keep it for my business, otherwise I'll have to borrow from friends. This was the truth. He was keeping such a small amount of money for the restaurant's turnover. If he gave it to Zhao Yulu, he would really have to borrow some money from friends to tide him over. I'm hanging up. Zhao Yulu was speechless and hung up the phone. After thinking about it, she dialed Zhao Yusin's phone number. Sister. Zhao Yusin was not busy at the moment and picked up the phone. Yusin, Dad gave you 2 million to pay the down payment on a house, didn't he? Zhao Yulu asked directly. Yes, why? Zhao Yusin asked. My friend has a good project and wants me to invest with him. Can you not buy a house for now and lend me the 2 million? I'll be able to pay you back in 3 months at the most, and I'll even give you 500,000 in interest. What do you say? Zhao Yulu said. According to Chen Guanglei, the stock of Blackstone Technology will definitely multiply several times. Investing 2 million, it is estimated that you can make 5 or 6 million. Paying 500,000 in interest is completely fine. Is there such a profitable investment project? Zhao Yusin expressed doubt. Borrowing 2 million for 3 months, with 500,000 in interest, as a banking industry worker, she knew exactly what it meant. Yes, you can lend me 2 million. Zhao Yulu said. Sorry, I can't lend it to you. I've already given it to Su Yang. Zhao Yusin was tempted, but since she had already given the money to Su Yang, there was no way she could get it back. Why did you give him the money? Even if it's for buying a house, you can just pay the down payment when the time comes. Zhao Yulu was a little puzzled. Su Yang said he wanted to speculate in futures, so I gave him the money. Zhao Yusin told the truth. What? He wants to speculate in futures? Zhao Yulu exclaimed in surprise. Yes, he said he was optimistic about the gold futures market and that it should rise sharply, so I gave him the money. Zhao Yusin said. Yusin, you're confused. Can you touch futures? Do you know how many people have lost their homes speculating in futures? Zhao Yulu said angrily. I know that futures are risky, but I trust Su Yang. His judgment will not be wrong. Zhao Yusin said. Trust Su Yang? Zhao Yulu's mouth twitched a few times. Yusin, you'll get yourself killed like this. Even investment gurus can't say for sure that their judgment will never be wrong. Su Yang is nobody, and he still dared to use the down payment for the house to speculate in futures. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yusin was unhappy. Sister, I forbid you to say such things about Su Yang. If he says he can make money, he will definitely be able to do so. Zhao Yulu was speechless. My silly sister, you really are silly. Your biased attitude will harm you. Zhao Yusin said firmly, I believe Su Yang. Zhao Yulu felt that she really couldn't communicate with Zhao Yusin anymore, and after thinking for a moment, she said, You said that he is going to buy gold futures, right? Su Yang nodded, yes. Zhao Yulu said, okay, I'll call him. If I can get him to lend me the money, you don't have a problem with that, do you? Zhao Yusin raised her eyebrows. If you can do that, I don't have a problem. She didn't believe that Su Yang would lend her the money. Zhao Yulu said, okay. End call. Zhao Yulu didn't immediately call Su Yang, but instead edited a message and sent it to Chen Guanglei. Zhao Yulu, I need to talk to you about something. Do you have time? Chen Guanglei, even if you don't have time, you have to find time to see me, right? Do you agree to go out for dinner and a movie tonight? Zhao Yulu, no, I want to ask you about the gold futures market. What do you think? Chen Guanglei, on the other end of the phone, was lying on the bed in a private room at a club, next to a beautiful blonde. Upon seeing Zhao Yulu's message, he immediately looked up his father's company's analysis of the gold futures market and sent it to Zhao Yulu. Chen Guanglei, fundamentally, gold futures have been affected by the economic downturns in major countries. In the future, people's demand for gold will further decrease. Technically, the futures price has risen to a relatively high level, and there is upward pressure. In the future, it is likely to fall, so it is recommended to take short positions when the opportunity arises. Zhao Yulu, okay, thanks. Chen Guanglei, do you have time tonight? Let's go out for dinner and a movie? Zhao Yulu, no, I have something to do tonight. Chen Guanglei, okay, then next time. Putting down his phone, Chen Guanglei pursed his lips. Damn it, sooner or later I'm going to pin you down. Then he looked at the blonde next to him, his stomach flaming with desire, and immediately pounced on her again. Soon, the sound of rain and thunder could be heard in the room. Zhao Yulu, of course, had no idea what Chen Guanglei was doing. She dialed Su Yang's phone number. The call was quickly connected. Zhao Yulu said, Su Yang, I need to talk to you about something. Su Yang's tone was calm. What is it? Zhao Yulu said, my sister gave you the 2 million yuan down payment for the house, right? Su Yang said, yes. Zhao Yulu said, she said you want to buy gold futures, right? Su Yang said, yes. Zhao Yulu said, I'm telling you, don't buy it. Gold futures will fall. If you buy it, you'll lose everything. Su Yang said, I don't think so. I think it will rise, and rise sharply. Chapter 11, You're driving me crazy. Zhao Yulu said, Don't disbelieve me. I'm not saying it will fall on my own judgment, but that of a friend of mine. His family has an investment company, and this is the analysis and judgment given by the senior analyst at the investment company, and it's highly accurate. Su Yang said, I only believe in my own judgment. You didn't call me just to persuade me not to buy gold futures, did you? If you have something to say, just say it. Zhao Yulu said, I want you to lend me the 2 million. I have a very good investment project that can make a lot of money quickly. In 3 months at most, I can give you $500,000 in interest. What do you say? Su Yang said, Not good. I don't know how much I can make by buying gold futures. Zhao Yulu angrily said, Why don't you listen to reason? I've already said it, gold futures will fall, and your money will be gone. If you sell now, even if you lose a little, it's better than losing it all. I'm just looking out for your best interests, don't be ungrateful. Su Yang said, Sorry, I don't need it. I think gold futures will rise, and they definitely will. If you're not busy, I'll hang up, I'm very busy. After saying this, Su Yang hung up the phone directly. Asshole. Zhao Yulu gritted her teeth in anger. After thinking for a while, she dialed Zhao Yusin's phone number. The call was quickly connected. Zhao Yulu immediately said, Yusin, Su Yang said he has already bought gold futures with the money. I persuaded him to sell, but she wouldn't listen to me. Can you help me persuade him? Zhao Yusin said, If he bought it, he bought it. I trust him. Zhao Yulu was so angry that she could hardly breathe. Uxin, I'll be honest with you. The other day when you and Su Yang were shopping, you met someone with me. His father is the president of an investment company, and the senior analyst at the investment company said that gold futures will fall. If you don't let Su Yang sell the gold futures, you won't have a penny left by the time it's over. Hearing this, Zhao Yusin hesitated for a moment, but quickly said, I trust Su Yang, he can't be wrong. In fact, she doesn't believe in Su Yang's judgment of the futures market. She believes in Su Yang's character and his responsible attitude towards life. If Su Yang wasn't sure, he would never have invested so much money in gold futures. Although she doesn't know why Su Yang is so sure that the price of gold futures will rise in the rapidly changing futures market. Zhao Yulu said, Yusin, you are really blind. Can you have your own opinions? I really don't know. What are you thinking? Is Su Yang really that good and worthy of your trust? Zhao Yusin said, Su Yang is really that good and worthy of my trust. You leaving her was your biggest mistake. Of course, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be with him either. Zhao Yusin was really angry and took a deep breath, saying, Okay, I found that I can't talk about him, because you get angry whenever I mention him. I really want what's best for you, so let Su Yang sell the gold futures, otherwise the money that Dad worked so hard to earn to buy you a house will be gone down the drain. You can't bear to see Dad's hard-earned money just disappear like that. It just doesn't make sense, so I can only start with Dad. But Zhao Yusin was not buying it at all, don't even say it. I won't let him sell. As I said before, I trust him. She didn't want to see the money her father had saved up for the house go down the drain, but she also believed in Su Yang. Besides, in her opinion, even if there was a loss, it wouldn't matter. At most, they would have to postpone buying a house for a few years, and her father wouldn't blame them. It was only a small amount of money, and even if Su Yang lost it starting his own business, so be it. It wasn't money that affected their lives, so they could afford to lose it. You guys are really going to drive me crazy. Zhao Yusin felt that there was really no way to communicate, so she had no choice but to hang up the phone helplessly. The matter of borrowing money was thus aborted. In the evening, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin had dinner and sat on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Honey, how's the gold futures market doing? Zhao Yusin was still a little worried, so she asked casually. Honey, don't worry, the price of gold will definitely rise. Su Yang was full of confidence. I believe you. Zhao Yusin nodded repeatedly. Today, my sister kept telling me to let you sell it and lend her the money, but I ignored her. Su Yang pinched Zhao Yusin's pretty face. Honey, thank you for trusting me. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Hearing this, Zhao Yusin felt very appreciated and nodded repeatedly. Honey, I believe you. The next day. In the morning, Su Yang woke up and the first thing he did was check the gold futures market. Last night, the lighthouse country's central bank cut interest rates by 2%, releasing liquidity, which far exceeded market expectations. The US dollar index plummeted, the price of gold soared, and domestic gold futures immediately hit the ceiling. Honey, you're awake. Zhao Yusin woke up and snuggled into Su Yang's arms. Well, I have some good news for you. Su Yang smiled. What good news? Zhao Yusin tilted her head. The price of gold futures has reached the daily limit. Su Yang put his phone in front of Zhao Yusin and gestured for her to look at the futures trading software on the phone. Really? Zhao Yusin's eyes widened. She saw that the price of gold futures had indeed reached the daily limit. She couldn't help but be overjoyed. Husband, you're amazing. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but give Su Yang a kiss on the cheek. I told you I wouldn't let you down, Su Yang laughed. He had never worried. He checked the gold price changes as soon as he woke up, wanting to dispel Zhao Yusin's worries as soon as possible. It would be a lie to say that Zhao Yusin wasn't worried. After all, the 2 million that Zhao Yusin gave him was money that Zhao Hai had saved up with great difficulty, and it was the down payment for Zhao Yusin's house purchase. If it lost money, I'm afraid Zhao Yusin would cry. Now it's fine, and Zhao Yusin doesn't have to worry anymore. Yes, honey, I trust you. Zhao Yusin's smile grew even brighter. The truth was indeed as Su Yang had guessed. Although she trusted Su Yang, she was also worried in her heart. After all, that was the money her father had saved up with great difficulty. After a while of tender loving care, the two got up. During breakfast, Zhao Yusin said, Honey, brother called last night and said he's treating us to dinner tonight, so remember. This was the phone call Lin Junyi had made to Zhao Yusin last night. Su Yang said, Don't worry, I won't forget. In the evening, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin finished work and went to the private restaurant Lin Junyi had mentioned. They entered the private room. Lin Junyi was already waiting there. Brother Lin. The two greeted him in unison. You're here, sit down. Lin Junyi gestured for the two of them to sit down. Brother you invited us to dinner today, is there something good you want to share? Zhao Yusin asked as she pulled Su Yang to sit down. Nothing good, just chatting. You two are together, and I haven't invited you to dinner alone yet. This meal is to congratulate you two on being together. Lin Junyi laughed. Chapter 12, Watch him go from heaven to hell. Thank you, brother Su Yang and Zhao Yusin both thanked him. Lin Junyi is really something. Soon, the food was served, all the signature dishes of the restaurant. This was the first time Su Yang had eaten at such a private restaurant. With his salary, it was impossible for him to come here. Even when he was with Zhao Yusin, Lin Junyi did not invite him and Zhao Yusin to come. After all, Lin Junyi was familiar with Zhao Hai and Zhao Yusin, not Zhao Yulu. In other words, it was only when he was with Zhao Yusin that Lin Junyi invited Su Yang and Zhao Yusin to come. Otherwise, Su Yang would not have had a chance. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, Lin Junyi said, Su Yang, Yusin, have you been paying attention to short videos recently? Su Yang shook his head and said, no. It seemed that Lin Junyi's invitation to dinner was not that simple. Zhao Yusin asked, Brother what do you want to do by asking this? Lin Junyi said, I think short videos are quite fun. I'm already doing it, but the results aren't very good. I think you guys can pay attention to it, and maybe you can make it work. If you can make it work, it will be an additional source of income. I don't think there are many fields nowadays that can make office workers earn extra money, and the field of short videos is the one that can earn extra money and has explosive growth. Lin Junyi just wanted to talk to the two about this. The two have stable jobs, but precisely because they are stable, there will not be too many ups and downs. It is still very difficult to live a better life and cross social classes. He shared this with the two of them in the hope that they could make money from it. It can be said that he sincerely hopes to be able to help the two of them. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin now understood what Lin Junyi meant. Zhao Yusin said, Brother thank you, we will pay attention to it and go back and study it. If we can make it work, it can also increase our income. Su Yang also nodded and said, Brother thank you. Although he already has a system in place, he definitely won't have to worry about not making money in the future. But Lin Junyi's goodwill is really rare. Moreover, if it can be done in the short video field, it would be very good. Lin Junyi waved his hand, I'm just making a suggestion. You guys choose for yourselves how it will work out. On the other side, Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei were having dinner at a Western restaurant. Zhao Yulu said, "Chen Guanglei, didn't you say that the price of gold would fall? Last night, it shot up directly. This morning, I looked at the price of gold futures, and I was hoping to see if the price of gold had fallen, so that I could persuade Su Yang to sell her gold and lend her the rest of the money. But as soon as I looked, I was dumbfounded. Last night, the Federal Reserve cut interest rates by 2%, and the price of gold skyrocketed. Domestic gold futures immediately hit the daily limit. During the day today, the price remained firmly capped. When trading opens tonight, it will at least rise sharply, and it may even hit the daily limit again." This made Zhao Yusin very depressed. Now, the hope of borrowing money from Su Yang and Zhao Yusin had completely vanished. It was also impossible to mock Su Yang and Zhao Yusin. Moreover, there was one thing that puzzled her. How was Su Yang so sure that the price of gold would rise? He had directly invested the 2 million yuan down payment in gold. She knew Su Yang very well, having been in a relationship with him for 4 years. Su Yang was definitely not a risk taker. If he didn't have absolute confidence, he would never dare to invest the 2 million yuan down payment in gold. What was it that gave Su Yang so much confidence? Could it be that Su Yang really had such a high level of investment ability that he could predict with 100% certainty that the price of gold would rise? That was impossible. Not to mention Su Yang, even the world's top investment gurus would not dare to say with 100% certainty that a particular future product would rise or fall. Su Yang's approach was like that of a gambler. But Su Yang was obviously not a gambler. This made Zhao Yulu baffled. Thinking about what she had said to Su Yang and Zhao Yusin on the phone yesterday, she felt like a clown jumping over the rail, which was very ridiculous. She had said that the price of gold would fall, but instead of falling, it had risen to the daily limit. It was as if it was deliberately against her, slapping her in the face. This also made him a little resentful of Chen Guanglei. After all, it was Chen Guanglei who said that the price of gold would fall. Chen Guanglei gave a wry smile and explained, "Yulu, you can't blame me for this. This is purely a black swan event that no one expected. The lighthouse country's central bank cut interest rates, and by a huge 2%. Many large international investment funds have also suffered heavy losses." Zhao Yulu glanced at Chen Guanglei and said, "But Su Yang bought in advance and made a fortune." Chen Guanglei's face stiffened, and he hurriedly said, "He was lucky. This is not sustainable in the financial investment market. In a situation like his, he will lose back whatever he makes. Just wait and see, sooner or later he will make a big mistake in the financial investment market." Zhao Yulu felt that Chen Guanglei was right. But this time, Su Yang had actually made money. She had nothing to say in front of Zhao Yusin and Su Yang. Chen Guanglei added, "Yulu, don't you believe what I'm saying? I know this industry very well. There are many people who make money in this market. It's just that when the market comes, they make money without knowing how. There are people who make millions and billions, but they didn't earn it through their own abilities. Later, they all lost it back and even lost his principal. So, don't look at Su Yang making money now, it's not something to be envied. On the contrary, you should feel sorry for him, because this will strengthen his gambling mentality. He will do it again in the future and eventually lose everything. This is the inevitable end for Su Yang." Zhao Yulu couldn't believe it, "No way. If he makes money, he won't do it, right?" Chen Guanglei said, "No way. He has already tasted the sweetness, so he will keep doing it. At least he will go bankrupt and withdraw from the financial investment market. Such people abound in the financial market." Zhao Yulu frowned and said, "Then won't Yusin's life in the future be very miserable?" She wasn't concerned about her sister, but she felt that it was a pity for her sister to follow Su Yang. Chen Guanglei said, "Of course. Su Yang has lost his fortune. How can your sister's life be any better? I think you should persuade your sister to leave him." He envied Su Yang very much. Su Yang was a poor boy from a small county who had enjoyed the company of the two sisters and had a lot of good fortune. He, a second-generation rich man, could not even get into bed with Zhao Yulu. Of course, he believes in himself and sooner or later he will get Zhao Yulu. If Su Yang and Zhao Yusin separate, maybe he can also enjoy the sister flowers like Su Yang. That kind of life is the real winner in life. Zhao Yulu shook her head and said, "Yusin won't listen to me. Yesterday I asked her to persuade Su Yang to sell the gold futures, but she kept saying she believed in Su Yang. Now the price of gold has risen and Su Yang has made money, so she will definitely not listen to me if I persuade her." Chen Guanglei nodded, "That's right. When he loses money in the future, you can persuade her again, and that will be easier. Zhao Yulu nodded. If Su Yang really loses money, I'll try to persuade her. Chen Guanglei laughed. That day is not far off. This time Su Yang made money, and he should continue to invest soon. And he should invest in the whole market, so let's just wait and see him fall from heaven to hell. Chapter 13, Time to make money again. Chen Guanglei said, Right, Yulu, what about the money I asked you to raise to buy Blackstone Technology stock? Zhao Yulu shook her head. I didn't raise much, only 200,000 yuan. She didn't borrow much money, and after doing some calculations, she found that the money she could borrow from her credit card and other online lending platforms only added up to 200,000 yuan. Chen Guanglei said, That's not enough. Even if you multiply it by a few times, you won't make much. If I weren't going to buy this stock too, I'd lend it to you. You still have to think of a way to borrow more money. This kind of opportunity doesn't come along every day. Zhao Yulu said, I know. I'll think of something else. If that doesn't work, I'll be cheeky and borrow from some friends. Chen Guanglei rolled his eyes and said, Yulu, I do have a way that might make a lot of money. Zhao Yulu was curious and asked, What way? Chen Guanglei laughed and said, My uncle owns an antique shop on Antique Street, and I've learned a bit about antiques. How about we go to Antique Street this weekend? Maybe we can find a great bargain. If we do, how about we split the money 50-50? This way, he can kill two birds with one stone. Not only can he go shopping with Zhao Yulu and strengthen their relationship, but he can also show off his knowledge of antiques in front of her. With money and knowledge, he should be very attractive to a woman like Zhao Yulu. Since he has already spent money and the results are not obvious, he will try this approach to see if it works. You also know how to appraise antiques? Zhao Yulu looked at Chen Guanglei with some admiration. Unexpectedly, as a second-generation rich man, Chen Guanglei also knows how to appraise antiques. Of course. Chen Guanglei said proudly, I used to go to my uncle's antique shop a lot to learn from him about appraising antiques. I can't say I can definitely tell if an antique is real or fake, but at least I can get it right 90% of the time. Zhao Yulu had to praise him, then you're really amazing. Chen Guanglei laughed and said, So let's go to the Antique Street this Saturday? Zhao Yulu nodded, okay. After eating, Su Yang and the others left. When they got home, they took a shower, lay on the bed, and talked about making a short video. In the end, they didn't come up with any ideas, and they didn't know what kind of short video to make. They decided to put this aside for now, as there was no rush. Su Yang opened the futures trading app on his phone and said with a smile, Honey, the gold futures have risen again. Really? Zhao Yusin's eyes lit up, and she immediately came over to check it out. Honey, you're amazing. Su Yan laughed, Of course, it's not like I'm not the husband. Zhao Yusin's eyes were narrowed into a smile. My husband is the most amazing husband in the world. In just 2 days, he's made millions. Sure enough, I believe Su Yang is right. Su Yang said, It's a pity, it went straight up, I couldn't add to my position, I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Futures are different from stocks. With stocks, as long as you don't sell, you can't use the profits. Futures are settled on the same day without any liabilities. The profits for the day will be settled on the same day, and the money you make can be used the next day. You can trade futures contracts and withdraw the money. The limit for gold futures is 7%, and in 2 days, there have been 2 limit rises, which is a 14% rise. According to the system, gold will rise by 30%. In other words, there is still 16% room for this wave of the market to rise. Since it is certain that there is still room for growth, it is only natural to increase the position with the floating profit. However, since the trading limit was reached at the opening today, it is impossible to increase the position, so we can only wait until tomorrow. Zhao Yusin said, Honey, it has risen so much, can it rise even more? Will the risk be too high if we increase the position? Zhao Yusin also understands the futures settlement system and knows that this is the case, so she can use the money she has earned to increase the position. However, she is a bit worried that if the price retracts or falls, it will be easy to burst the position. Many people are like this, they don't know how to increase their positions. A position that was originally profitable can end up losing money, and some will even go bankrupt. Su Yan laughed and said, It's okay. You just said it yourself, your husband is the most amazing husband in the world. Don't you trust your husband? Zhao Yusin nodded repeatedly, Yes, husband, I believe in you. The next day. As soon as Su Yang woke up, the system's prompt sounded in his head. Ding! This Saturday at 3 p.m., a man named Guishan will come to a shop called Baibao on Jiangcheng Antique Street with a Wu Daozi painting called 100 Beast Picture to sell. The owner of the shop, Gao Qingwen, is not a good appraiser and appraised the 100 Beast picture as a fake and bought it for 10,000 yuan. A week later, he sold it to an antique expert for 50,000 yuan. After selling it, he realized that it was a genuine work of art worth up to 50 million yuan. Boss Gao Qingwen is remorseful. Su Yang's eyes lit up. This message is telling him to pick up a bargain. All he needs to do is show up at the antique shop and buy the painting. He's going to make money again. Su Yang laughed. Honey, why are you so happy? Zhao Yusin woke up and immediately snuggled into Su Yang's arms. Your husband is going to make money. Su Yang hugged Zhao Yusin in his arms. Making money again? Last night, gold futures were all capped, so where else can you make money? Zhao Yusin asked curiously. You can make money not only from the futures market, but also from other aspects. This Saturday, how about we go to the antique street for a bit of fun? Su Yang said. What's the point of going to the antique street? Do you want to pick up a bargain there? Zhao Yusin asked curiously. Well, maybe if we're lucky, we can pick up a big bargain. Su Yang said with a smile. I'd love to go with you, but I can't this week because it's my turn to work. Zhao Yusin works in a bank, and sometimes she has to work on Saturdays. This Saturday, it happened to be her branch's turn to open, and it happened to be her shift. Can you swap shifts with someone else? Su Yang asked. Su Yang naturally knew about this situation, but he really wanted to go with Zhao Yusin to pick up bargains and experience the feeling of making 50 million in a flash with Zhao Yusin. We can't change it. Everyone at the bank is very busy. Our lives every weekend are based on the schedule and arranged in advance. Zhao Yusin shook her head. Okay, then I'll have to go alone. Su Yang said helplessly. Can you go on Sunday? Zhao Yusin asked. As long as you work on Saturday, you'll still be off on Sunday. No. Su Yang shook his head. Why? Zhao Yusin was a little confused. Isn't it possible to go whenever you want to pick up the slack? Why is it not possible to go on Sunday? Su Yang was at a loss for words for a moment, and after a pause, he said, I have a feeling that if I go on Saturday, I can pick up the slack, but if I go on Sunday, there will be no slack to pick up. This is a lame excuse. But for the time being, this is the only excuse I can think of. Chapter 14, There is a huge gap between people. Really? Zhao Yusin was stunned by the deception. She still felt that she really didn't believe it. Really? Su Yang nodded seriously. Okay, then you go, I'd like to see if your feeling is correct. Zhao Yusin said. Well, I'll come back with a big leak. Su Yang said. After chatting for a while, the two got up. While having breakfast at the restaurant, Su Yang said, Honey, how about we go shopping together tonight and buy some things? He wanted to buy Zhao Yusin some clothes. He had never bought her anything when they were together. The last time they went shopping, she had bought him some clothes. This time, Su Yang decided to buy her some clothes. Great! Zhao Yusin was naturally very happy. No girl doesn't like going shopping. Especially when you go shopping with the man you love, you'll love it even more. After breakfast, the two of them went to work. After saying goodbye to Zhao Yusin, Su Yang's phone rang. He took out his phone and immediately answered, Mom. The caller was Su Yang's mother, Jiang Qiuping. Son, how are things with you? Jiang Qiuping asked. Mom, what things are you asking about? Su Yang asked. Don't pretend you don't know what I'm talking about. Last time you asked me to send you my household registration book, saying you wanted to propose to your girlfriend. What happened? Jiang Qiuping asked. She and Su Yang's father knew that Su Yang wanted to propose to his girlfriend. The couple were looking forward to hearing good news from Su Yang. But it had been several days and Su Yang had not called home. Jiang Qiuping could no longer hold back and called to ask. Mom, I broke up with Yulu. Su Yang said. What? You broke up? I thought you had proposed. How could you break up? Jiang Qiuping asked 4 questions in a row. Mom, Yulu said she couldn't live the life she wanted with me, so we broke up, Su Yang said. After a long silence, Jiang Qiuping let out a sigh. Son, it's all my fault and your father's, we're not successful and we can't help you. You're still young, and the future has endless possibilities. Obviously, your girlfriend broke up with you because of your family situation. Mom, how can you blame yourselves? I can earn my own living. Although I broke up with Yulu, don't worry, you already have a daughter-in-law. Su Yang said. What do you mean? Zhang Qiuping was confused. You broke up with your girlfriend, where did I get a daughter-in-law from? Mom, although I broke up with Yulu, I got engaged to Yulu's younger sister Yusin. Su Yang laughed. What are you saying? Zhang Qiuping was shocked. Zhang Qiuping had heard her son mention that Zhao Yulu had a twin sister. What's going on? Her son broke up with his girlfriend and then got together with her sister? And they got married? She wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even the passengers on the subway were shocked. Holy shit, this guy broke up with his girlfriend and hooked up with her sister? Holy shit, my mind is in a daze. I've only seen this kind of plot in novels, not in reality. Fiction is derived from life, we just haven't encountered it before, but now we have. This guy, he's got too much luck. Sisters, that's what many men dream of. Why didn't this good thing happen to me? I'll dream about it when I go home tonight, maybe it will. I don't want sisters, I just want a girlfriend. Other people get to enjoy sisters, I don't even have a girlfriend, the gap between people is just too big. The male passenger looked at Su Yang with envy and jealousy. The female passenger looked at Su Yang with curiosity, wondering what was so good about this handsome guy that he could win the heart of the sisters. The older sister broke up, and the younger sister took her place. But after looking at him, she couldn't see anything special except that he was a bit handsome and relatively sunny. The clothes he wore were from a civilian brand, not a luxury brand, which showed that he was not a rich second generation. I don't understand. Mom, you haven't heard. I broke up with Yulu, and then I realized that Yusin is the one who can accompany me for the rest of my life, so I got married to her. I'll bring her back to meet you guys sometime. Su Yangdao. Okay, since you've made up your mind and you've already gotten married, your father and I don't have much to say. Just one thing, you must be good to her. Since you've gotten married, you've become a family, so you have to know how to be thrifty and work hard to support your family and live a good life with her. Understand? As she spoke, Zhang Qiuping began to give her advice. Mom, I know, Dad should be by your side. I have to go to work, so I won't talk to Dad about this. Just tell him. Su Yang said. Okay, you don't need to tell him. I'll talk to him. You just go to work. Hang up. Zhang Qiuping said. She hung up the phone. What's going on? Why did they break up and get a marriage license? Su Yang's father, Su Deming, was indeed standing next to Zhang Qiuping. However, he couldn't hear clearly and didn't understand what was going on. His son said he had broken up with his girlfriend, and then got together with her twin sister, and they had even got married. Zhang Qiuping was beaming from ear to ear. No matter what, her son's important life event had come to a conclusion. The two of them didn't have to worry so much anymore. Su Deming was stunned, his mind a little disorganized, and he didn't know what to say. After work that night, Su Yang met Zhao Yusin, found a restaurant, had dinner, and then went shopping. Su Yang took Zhao Yusin to the Chanel boutique. Honey, are we buying clothes here? Zhao Yusin was a little shocked when she looked at the prices. Although she was from Jiangcheng, her family's situation was just average. Her father still ran a small restaurant and raised her alone. Since she was young, she knew that her father had a hard time. She never compared herself to others, and when it came to buying clothes, she would always ask her father to buy cheap ones. Even after she started working and got a salary, she was still very frugal. She chose affordable brands when buying clothes, bags, and cosmetics. To be honest, this was the first time she had been to a luxury goods store. We will become richer and richer, so let's wear better clothes. I transferred some money from the futures account today, so let's buy some expensive clothes today, Su Yang said with a smile. You withdrew money? How much did you withdraw? Zhao Yusin asked. You don't need to care about that, what you care about is what you like? Su Yang did not tell Zhao Yusin the exact amount. Honey, if you make money, you'd better save it for buying a house. Zhao Yusin still put buying a house in the first place. In her opinion, it is really unnecessary to spend so much money on these luxuries. It's okay, just give me a little time, and we'll be able to buy a house with the full payment. Trust your husband, okay? Su Yang said. Of course I trust you, honey. Zhao Yusen nodded repeatedly. Well, then you can choose clothes, shoes, and bags, Su Yang said. Next, it was time to shop. Zhao Yusen had her eye on quite a few clothes, shoes, and bags, but after choosing a 6,000 yuan skirt, she didn't want to choose anymore. Su Yang helped Zhao Yusen choose, and they chose a total of 3 outfits, 2 pairs of shoes, and 2 bags. When it came time to pay, it had cost a total of 320,000 yuan. Chapter 15, Take a Walk. Hubby, you bought so many clothes for me, you have to buy some for yourself too, otherwise I won't want to, Zhao Yusen said. Okay, I'll buy some too. Su Yang didn't want to buy anything, he just wanted to buy for his wife. But since Zhao Yusen said that, Su Yang didn't have any objections. After walking out of the Chanel boutique, Zhao Yusen directly dragged Su Yang into the Armani boutique next door. After a thorough sweep, they also bought 3 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. Su Yang didn't need a bag, but his clothes were even more expensive than Zhao Yusen's, and they cost a total of 450,000 yuan. They walked out of the Armani boutique. Su Yang said, honey, let's go buy a watch, a couple's watch. Zhao Yusen's eyes lit up, yes. This is what she likes. Buying a couple's watch and wearing it every day means that whenever she sees it, she can think of her husband, as if he were by her side. The two of them went to the nearby Cartier boutique. Welcome to Cartier. As soon as they walked in, a young saleswoman came up to them. Su Yang and Zhao Yusen exchanged a smile. Su Yang and Zhao Yusen saw that it was the saleswoman, He Xueqian, their classmate from university. Neither of them expected to run into He Xueqian here. To be honest, the two of them had a very good relationship with He Xueqian. But after graduation, they were both busy with work and didn't keep in touch much, so they didn't know what kind of work He Xueqian did. Unexpectedly, He Xueqian was working here as a salesperson. What are you here to buy? Let me introduce it to you. Since Liang Yongxiang had already revealed Su Yang and Zhao Yusen's relationship in the group, He Xueqian was not surprised when she saw the two walk in hand. We want to buy a watch. Do you have a couple's watch? Su Yang asked. Yes, come with me. Since they were good friends, He Xueqian felt more at ease speaking to them. Of course, she still paid attention to the basic customer service issues. He Xueqian led them to the watch section. The watches here ranged in price from high to low. There were thousands and tens of thousands of watches, as well as hundreds of thousands and even millions. There were 3 types of couple watches. Look, these are the 3 types. This one is. He Xueqian gave a detailed introduction. These 3 couple watches cost 28,000, 380,000 and 1.8 million yuan respectively. Each watch has a different theme, and Su Yang thinks the 1.8 million yuan one is the best. However, Zhao Yusen doesn't want to buy it, as she thinks it's too extravagant. She thinks the 28,000 yuan one is fine. The price of a couple watch is not that important, what's important is the thought behind it. Su Yang naturally could not agree to buy such a cheap one. He didn't really care. He had to buy a good one for his wife. His wife wears tens of thousands of dollars of clothes, tens of thousands of dollars of bags, tens of thousands of dollars of shoes on her feet, and tens of thousands of dollars of watches, so how can the watch she wears be less than tens of thousands of dollars? In the end, the two compromised and chose the 380,000 won. Shuiqian, let's choose this 380,000 won, Su Yang said. Su Yang, have you become rich? He Shuiqian asked curiously. She had thought that Su Yang and Zhao Yusen would choose the 28,000 model. After all, she knew a bit about the family's financial situation. And she also knew what kind of people they were. They were definitely not the kind of people who would pretend to be rich by buying expensive luxury goods to satisfy their vanity. Besides, Su Yang was carrying Chanel and Armani bags. It was obvious that the two of them had just visited 2 luxury goods stores and made a big purchase. What's going on? Did you get rich? Oh, I've made some money recently. Su Yang didn't say anything specific, and this wasn't the time to do so. It seems that you really have become rich. He Shuiqian didn't ask any further questions, and quickly packed. She would also get a good commission for this sale. After paying the bill, He Shuiqian saw off Su Yang and Zhao Yusen to the door and said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. I'm going back to my hometown in a while, and once I'm there, it'll be hard for us to meet again. Let's get together some other time. I'll treat you to dinner." Great. Su Yang and Zhao Yusen naturally had no problem with that. As for why He Shueqian was going back to her hometown, the two didn't ask, and they would ask during dinner. Do you mind if I post the shopping list in the group chat? He Shueqian couldn't help but want to share. But it was best to ask first, to avoid causing any offense. It's fine, you can post it if you like. Su Yang didn't mind. That's great, the group chat will be lively again tonight. He Shueqian laughed. After seeing the two off, He Shueqian went back to work. She finished work at 10 o'clock. He Shueqian immediately posted a message in the class group chat. He Shueqian, classmates, I work at the Cartier boutique. Guess who I met today? Classmate A, who? He Shueqian, I met Su Yang and Jia Yusen. Guess what they bought at the boutique? Classmate A, they're together, so they probably bought a necklace or something. Classmate B, I guess so. Su Yang and Jia Yusen are together, so it's not unreasonable for Su Yang to buy Jia Yusen a necklace. He Shueqian, it wasn't a necklace, but a couple's watch, a 380,000 yuan couple's watch. Classmate A, holy shit, is that true? Classmate B, did Su Yang get rich? Or did Zhao Yusen get rich? Classmate C, what's going on? When did Su Yang and Zhao Yusen become so extravagant? Classmate D, it must be Su Yang who got rich. Given Su Yang's personality, even if it was Zhao Yusen who got rich, Su Yang would never want Zhao Yusen to give him such an expensive gift. Classmate E, they've already got their marriage certificate, so it doesn't matter who's made the money. Classmate F, 380,000 yuan? I'd have to work forever carrying bricks to earn that much. Classmate G, hey, could it be that Su Yang is a hidden rich kid? Classmate H, holy shit, don't scare me like that, okay? Su Yang and Jia Yusen were already the envy of everyone when they got together, and now Su Yang is a hidden rich kid, so we might as well just give up. Classmate K at Su Yang and at Jia Yusen, come out and take a walk. He Shueqian, it should be Su Yang who has made the money. When the two of them came to buy the watch, Su Yang was carrying big and small bags in his hands, Chanel and Armani. According to that amount, it must be at least several 100,000 yuan. Classmate A, huh? What's going on? Classmate B, could it be that Su Yang is really a hidden rich kid? Classmate C, don't be ridiculous, it's impossible. I visited Su Yang's house when I was a sophomore, and Su Yang is not a rich kid, his family is just an ordinary family. Classmate D, your ordinary family, it can't be the kind of ordinary family like Xinshengma's, right? Classmate E, since Xinshengma said that, no one dares to say that their family is ordinary anymore. Classmate F, the last two sensational news are about Su Yang and Jia Yusen, I'm looking forward to the news in the future. Classmate G, Su Yang is a real winner in life, with a wife and now money too. Classmate K, yes, I'm really jealous. Classmate L, back to the beginning, how did Su Yang get so much money anyway? Classmate H at Su Yang, come out and show yourself. Chapter 16, An Heirloom. Su Yang and Zhao Yusen finished their business and lay in bed, enjoying the intimacy. After a while, Zhao Yusen picked up her phone and checked it, only to find that the class group had exploded. Honey, Shueqian posted what we bought in the group chat. Zhao Yusen put her phone in front of Su Yang. Just post it. Su Yang shook his head and smiled, not taking it seriously. Besides, he had been consulted. He had set his phone to do not disturb for group chats. If it wasn't at him, Su Yang wouldn't read it every day. Someone at you, asking if you become rich. Do you want to make a post? Zhao Yusen giggled. I'll take a look first. Su Yang used Zhao Yusen's phone to take a look before picking up his own phone and editing the message. Su Yang, I've made some money recently investing in futures, so I'm going shopping with my wife. No need to make a fuss. Classmate A, holy shit, you're not kidding. Classmate B, you're making money from investing in futures? I thought you were a hidden rich kid. Classmate C, I thought your family was just an ordinary family like Shengma. Classmate D, according to Shueqian, you two bought a 380,000 watch and clothes worth at least several 100,000 yuan. Did you make that much money investing in futures? Classmate E, the best performing futures product recently has been gold futures, which have been trading at the upper limit for the past 2 days. Did you buy gold futures? Su Yang, yes, I bought gold futures. I was lucky. The next day after I bought it, the price went up. Now that I'm rich, I'll be nicer to my wife. Classmate A, my goodness, you're not lucky, you're downright against the odds. Classmate B, the price went up the next day after you bought it. That's really against the odds. Classmate C, I was holding gold futures, but I just sold them. The next day after I sold them, the price went up. I feel so bad about it. Classmate D, I bought it today, I don't know if it will continue to rise in the future. Classmate C, I dare not buy anymore, I'm afraid the shock will kill me. Classmate F at Su Yang, how much have you invested, and have you made enough money to buy a 380,000 watch and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of clothes? Classmate G, you've made so much money, that means you've invested a lot. Su Yang, you can't come up with that much money, even if your family is rich, your parents won't give you that much. Su Yang, I have a good wife and a good father-in-law. My father-in-law gave my wife 2 million yuan to pay the down payment on our house. My wife and I discussed it and decided to invest in futures first. My family doesn't have that much money, only 1 million yuan, so together we have 3 million yuan, which we've all invested. The 1 million yuan in system rewards, he said, was given by my family. Anyway, no one knows about this, so it doesn't matter what you say. Classmate A, holy shit, 3 million yuan, all invested, aren't you afraid of a margin call? Classmate B at Su Yang, you have real grit, there's really nothing to say. Classmate C at Su Yang, you've already made 5 million. Classmate D, you really have a good wife. Classmate E, by the way, doesn't Zhao Yusin fear that you'll lose all your money? Su Yang, one of the criteria for a good wife is to trust her husband. Zhao Yusin trusts me not to lose money. Classmate A good wife makes a prosperous family. Classmate B, I'm speechless. I didn't realize that Zhao Yusin trusted you so much. Classmate C at Su Yang, you turned over a new leaf just by investing in gold futures. Classmate D, yes, you made millions in no time. Classmate E, why didn't I think of investing in futures? Classmate C, I did invest and then sold it again. I regret it so much. Classmate F, don't regret it. You weren't meant to make that kind of money, so you can't blame anyone else. Classmate G, mainly, you haven't found a good wife. Classmate H, right, that's the key. Like Su Yang, find a good wife like Zhao Yusin, and you'll have everything. Classmate K, sleep, sleep. Tomorrow, I'll work harder to move bricks, and strive to be like Su Yang, find a good wife, and achieve a life reversal. Su Yang looked at the message and didn't bubble up again. He put down his phone and fell asleep, hugging Zhao Yusin. Before long, it was Saturday. When he woke up in the morning, Su Yang heard a system prompt in his head. Ding! The host has obtained the appraisal master skill. Instantly, Su Yang's mind was flooded with countless appraisal knowledge, and he became an appraisal master. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Today, he was going to Antique Street to find a bargain. With this appraisal master skill, not only could he find Wu Daozi's 100 Beast picture based on the information provided by the system, he can also stroll around the Antique Street and use the skills of a treasure appraisal master to see if he can find a bargain. Honey, I'm off to work. Oh, and I hope you find a great bargain at the Antique Street this afternoon. After eating breakfast, Zhao Yusin kissed her husband goodbye and went to work. Su Yang stayed at home to rest. At 2 p.m., he went out and took a taxi to the Antique Street. At this time, on the Antique Street, in the Baibao Pavilion antique shop, there was a middle-aged man and a young man and woman having tea in the shop. The middle-aged man is Gao Qingwen, the owner of Baibao Pavilion, and the two young people, a man and a woman, are Zhao Yulu and Shen Guanglei. Zhao Yulu and Shen Guanglei had lunch and came here. When they arrived, they went straight to Baibao Pavilion and didn't even wander around Antique Street. It's too hot right now, so they had tea in the shop first. There's no rush when it comes to picking up bargains, it's all about having a good eye. Uncle, how's business these days? Chen Guanlei asked. It's not bad. Gao Chengwen laughed. To say it's not bad is to say it's pretty good. In their line of work, things that they buy for 100 yuan can be sold for 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, or even 10,000 or 100,000 yuan. Although there are usually not many people coming in, whenever someone comes in to buy something, the profit is several times, 10 times, or even 100 times. After a few words, a young man in his late 20s or early 30s walked in. Boss, do you accept this painting? The young man was dressed in ordinary clothes, carrying a backpack, and looked like he had been traveling a long way. Sure, let's have a look. Gao Chengwen got up to greet the customer. Zhao Yulu, let's take a look too, and learn something. Chen Guanlei got up. If you want to buy a painting, you have to tell me something about it, give it a critique, and then give me a price. This is a good opportunity to learn. Okay. Zhao Yulu got up too. Boss, take a look, this is a family heirloom. The young man took out a scroll from his backpack, which was obviously a painting. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingguen laughed and shook his head, saying, "Young man, everyone who brings something to sell to me says that it is a family heirloom, but I have never come across a single genuine one. Some people even bring a broken bowl and say that it is a family heirloom." Upon hearing this, Chen Guanglei and Zhao Yulu also laughed. The two of them did not say anything, as it was not the right time for them to interrupt. The young man said, "Boss, this is really an ancestral treasure of my family. If I weren't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't have sold it." Chapter 17, Buy it and hang it on the wall to admire it. Okay, if you say so. Gao Qingguen shook his head with a smile, without arguing with the young man, and took the scroll, unrolling it on the table next to him. Wu Daozi's 100 Beasts? Gao Chengwen's gaze sharpened. "Boss, what do you think, is this real?" The young man asked expectantly. "It's not real. This painting is blurry. Wu Daozi's paintings, whether they are portraits, landscapes, or animal paintings, are all very clear. This painting looks very blurry and is obviously a fake." Gao Chengwen gave his appraisal. "A fake? No way. This is my family's ancestral treasure," the young man said. "Young man, don't talk about family heirlooms. As I said earlier, everyone who comes to my shop to sell something says it's a family heirloom. Even if it's a broken bowl." Gao Chengwen shook his head and laughed. "Boss, how much can you pay for this painting?" the young man asked. Although the painting is blurry, the artist is very good, which shows that the level of this imitator is really high. "I won't rip you off, I'll give you 5,000 yuan," Gao Chengwen said. He said he wouldn't rip you off, but in fact, this painting only has the drawback of being a little blurry, and it is really impeccable in every other way. If it were sold, it could fetch at least 50,000 yuan. If you meet some suckers or someone who really likes Wu Daozi's paintings and can't buy the real thing, it might sell for 100,000 yuan or even several 100,000 yuan. After all, there are only so many authentic works, and not everyone can buy one. It's also good to be able to buy a good fake. "Boss, can you add some more? If I didn't need the money urgently, I wouldn't have sold it." The young man hesitated. 5,000 yuan didn't meet his expectations. "Young man, then name a price, and I'll see if it's okay. If it's okay, I'll take it, if not, you can look elsewhere," Gao Chengwen said. 50,000 yuan. The young man gave a price. "Young man, you're being really greedy. How about this, I'll give you 10,000. If you want to sell, I'll take it, if not, forget it," Gao Chengwen said. The painting was really good, so he was willing to pay such a high price. The young man hesitated, not sure whether to accept. At that moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. 50,000, I'll take the painting." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in his early 20s walk in. Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei were both taken aback when they saw the person coming. "Su Yang, what are you doing here?" Zhao Yulu asked. The person coming was Su Yang. He took a taxi here, and due to encountering traffic jams, he hurried as fast as he could, and finally managed to catch up, before the painting was sold. He walked in and saw the painting on the table, which was Wu Daozi's 100 Beast picture. Obviously, this young man in his late 20s was Guishan. If I hadn't arrived, Guishan would have sold it to the boss for 10,000 yuan. It would be more difficult for me to buy it from the boss. It would be easier to buy it from Guishan. I'll offer 50,000 yuan, which will satisfy Guishan's demand, and the other party should sell it to me. As for whether the boss will compete with me, I don't think so. After all, the boss couldn't tell if the painting was real or fake, otherwise he wouldn't have sold it for 50,000 yuan. I'm free, so I came here to hang out. I saw that this painting is pretty good, and I'm going to buy it to hang on the wall and admire it. Su Yang made up an excuse. I can't say that this painting is a genuine work of art worth 50 million, can I? Do you know anything about paintings? Just buy it to hang on the wall and admire it? Chen Guanglei laughed derisively. He felt very uncomfortable when he saw Su Yang. This guy has played with the sisters. This is something even a rich second generation like him can't do. This is a poor kid from a small county who has such good fortune, which is really annoying. Just because I don't know about paintings doesn't mean I can't buy them? Su Yang gave Chen Guanglei a sideways glance, matching his words. Guanglei, you know each other? Gao Chengwen asked. We've met, but we're not close, Chen Guanglei said. At this, Gao Chengwen basically understood the relationship between the two. They just know each other, not even friends. And from Chen Guanglei's attitude, it can be seen that Chen Guanglei and Su Yang's relationship is not good. Thinking about this, Gao Chengwen said, "Little brother, you don't know how to draw. I advise you not to buy it randomly, otherwise you won't have anywhere to cry." Su Yang said, "I just think this painting is worth 50,000 yuan, there is no problem with buying it randomly. You are the boss here, 50,000 yuan, do you want to buy it? If you don't buy it, I will." Wu Shan asked, "Brother, are you really willing to spend 50,000 yuan? On my painting?" If he really manages to sell it for 50,000 yuan, he'll have made a huge profit. He found it at a street stall for just 500 yuan. A moment ago, he asked for 50,000 yuan. He didn't expect the owner to agree. Thinking about the back and forth bargaining between the two sides, he reckoned that if he could sell it for around 30,000 yuan, that would be pretty good. Now, Su Yang is willing to pay 50,000 yuan for the painting, which is even better. Su Yang nodded and said, "Really, I think your painting is really good and it's totally worth this price." Guoshan laughed and said, "Great, then I'll sell you this painting." Gao Chengwen's eyes flickered uncertainly. To be honest, he was a little suspicious that Su Yang might be Guoshan's stooge. Were the two of them singing in unison? Were they trying to trick him? This kind of thing has happened before. He has been fooled once before and lost tens of thousands of dollars. Su Yang said to Gao Chengwen, "Boss, this is your shop. I know it's a bit bad of me to come in and cut in like this, but in this kind of thing, the one who pays the highest price gets it, don't you think?" Hearing this, Gao Chengwen became even more suspicious that Su Yang and Guoshan were putting on an act. This painting is just a fake, and 50,000 yuan is really too high. Maybe you won't lose money, but without any luck, you won't make much. Upon thinking about this, Gao Chengwen said, "If you want to buy it, then buy it, I don't want it anymore." Chen Guanglei snorted and said, "Do you think this painting is real? My uncle can't tell, and you've picked a great bargain?" Su Yang glanced at Chen Guanglei and said, "I don't think so. As I said earlier, I think this painting is pretty, so I'll buy it and hang it on the wall to admire it." He also just realized that the owner of this shop is Chen Guanglei's uncle. Of course, this is not what he cares about, he is only concerned about whether he can buy the painting. Chen Guanglei sneered again, "Don't pretend, I can see that you just want to pick up a bargain. My uncle has already authenticated it, it's a fake. If you want to pick up a bargain, just wait to lose money. It is very difficult for individuals to sell these kinds of fakes. Only antique shops have a relatively good chance of meeting someone willing to buy it. 50,000 yuan, you're definitely going to lose money." Zhao Yulu said coldly, "Su Yang, I admit that you're lucky and have made some money investing in futures, but you're being naive if you think you can also make a profit in the antiques business." Chapter 18 President Tang. Su Yang said, "You can say whatever you want." He had to deal with the two of them. It was fine as long as he knew what was going on. In fact, using his knowledge of art appraisal, he immediately saw why the owner considered the painting a fake. Everything else was fine, it all looked like the real thing, it was just that it looked a bit blurry. This was because there was a very thin film on the painting that was hard to detect. Anyone who wasn't an expert in art appraisal would not be able to notice it. The antique shop owner was not at that level and did not notice it. Chen Guanglei shrugged his shoulders and said, "We were right, so there's nothing you can say." Su Yang ignored Chen Guanglei and said to Guoshan, "Brother, since the owner of the shop doesn't want your painting, I'll buy it for 50,000 yuan. This is a 50 million yuan painting, and buying it for 50,000 yuan seems unfair to Guoshan. But this is the way it is in this business, and it can only be considered that Guoshan is not destined to get this money. Su Yang would like to have it, and it would be fine to give Guoshan a little more, a few 100,000 or even 1,000,000 yuan. But if he gave it to him now, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of others. And Guoshan would definitely not sell it to him if he felt that the painting was very valuable." Guoshan immediately said, "Okay, thank you, brother." He was overjoyed that Su Yang could buy his painting for 50,000 yuan, and at the same time cursed Su Yang for being stupid, but on the surface pretended to be grateful. Su Yang said, "Okay, let's add each other on WeChat and I'll transfer the money to you." Guoshan said, "No problem." The two men added each other on WeChat, and Su Yang directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Guoshan. "Brother, thank you, you are really a good person. I still have an heirloom at home, a painting by Tang Bohu. Do you want to buy it and hang it on the wall to admire it?" If you want, I can go back right away and bring it over to you, Guoshan said with a smile. No, I just saw that this painting is good, and having this one is enough. Su Yang waved his hand. Okay, if you want anything else, you can contact me, I can get it for you too. Goodbye. Guoshan smiled and turned around to leave. I can't believe he spent 50,000 yuan on such a painting, what a moron. Chen Guanglei sneered. It's a bit inappropriate for you to swear so much, isn't it? Su Yang frowned. What's inappropriate about it? You're a moron, that's what you are. I'm just stating a fact. Chen Guanglei shrugged disdainfully. I was just thinking that the two of you might be putting on an act. Now I'm sure that you're not putting on an act, you really are an idiot, and you've been ripped off of 50,000 yuan. The person who just left, the things he said before he left, clearly revealed his identity. He's just a peddler who resells antiques. Luckily I didn't raise the price and buy it, otherwise I'd be the one who loses. Gao Chengwen shook his head. Really? He's a peddler who resells antiques? Su Yang froze. Recalling what Guoshan had just said, it seemed that this was indeed the case. He said that if he wanted something, he could contact him and the other party could get it for him. This really does seem like an antique dealer. You can be sure of it. Gao Chengwen nodded, saying to the young man, you should be trying to find bargains, but it's not that easy. If it were that easy, everyone would be rich and I wouldn't need to run a shop here. Chen Guanglei laughed, saying, if you can find bargains, I'll be the king of bargain hunters. Zhao Yulu also said, Su Yang, you are becoming more and more unrealistic. If you continue like this, the money you make in the futures market will be lost sooner or later. Su Yang ignored what Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei said, and was thinking about Gao Chengwen's words. Could it be that person is really an antique dealer? Originally, he was thinking that after a while, he would give the other party some compensation, a few 100,000 or 1 million would be fine. After all, the painting was worth 50 million. But if it was an antique dealer, then there was no need to pay. Just then, another young man in his late 20s or early 30s walked in. Boss Gao, someone in your shop just paid 50,000 yuan for a fake Wu Daozi? The young man was a relative of the owner of an antique shop diagonally across the street from the antique street. He occasionally came here to visit, and was still relatively familiar with Gao Chengwen. Yes, this person bought it. Gao Chengwen pointed at Su Yang. Holy shit, man, you actually spent 50,000 yuan on that guy's painting, which he bought from a street stall for 1,000 yuan. You're being taken for a ride. The young man looked at Su Yang with sympathy in his eyes. Su Yang, you heard that, right? You know you're a moron, right? Chen Guanglei mocked. Su Yang, I'm really worried about my sister. She definitely won't be happy following someone like you. Zhao Yulu said. Su Yang looked at the several people and didn't say anything. Only he knew that the painting was authentic. There was no need to explain to these people, and even if he did, they wouldn't believe him. He would take the painting back, find an authoritative expert to authenticate it at a later time, and then sell it. As long as it was authentic, he wouldn't have to worry about it not selling. Perhaps he could also find an auction house and let others bid on it. It might even fetch a price higher than 50 million. For many things, the price at an auction house would be higher than the normal transaction price. Su Yang was about to put away the painting when a voice rang out. Wait! The voice came from the door. Su Yang turned his head and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s walk in. President Tang, what brings you here? You've really honored my humble shop by coming. Gao Chengwen immediately beamed as he saw the middle-aged man and went up to greet him. The man was Tang Jingqi, vice president of the Zhengcheng Antique Association and a famous connoisseur of antiques. Many people who are unsure about something like this like to ask him to authenticate it. Boss Gao, let's not chat for now, I'll take a look at this painting first. Tang Jingqi said to Gao Chengwen, and then came over to Su Yang's side, stared at the painting for a while, and then turned to Su Yang and said, Young man, is this the painting you bought? Yes. Su Yang nodded. Boss Gao, did you sell this to him? Tang Jingqi asked Gao Chengwen again. No, it was just a moment ago. Gao Chengwen gave a brief account of the situation. He also told the story of what the young man had just said. This guy is such a moron, spending 50,000 yuan on a painting that someone else bought for a few hundred yuan at a street stall. Chen Guanglei would not let go of any opportunity to attack Su Yang. Since Su Yang had appeared here, he had no idea how many times he had called him a moron. Anyway, he just couldn't stand Su Yang. Whenever he saw Su Yang, he would think about Su Yang having owned the sisters' flowers, and it made him feel uncomfortable. Tang Jingqi looked at Chen Guanglei, then Gao Qingwen, and then the young man before slowly saying, "If he is a fool, I'm afraid there are no smart people in this world." Everyone was taken aback. Gao Qingwen hurriedly asked, "President Tang, what do you mean?" Tang Jingqi pointed at the painting on the table that had not yet been put away. "This painting is authentic." Chapter 19, Appraising the Painting. What? Everyone was shocked except Su Yang. How is this possible? Gao Chengwen has authenticated it and it is a fake. The young man paid 500 yuan for it from a street stall. How can it be a genuine work of art? President Tang Jingqi, have you made a mistake? How can this be a genuine work of art? I am not as good as you at authenticating antiques, but I can still tell that this painting is a fake. The picture is very blurry. Gao Chengwen did not want to believe that this was a genuine work of art. Moreover, he had very good reasons. How can a genuine work of art be so blurry? It's not like he hasn't seen a genuine work of art by Wu Daozi before. Just last year, a shop on Antique Street received a genuine work of art by Wu Daozi. The image was very clear. Compared to this one, there is a world of difference. I didn't see it wrong. Tang Jingqi said, "Mr. Gao, you've been running this shop for more than 10 years, and when such a treasure is presented to you, you can't even tell it's a treasure. You can only say that. You haven't mastered your craft." Gao Chengwen took a deep breath and said, "President Tang, is this really an authentic work?" He was a little unable to accept it. If this is an authentic work, then this time he has suffered a great loss. A painting by Wu Daozi is worth at least tens of millions of yuan. How can I lie about this? Tang Jingqi gave Gao Chengwen a sideways glance. No. Gao Chengwen shook his head quickly. "President Tang, I really can't tell, please enlighten me." He was unwilling to accept that he couldn't understand why he couldn't tell. Tang Jingqi looked at Su Yang and smiled, "Young man, I know you must know the reason for the obscurity of this painting. Why don't you explain it to us?" Su Yang shook his head and said, "I don't really understand. I just think this painting is beautiful." He didn't admit it and didn't bother to explain anything. Tang Jingqi seemed to understand Su Yang's meaning and looked at him even more highly. If it were any other young person, they would probably be overjoyed and show off when asked a question like this. Su Yang is so calm, and there are really not many young people like him. Tang Jingqi smiled and said, "Young friend, let me introduce myself first. My name is Tang Jingqi, I am the vice president of the Jiangchang Antique Association." "May I ask your name?" "Su Yang." Su Yang reported his name. Tang Jingqi said, "Young friend Su, then you don't mind if I say something?" Although Su Yang had the skills of a treasure appraisal master, this was still his first time coming into contact with antiques. Tang Jingqi is the vice president of the Antique Association, so he might as well listen and learn. Thinking about this, Su Yang said, "No, you go ahead." Tang Jingqi gave a slight smile, glanced at Gao Chengwen, and then said, "Mr. Gao, you were right. There is nothing wrong with the rest of the painting, except that it looks very blurry and doesn't look authentic at all." Gao Chengwen nodded repeatedly, "Yes, that's the point, which shows that it's not authentic." Tang Jingqi smiled, "But this was caused by humans." Gao Chengwen was stunned, "Caused by humans?" Tang Jingqi nodded, "Yes, caused by humans. Someone applied a layer of transparent paint to the surface of the painting, which caused the blurring." What? Gao Chengwen was shocked. How could this be? If this transparent paint is applied to the painting, won't the painting be ruined? And I can't see any traces of painting. Tang Jingqi explained, "It's hard to tell. If I hadn't read an old book recently, I wouldn't have noticed. This kind of paint was used in the Song dynasty. When this kind of paint is applied to the surface of a picture, it forms a thin film, which also protects the painting. However, it gives off a faint fishy smell. Ordinary people don't know about this, so it's hard to detect." Gao Qingwen said, "Chairman Tang, how can you prove that this has been coated with this kind of paint?" "Just by the smell?" He leaned over the painting and sniffed, and noticed that there was indeed a faint fishy smell. Tang Jingqi smiled, "This is one of the points. As I said earlier, when this type of paint is applied to the surface of the painting, it forms a thin film." He looked at Su Yang, "Young Master Su, I am very happy to be able to see Wu Daozi's 100 Beast picture. May I verify it on the spot by tearing off this film? If he does it, it will be like he personally authenticated the 100 Beasts painting, which will definitely be enough for him to brag about for a while. Su Yang nodded and said, "It's fine. It doesn't matter who tears it off." Su Yang is not in the antiques industry, so he doesn't care about that, he cares about the money. As long as he doesn't damage the painting and it doesn't affect his ability to sell it, that's fine. Since the other party is the vice president of the Antiques Association, he shouldn't resort to petty tricks and destroy his painting. "Thank you." Tang Jingqi gave a grateful nod and asked Gao Chengwen to bring a small knife, which he used carefully to scratch the surface of the painting along the edge. Then, with a strong tug, he tore off a layer of film. The entire painting gave off a different feeling. It was blurry before, but now it was very clear. Tang Jingqi said, "You see, Boss Gao." Gao Chengwen muttered, "It really is an authentic work. I'd missed out on an authentic work." He regretted it very much, wondering why he had not competed with Su Yang. If he had competed with Su Yang, he might have been able to get it. You have to know that Wu Daozi's paintings are worth tens of millions of dollars. Even if Su Yang could tell that the painting was genuine, he didn't have that kind of money to buy it. Looking at Su Yang's clothes, they were very ordinary, and his temperament was that of an ordinary person. If he had competed, he would have definitely won. It's a pity that such a work has passed him by. No, it wasn't a mere brush past. Someone had delivered it to him, and he had rejected it. At this thought, Gao Chengwen felt like slapping himself. "Chairman Tang, this painting is authentic, how much is it worth?" Zhao Yulu couldn't help but ask. She was most concerned about the money. "At least tens of millions." Tang Jingqi said indifferently. "Tens of millions?" Zhao Yulu was dumbfounded. So, Su Yang spent 50,000 yuan and made tens of millions? This left her feeling confused. You see, she was borrowing money from everywhere in order to invest in stocks. Even if she received 1 or 2 million and made money, it would at most not exceed 10 million. However, Su Yang already had tens of millions. Even if it was a genuine work, it wouldn't be worth that much, right? Even Chen Guanglei, a rich second generation, was a little dumbfounded. Tens of millions, even for him, was not something he could casually come up with. He was just hanging out at his father's company, receiving a salary of tens of thousands of yuan every month. His father also pays his monthly living expenses, which amount to 500,000 yuan. As for buying other big-ticket items, such as a garage, he has to ask his father again. However, Su Yang, the person he despises and mocks, has suddenly made tens of millions of yuan. Subconsciously, he blurted out this sentence. This is also because he does not understand the value of Wu Daozi's paintings. Although he has studied some knowledge of antiques and has a certain understanding of the antiques market, he really doesn't know how much Wu Daozi's paintings are worth. Otherwise, he would not have said this sentence, which has humiliated him in front of the professional Tang Jingqi and also in front of Zhao Yulu. Chapter 20, You've lost a lot. Tang Jingqi just glanced at Chen Guanglei obliquely and ignored him. Instead, he said to Su Yang, "Young Su, I'm interested in buying your painting. Are you willing to sell?" Su Yang's heart stirred. If someone is willing to buy, of course he will sell. However, it also depends on the price the other party offers. If the other party offers a price of 50 million, he will sell. If it doesn't reach 50 million, he won't sell. After all, this is the price given by the system. This is the bottom line, and it must not be broken. Upon thinking of this, Su Yang said, "Of course I will sell, as long as you give me the right price." Tang Jingqi thought for a moment and said, "Younger brother Su, if you sell me this painting now, I can pay 50 million. What? So much?" Before Su Yang could say anything, Chen Guanglei exclaimed in surprise. "Damn it, this Su Yang is so lucky. He spent 50,000 yuan to buy a painting, and then sold it for 50 million yuan. This is 1,000 times the profit." This time, it took no more than half an hour. Zhao Yulu's face also changed drastically, and the way she looked at Su Yang also changed. Su Yang had directly become a multi-millionaire. If she were still Su Yang's girlfriend, and given the extent to which Su Yang loved her, this 50 million yuan would basically be equivalent to her own. Buying a car, a house, luxury clothes and bags, etc., would be a piece of cake. Why would she need it? She doesn't need to borrow money to invest it. Gao Chengwen and Qingren were not surprised. They both knew that Wu Daozi's painting was indeed worth that much. Gao Chengwen felt even more remorseful. Once, he had a genuine Wu Daozi painting in front of him, and it only cost 50,000 yuan. He didn't buy it. Thinking about this, Gao Qingwen felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Qingrun looked at Su Yang with envy and jealousy. Tang Jingqi added, "Younger brother Su, I am not only the vice president of the Antique Association, but also a shareholder of an auction house. If you put this painting up for auction at the auction house, it may not only be worth 50 million, but 10 million more. Of course, it may also be worth less than 50 million, depending on whether anyone bids when the time comes. However, this is very unlikely, because if the auction house releases word that it has a genuine Wu Daozi painting, it will definitely attract many antique experts to bid." Su Yang thought for a moment and said, "When is your auction house holding an auction?" He only wants money now, and if it takes too long, he's not interested. Tang Jingqi said, "The 15th of next month." Su Yang shook his head and said, "That's too long. You might as well give me the 50 million now." Anyway, it's already reached the 50 million that the system said it can sell for. As for waiting until next month, he doesn't want to wait that long. He just wants to make fast money now. With the 50 million, he can buy a car and a house. Anyway, he has the system, and there will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. There is no need to wait so long for that 10 million. Zhao Yulu couldn't help but say, "Su Yang, you're stupid. If you wait until the 15th of next month, you can make an extra 10 million. Can't you just wait? Waiting a month to make 10 million is such a good opportunity to make money." She dreams of such an opportunity. Even if Chen Guanglei provides the stock information of Blackstone Technology, with the amount of money she can borrow, she still won't be able to make that much money. Su Yang said, "I don't want to wait. It's better to get the money now." Zhao Yulu was about to speak again, but Chen Guanglei preempted her, saying, "Yulu, don't pay any attention to him. His vision is so short-sighted. This is the thinking of a poor person, who only looks at the present and not the long term. A person like this, even if they have money now, will soon lose it all. He just wants to step on Su Yang like this, and that makes him happy." Zhao Yulu agreed, "That's right, even if he becomes rich, with this kind of poor mentality, he will become a pauper in the future." Su Yang ignored the two of them and said to Tang Jingqi, "Can you pay now?" "Of course." Tang Jingqi nodded and asked Su Yang to provide a bank card number, which he operated directly on his phone, and transferred 50 million yuan to Su Yang. Seeing the money in his account, Su Yang's face lit up with a smile. He could buy a car and a house now. He would go with his wife tomorrow to buy a car first, and then a house. Chen Guanglei rolled his eyes. "What a fool, he doesn't know how to make money when he has it." He said this, but in his heart he was jealous. Su Yang glanced at Chen Guanglei and snapped back, "What do you care? If you're so capable, show me how you can make 50 million. Originally, he really didn't care about Chen Guanglei. However, this guy kept calling him an idiot. Just now, no one was able to identify the painting as a genuine work of art, so it was fine to say that. Now that it has been identified, and he has already earned 50 million, this guy still says such things, and Su Yang can't stand it anymore. "You." Chen Guanglei's face turned red, but he couldn't refute it. He really didn't have the ability to make a profit of 50 million by picking up on bargains. Immediately, he snorted, "You're just a blind cat that happened to catch a dead mouse." Su Yang retorted, "Even if I'm a blind cat that happened to catch a dead mouse, do you have the chance to catch it? You don't even have a chance to catch it." Chen Guanglei was so angry that his face turned pale and he couldn't say a word. It was really the situation that was not in his control. The other person had actually found a big mistake and made 50 million. No matter what he said, the other person was in the right and he was in the wrong. At this point, Tang Jingqi put the painting away, exchanged phone numbers with Su Yang, and then said, "Young Su, if you have any more antiques in the future, you can find me. If you want to go to an auction to bid on something, or if you have something to put up for auction, you can also find me. I'll give you a discount." Su Yang said, "Okay, thank you, President Tang. Boss Gao, let's go." Tang Jingqi said hello to Gao Chengwen again and left. Su Yan looked at the crowd and was also preparing to leave. At this moment, Guishan, who had just sold the painting, ran in and mocked Su Yang, saying, "Brother, you're still here? How do you feel about the painting I sold you? Do you feel like you made a big profit?" Normally, it was impossible for him to come over and mock him. But today, he was happy, and he felt that he would not have a second chance to make money off Su Yang. It was good to come over and mock him a bit to satisfy his psychological needs. However, after he had spoken, he noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely. He touched the back of his head and glanced back before asking blankly, "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? The young man said, Guishan, you've made a big mistake. The painting you just sold him is real. What? Guishan's face changed. No way, how could it be real? I spent 500 yuan on it from a street stall, and the owner authenticated it, right? It's a fake, how could it be real? He really didn't want to believe it. If it was real, he would have lost a lot of money. Wu Daozi was the saint of painting. Although he was not even half-baked in this industry, he still understood the basic market conditions. The authentic works of such a painter would definitely be worth tens of millions. The young man gloated, that painting was bought for 50 million. Do you think it's real? Chapter 21, There's a World Within. What? 50 million. Guishan youth exclaimed, feeling his head buzzing, his vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. Shit, this guy can't take the shock, did he die? Guishan youth hurriedly went over, and after feeling his nose, discovered that he had just fainted. Fortunately he wasn't dead, he just fainted. Gao Chengwen waved his hand, dispiritedly saying, since you know him, take him away. He really was in no mood. 50 million, he had missed it. He ran this antique shop, and made about 2 million a year, and after running it for more than 10 years, he still hadn't made 50 million. Yes, I'll take him away. The young man shouldered Guishan and took the person away. Su Yang shook his head and left Baibao Pavilion. He didn't leave Antique Street, but wandered around it. He had obtained the appraisal master's skill in the morning, so he wanted to see if he could pick up another bargain. Zhao Yulu, why don't we leave too, and come back another day? Chen Guanglei also had no interest in staying. His uncle was clearly in a bad mood, and it would be boring for him to stay here with Zhao Yulu. Good. Zhao Yulu didn't want to stay either. As they walked out the door, the two noticed Su Yan walking out of one antique shop and into another. Chen Guanglei couldn't help but snicker. Zhao Yulu, do you think this Su Yang kid is still hoping to find a bargain? Zhao Yulu was also very puzzled. I don't know, maybe. Chen Guanglei rolled his eyes and said, Yulu, why don't we go take a look, too? We were planning to visit the antique street anyway, and maybe we can find a great bargain, too. Zhao Yulu thought about it for a moment and nodded, okay, since we're here, let's take a look around. Subsequently, Chen Guanglei took Zhao Yulu and they also strolled around the antique street. Su Yang visited more than 10 stores and didn't find any bargains to be had. The items on display in these shops, whether they be calligraphy, paintings, porcelain or anything else, were basically all fakes, with very few genuine items. The prices of the genuine items were the market prices, and there was no chance of finding a bargain. So Su Yang simply stopped browsing the shops and went to the entrance of the antique street. This was where the stalls were. There were quite a few people setting up stalls here, with jars and bottles and other things on display. The things here look like they're from a bygone era, but they're even more fake than the ones in the stores. There are still quite a few people who come to the antique street and are willing to take a look here. With a bit of luck, you can still pick up a bargain. Su Yang is also here to try his luck. Whether or not there are any bargains to be had, after looking around, he'll be going home. It's almost time for Zhao Yusin to go off duty and go back to do the shopping. Don't miss the calligraphy and paintings by Tang Bowu when you walk by. The porcelain from the Tang Taizong period is definitely authentic. The Wang Shiji calligraphy copy is a bargain if you buy it. From time to time, you can hear the vendors shouting. Hearing these shouts, Su Yang can't help but laugh. Nima, if it were real, there would be no need to display it here, it would have already been sold or put away as an heirloom. There are more than 20 stalls, almost finished, and they are all imitations, so Su Yang can't help but be greatly disappointed. The Wu Daozi painting was prompted by the system, and it was definitely possible to pick up a bargain. He was also thinking that with his skills as a treasure appraisal master, he could pick up a bargain. It seems that there is no hope. Hey! However, when he reached the last stall, Su Yang was attracted by a vase. This vase looks ordinary and is just a modern handicraft. But his skills as an expert in valuables told him that the bottom of the vase was particularly thick, and it could be said to have a hidden world within. Little brother, if you fancy anything, I have treasures here, absolutely authentic. The stall owner blurted out. Boss, how much is this jade ruby? Su Yang did not ask directly about the price of the vase, not wanting to attract the attention of the boss. Gao Qingwen narrowed his eyes and beamed, this jade ruby, let me tell you, this jade ruby was used by Emperor Taizong of the Song dynasty. Before he could finish, Su Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand, boss, let's be honest, shall we? If you're going to be like this, I'll just leave. Young man, don't go. The boss suddenly became anxious. It was hard to come by a customer, so how could he just leave? You're interested in this jade rui, right? I'll be honest with you. It wasn't used by Emperor Taizong, it was used by Emperor Kangxi. Although it's not as old, it was used by an emperor anyway. Before the owner could finish, Su Yang got up and was about to leave. Young man, don't go. The owner jumped up and grabbed Su Yang's hand. I already said, boss, that I like to do business with honest people. Su Yang said indifferently. He wasn't really leaving, he just didn't want to listen to the owner's nonsense anymore. Okay, I'm the most honest person on this street. You're definitely making the right choice buying from me. I'll be honest with you, this jade rui is a modern handicraft, but the craftsmanship is very exquisite, and it also has a classical beauty. It's a rare and good item. I'm not bragging, but you definitely won't find a second one on the entire antique street. If you want to buy it, I'll ask for 10,000 yuan, and I'll just make a small profit. What do you think? The boss still wasn't telling the truth. No businessman would tell the truth. It was already pretty good that he could say that. The stall owners next to him rolled their eyes when they heard him. That guy, the jade rui, was only recovered for a few hundred yuan. Now it's sold for 10,000 yuan, and he's still saying he's only making a small profit. That's too much for a small profit. We're all in the same business, there's no point in exposing the truth. Instead, he looked at Su Yang's eyes as if he were looking at a big fat sheep. Boss, 10,000 yuan, why don't you just go rob it? Su Yang also rolled his eyes. Little brother, what do you mean? I really just make a little money running errands, boss, he said. Will you sell it for 1,000 yuan? If not, then forget it, Su Yang said. Little brother, this is not even close to the cost price, 1,000 yuan is impossible, you have to give me at least 5,000 yuan. The boss said. 1,000 yuan, he really won't sell it. It's only a few hundred yuan, how can that work? This simply doesn't comply with the principle of profiteering in this industry. This industry is not like other industries, where people come every day. When you meet one, of course you have to take advantage of them. Otherwise, how can you make up for the losses of not selling on other days? 5,000 yuan? Su Yang frowned. The boss said, yes, the minimum is 5,000 yuan, otherwise I'll lose money. Su Yang said, 5,000 yuan is too high. How about if I choose one more item, 2 for 5,000 yuan? The boss's eyes twinkled, it depends on what you choose. If it's expensive, then no. This was a reasonable argument. Although none of the items in the stall were expensive, it was all up to his word. If he said it was expensive, then it was. No one knew. Chapter 22, None of Your Business. Su Yang pretended to look at other things, and finally his gaze fell on the vase he liked. He pointed at it and said, this vase is quite nice. It would be good to buy it and plant flowers in it on the balcony. This vase, together with the jade rui just now, is 5,000 yuan. Is that okay? The boss hesitated and said, young man, this vase was placed in Tong Boa's study. This was habitual words that came out of his mouth. Su Yang waved his hand to interrupt, boss, cut the crap, okay? The boss smiled sheepishly, little brother, you see this vase, the style is so nice, I paid 3,000 yuan for it. You have to give me a little commission, so 10,000 yuan for both, you can take them away. Su Yang said, boss, I need to go home and buy groceries, otherwise my wife will come home and not see me, and I'll have to kneel on the washing board at night. I won't say any more nonsense. 2 pieces for 8,000 yuan. If you're willing, I'll buy them. If not, I'll leave now. The boss looked at Su Yang and saw that he didn't seem to be lying. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, little brother, I'll make you a friend today. I'll give you this vase at cost. Although he said that, he was overjoyed. The jade rui cost 100 yuan, and this vase cost 200 yuan. A total of 300 yuan in cost, sold for 8,000 yuan, almost 30 times the profit, it was worth it. The money earned from the items sold today is equivalent to the salary of an average white-collar worker for a month. Okay, pack it for me. Su Yang's mouth curled up in a satisfied smile, and he paid immediately. Great. The boss's face broke into a smile when he heard the WeChat payment reminder tone, and he immediately packed the goods. Su Yang, what did you buy this time? Did you pick up a bargain again? At this time, Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei walked over. It was Chen Guanglei who spoke, sounding a bit strange. What the hell do you care if I picked up a bargain or not? Su Yang glanced at Chen Guanglei and snapped. He had noticed a long time ago that the two had been following him around. He just never bothered to say anything, as he didn't care. He never thought that as soon as he bought something, this guy would jump out again, which was really annoying. What the hell are you so arrogant about? You just happened to pick up a big bargain by luck, didn't you? Chen Guanlei sneered with disdain. I can pick up bargains by luck, can you? Su Yan retorted. You. Chen Guanglei was so angry that his face turned pale, but he was unable to refute. He realized that he had jumped out to pick on Su Yang, and that he was simply asking for trouble by picking on Su Yan for picking up the bargain. The other person had picked up the bargain and made money, whether it was luck or skill. It really wasn't a wise move to pick on Su Yang. Su Yang, did you notice something when you bought these two things? Zhao Yulu asked curiously. No, I plan to buy this jade rui to play with, and this vase to put on the balcony to plant flowers or grass. Su Yang said casually. Play with a jade rui? Put a vase on the balcony to plant flowers or grass? Su Yang scoffed, it's true that you're poor. You have time to spend on things that don't generate value instead of making money. You deserve to be poor. Su Yang retorted, I like it this way, and it's none of your business. Besides, I just made money, can you? You're a rich second generation, and you spend your money on making money. How much have you made? You've been in the antique street for so long, have you made any money? A series of questions left Chen Guanglei speechless, and his face turned pale again. Little brother, it's installed. The boss installed the vase and the jade rui and handed it to Su Yang. Good. Su Yang took the items and, without even glancing at Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei, turned and left. There's something at the bottom of the vase. I'll smash it open when I get home. Damn, this guy is really arrogant. Chen Guanglei gritted his teeth as he watched Su Yang's departing back. He's not arrogant, he never said anything, it's you who've been looking for trouble with him. Zhao Yulu shook her head. Although she had broken up with Su Yang, she was relatively objective in this matter. Yulu, why are you still defending him? Chen Guanglei's face looked a little unpleasant. I'm not defending him, I'm just stating a fact. Besides, you brought me here, but you didn't see any bargains, while Su Yang picked up a great bargain. Zhao Yulu felt a little upset. In fact, picking up bargains also requires luck. Even if Chen Guanglei hadn't picked up a bargain today, she wouldn't have felt anything. She and Chen Guanglei came to the antique street just to take a stroll and see what it was like. However, Su Yang appeared here and picked up a big mistake. In comparison, Chen Guanglei seems a bit unbearable. This makes her mood not beautiful. Yulu, Su Yang is a blind cat that hits a dead mouse, and he is walking dog shit luck, otherwise, how could he pick up a leak? Chen Guanglei argued forcibly. Even if that's the case, he's made 50 million yuan, which is more money than many people can make in a lifetime. But I, on the other hand, want to invest in the Blackstone technology you mentioned, but I can't even borrow much. Zhao Yulu sighed. Yulu, even if he makes 50 million yuan, he'll definitely lose it all very quickly. Just do your best with the money you invest in stocks, and borrow as much as you can. I really want to help you, but I also have to invest, so there's nothing I can do about it. Chen Guanglei said. In fact, lending Zhao Yulu $1 million or $2 is not a problem at all. However, he just doesn't want to lend it. If Zhao Yulu asks for a loan, he can take the opportunity to make a request and take their relationship a step further. If Zhao Yulu doesn't ask for a loan, then forget it, he has nothing to lose anyway. Zhao Yulu said, I know, I'll try my best to borrow it. Chen Guanglei rolled his eyes and said, Yulu, now that Su Yang is rich, have you ever thought about borrowing money from him? Zhao Yulu was taken aback, and promptly shook her head. She said, I asked him last time to lend me the money my sister gave him to buy a house, but he wouldn't lend it to me. Chen Guanglei said, that's not necessarily the case. He used to be poor, but now he has 50 million. Maybe he'll lend it to you. Zhao Yulu was silent for a moment, and still shook her head. She said, no, I don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. That's good. Chen Guanglei nodded, but then quickly added, but he's with your sister now, so his money is your sister's money. You don't need to borrow from him, you can borrow from your sister. Zhao Yulu was taken aback, but she was a bit tempted. Yes, when she called her sister last time, her sister was still willing to lend her money, but Su Yang had used it to invest in gold futures. Now that Su Yang is rich, his money is her sister's money, and she can definitely ask her sister to lend her some money. Upon thinking about this, Zhao Yulu said, I'll see what I can do. Chapter 23 Borrowing Money. Su Yang returned home shortly after buying the groceries. Honey, how was Antique Street today? Did you find any bargains? Zhao Yusin walked in the door, dropped her bag, and threw herself into Su Yang's arms. It's not that easy to find bargains, and Zhao Yusin didn't believe that Su Yang could find any, so she was just asking casually. However, Su Yang's answer took her by surprise. Yes, I picked up a big bargain today. Su Yang said with a smile, putting his arm around Zhao Yusin. Really? Tell me about it? Zhao Yusin's eyes lit up, and she left Su Yang's embrace, took his hand, and sat down on the sofa with him. I saw a painting today and bought it for 50,000 yuan. Su Yang told her about the bargain he had picked up, Wu Daozi's 100 Beast picture. You mean, you sold that painting for 50 million yuan? Zhao Yusin's eyes widened. Yes, your husband is now a multi-millionaire. Su Yang said smugly. Husband, you're amazing. Zhao Yusin threw herself into Su Yang's arms again and hugged him tightly. She had no doubts, she believed everything Su Yang said. If Su Yang said he had made 50 million, it must be true, and Su Yang would never lie to her. That's right, and you should see whose husband this is. Su Yang laughed. Zhao Yusin nodded repeatedly, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. After a while of talking, Zhao Yusin went to cook dinner. An hour later, the food was on the table. Su Yang said, your sister was there when I bought that painting, with that Chen Guanglei. It was the guy she was with when we went shopping for the first time a while ago. That antique shop was still owned by Chen Guanglei's uncle. Zhao Yusin's pretty eyebrows shot up, so, does that mean your sister knows you've made 50 million? Su Yang nodded, Zhao Yusin said, then she'll probably ask you for a loan. Oh, last time she called us back and forth, you'd invested the money in gold futures, so she didn't get a loan. This time, knowing you've made so much money, she should call. If she calls to ask you for a loan, do you want to lend it to her? Su Yang said, my money is your money. I'll do whatever you say. If you say lend it, I'll lend it, if you say don't lend it, I won't lend it. He and Zhao Yulu were a thing of the past, and Zhao Yusin was the one he needed to cherish. Since Zhao Yusin and Zhao Yulu were sisters, their relationship was a bit complicated, and it was unlikely that they would completely sever contact. Su Yang could only leave it to Zhao Yusin to handle the relationship between the two sides. Zhao Yusin smiled and said, husband, you're so nice. Su Yang said, of course, you should know who my husband is. Zhao Yusin thought for a moment and said, if she really calls, just lend her a little. Not a lot, just 2 million. What do you think? Although she disapproved of Zhao Yulu's materialism and their relationship was not very good, Zhao Yulu was after all her sister. If Zhao Yulu really called, she would still lend her the money. The main thing is that she is very grateful to Zhao Yusin for leaving Su Yang. If Zhao Yusin hadn't left Su Yang, she would never have been able to be with Su Yang. Su Yang smiled and said, you decide. Zhao Yusin nodded and said, okay, it's settled, just lend her 2 million. Su Yang added, honey, I plan to use the 50 million to buy a car and a house. Buying a house will take some time, so I'll do some research online first. Tomorrow, we'll go buy a car, and then go look at houses next weekend. What do you think? Zhao Yusin nodded repeatedly, honey, this is a very good arrangement, I'll do as you say. As soon as she finished speaking, her cell phone on the side of the table rang. Zhao Yusin went over to pick it up and saw that it was from Zhao Yulu. She couldn't help but mutter, my sister's calling. Could it be that I've guessed it right and she's calling to borrow money? Not from you, but from me? Su Yang said, you'll know if you answer it. Zhao Yusin nodded and answered the phone, sister. Zhao Yulu said, Yusin, have you eaten yet? Zhao Yusin said, I'm eating right now. Zhao Yulu said, Su Yang went to the antique street today and made a big profit, earning 50 million. Did he tell you? Zhao Yusin nodded, yes, my husband is amazing, and he has suddenly become a multi-millionaire. This is a declaration of sovereignty. Zhao Yulu felt a little uncomfortable, but quickly adjusted and said her purpose, Yusin, it's like this. Last time I told you that my friend had a project and asked me to invest with him, but I didn't have any money. Last time I asked you to lend me some money, but you said that Su Yang had invested in gold futures. Now, That Su Yang has 50 million, can you lend me some? Sure enough, she came to borrow money, and she guessed correctly. Zhao Yusen asked, why don't you call Su Yang? Zhao Yusen said, I have already broken up with him. He is with you, I don't want to have anything to do with him. Since you are together, his money is your money. It is the same as if I were borrowing from you. Zhao Yusen was very satisfied with this answer. Zhao Yusen asked, how much do you want to borrow? Zhao Yusen said, of course the more the better. Zhao Yusen rolled her eyes, sister, Su Yang and I are going to buy a car and a house. We can't borrow too much from you, at most 2 million. Only 2 million? Zhao Yusen was a little disappointed. Couldn't she borrow more? Su Yang had 50 million, and you don't need that much to buy a car and a house. She had originally thought that she should be able to borrow 10 to 80 million. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yusen was only willing to lend 2 million. She had asked all her friends during this time, but none of them could lend her 2 million. However, Su Yang had earned 50 million, so she felt that the 2 million that Zhao Yusen was willing to lend her was really too little. Zhao Yusen said, we are going to buy a nicer house, and we need to keep some money on hand. Su Yang also needs to invest and make money, so it is impossible for me to lend you too much. It's only 2 million. If you think it's too little and don't want it, that's fine. How could Zhao Yulu not want it? He couldn't borrow 2 million anywhere. She said helplessly, okay, 2 million it is. To thank you for lending me 2 million, I'll let you in on it. The project I want to invest in is buying stocks. The stock, Blackstone Technology, will definitely rise sharply. Just buy it and wait to make money. It will at least double or triple. But don't tell anyone else. Just the two of you know. If too many people know, the insider information won't be as effective. Zhao Yusen said, let's check it out with Su Yang. Zhao Yulu said, I'll send you the bank card number, and you can transfer 2 million to me. Zhao Yusen nodded, after dinner, I'll let Su Yang call you. End of call. Zhao Yusen told Su Yang about the conversation. Su Yang frowned, Blackstone Technology will surge? Zhao Yusen said, that's what my sister said, as for whether it will rise, I don't know. Chapter 24, The Emperor's Thumb Ring. Su Yang shook his head and said, no way. I've recently looked into the Blackstone Technology stock, and whether from a fundamental or technical perspective, it doesn't have the conditions to rise sharply. Not only will it not rise sharply, there's a high chance that it will plummet. Now that he has the investment master skill, he naturally can't waste it. In his spare time these past few days, he has been studying stocks and futures, looking for suitable stocks and futures varieties for investment. Right now, gold futures are still making money, and his floating profits have increased his position. If this trend continues, it will reach its peak in a few days. Basically, he can make more than 10 million yuan. Su Yang originally planned to withdraw a portion for daily use, transfer another portion to the stock account, and leave the rest in the futures account. Now that he has found a big loophole, he has 50 million, so he doesn't need to withdraw it. When the time comes to close the position, he can just transfer some of it to the stock account. He has also recently selected 2 stocks and 1 futures product. He just needs to wait for the gold futures to rise to the right level and close the position, and then he can continue to invest in stocks and futures. He has some impression of the Blackstone Technology stock, mainly because it is a high-tech company that researches technologies that have been blocked by foreign countries. This is a recent hot topic, so Su Yang has done some research on the stock. He found that it was not at all like that. Although Blackstone Technology has been shouting loud slogans over the years, saying something about technology revitalizing the country and creating a national brand of high technology, the information disclosed each time is not what it seems. It seems that there has been progress in technology, but in reality it is just marking time, engaging in gimmicks and speculating on concepts to attract investors to invest and keep pushing up the stock price, while the executives cash out and leave. Su Yang really doesn't believe that they can develop any high technology. Huh? Zhao Yusen was at a loss. Should she lend her sister the money or not? Should she warn her not to buy it? Su Yang said, as for lending her the money, I'll listen to you. If you say yes, then we'll lend her the money, and if you say no, then we won't. As for warning her, if nothing goes wrong, she probably won't listen. On the contrary, she might even think that we don't want to lend her the money. Zhao Yusen said, I think I should still talk to her about it. Zhao Yusen quickly took out her phone and dialed Zhao Yulu's phone number. Soon, the phone connected. Yusen, did the money come through? Zhao Yulu asked. No, it hasn't. Here's the thing, I just talked to Su Yang about this Blackstone Technology stock. Su Yang has been studying stocks lately, and he said this stock won't go up, and there's a high chance it'll plummet, so you'd better not buy it. Zhao Yusen said. Yusen, if you don't want to borrow money, just say so. Zhao Yulu thought that Zhao Yusen was saying this because she didn't want to borrow money. Sister, it's not that I don't want to borrow, it's what Su Yang said, that this stock may plummet, and if you buy it, the money may be gone down the drain. Zhao Yusen explained helplessly. Who does Su Yang think he is, saying that it will plummet? Don't think that he is amazing just because he made some money investing in gold futures. Hey-Share Technology is a stock that my friend told me about. An investment company determined it through field research and has insider information. Su Yang is a million miles behind the rest. Just tell me, will you lend me the money or not? If you don't want to, that's fine. Zhao Yulu said. I'll let Su Yang call you back. Zhao Yusen had no choice but to say nothing more. After hanging up the phone and putting down her phone, Zhao Yusen smiled wryly. You were right, she thinks we don't want to lend her the money. Su Yang said, I guessed it would be like this. Zhao Yusen sighed and said, honey, just lend her the money. Su Yang said reassuringly, don't sigh, just lend it to her. It's only 2 million, so even if we lose it, it's not a big deal. We have money now, and we'll have even more in the future. Zhao Yusen nodded repeatedly, honey, you're so good. After the two of them had eaten and cleaned up, Su Yang transferred the 2 million to Zhao Yulu's account. Zhao Yusen sent a message to inform Zhao Yulu, and received a 2-character reply of thanks. Honey, I bought 2 things today. Su Yang took the jade ruby and vase he had bought. The color of this jade ruby is quite nice, why did you buy it? And this vase, why did you buy it? To decorate. It seems like we won't be able to use it, right? Zhao Yusen asked curiously. I bought the jade ruby purely for fun. It feels cool in the hand, so I bought it after playing with it for a while. As for the vase, I bought it because it looks a bit special. Su Yang said. What's so special about it? Zhao Yusen was even more curious. Smash it and you'll find out. Su Yang took a cardboard box and put the vase in it. Smashing it in the box means the shards won't go everywhere. Smash it? Zhao Yusen was at a loss for words. She was still thinking about what nonsense Su Yang would tell her, but she never expected Su Yang to say he would smash the vase. I feel that the bottom of this vase is very different from the bottoms of other vases. The bottom of this vase is very thick, while the bottoms of other vases are not as thick. If there is no accident, there should be something in it, Su Yang explained. In that case, smash it and see if there really is something inside and what it is. Zhao Yusen said. No matter what Su Yang did, she supported it. Su Yang found that there was no hammer at home and there was nothing hard, so she could only take out the kitchen knife and smash the vase with the back of the knife. After a while, the vase was smashed and the bottom of the vase was also opened. Hey, there's something real. Zhao Yusen saw that there was something in the debris. Su Yang picked the debris apart and took out the object, which turned out to be a blood-red jadeite ring finger. The jadeite ring finger also had the character Huang, King, engraved on it in small seal script. Could this be a ring finger worn by an emperor? Zhao Yusen guessed. It's possible. Su Yang appraised it with his skills as a treasure appraisal master. If I'm not wrong, this is a ring finger worn by Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. A thumb ring worn by Emperor Taizong? Wouldn't that be very valuable? Zhao Yusen's mouth fell open in surprise. That's right. This is an imperial object, so the price shouldn't be lower than Wu Daozi's 100 Beast picture. Su Yang nodded. Wu Daozi's 100 Beast picture is worth 50 million, so this jade thumb ring is also worth 50 million? Zhao Yusen's eyes lit up. It should be. I'll take this jadeite bangle to ask Chairman Tang about it some other day and see what he says. After all, I don't really know much about antiques, and only an expert like Chairman Tang would know how much this thing is worth. Su Yang planned to show it to Chairman Tang. Now that he doesn't need the money urgently, he can put it up for auction at Chairman Tang's auction house, where it can fetch a higher price. Chapter 25 Buying a Car. Well, only someone in the industry knows for sure. If this is true and it's worth 50 million, then my husband will become a billionaire. Zhao Yusen laughed. She really had found a treasure of a husband. It had only been a few days since they had received their marriage certificate, and her husband had already become a multi-millionaire. Before long, he might become a billionaire. Then you'll be a billionaire's wife. Su Yang laughed and put Zhao Yusin in his arms. Zhao Yusin felt extremely happy. After tidying up a bit, Su Yang called Tang Jingqi. Su, little brother, is there something you want to sell me again? Tang Jingqi laughed heartily. There is an item, I'm not sure, I want to ask President Tang Jingqi to take a look, I don't know if you have time. Su Yang said. If there is a good object, of course I have time, but I already have plans tomorrow, so we can only do it some other time. Tang Jingqi said with a smile. Let's meet the afternoon after tomorrow, and I'll send you the address then. Su Yang said. That's good, he has to go with his wife to buy a car tomorrow, so he also doesn't have time. No problem. Tang Jingqi said. Okay, see you then. Su Yang said. End call. Su Yang thought for a moment and brought up another topic. Honey, I'm going to quit my job. Zhao Yusin was taken aback. Resign? Su Yang nodded. Yes, now that I have a bit of capital, I can do something else. It's no longer appropriate to work for a company. Ever since he got the system, he knew he couldn't do this job for long. He hasn't been paying much attention at work these days. Now that he's a multi-millionaire, going to work for a company is really a waste of time. Zhao Yusin said, good, no matter what you do, I support you. Su Yang said, honey, once I've established a solid foundation for my career, you can quit your job too. Zhao Yusin nodded, yes, I'm looking forward to it. Su Yang said, right, let's check out what car to buy first. He took out his laptop and started looking at car models. Honey, what kind of car do you like? Su Yang asked. Well, I like whatever you like, Zhao Yusin said with a smile. She couldn't name a car she liked, as her father was the only one in her family who had a car. Although she had obtained her driving license while at university, she had never thought that she would own a car so soon. She hadn't considered what kind of car to buy. I think we should get a Porsche. I think the Porsche Panamera is quite good, and it can be driven by both men and women. This is the first car, so if we need another one in the future, we can buy it, what do you think? Su Yang said. Yes, I'm fine with that. Zhao Yusin said. What color do you like? Su Yang asked again. You choose. Zhao Yusin said. No, you choose. I'll choose the model and you choose the color. It has to be a color you like, my dear, before I'll buy it. Su Yang said, in a domineering manner. Okay, I'll choose. Zhao Yusin felt sweet at Su Yang's domineering manner. After looking at the cars, Zhao Yusin chose the one with the amethyst color and asked Su Yang for his opinion. Honey, what do you think of this color? Su Yang said, honey, you have such good taste. This color is the best, and I like it too. Zhao Yusin giggled, that's great, let's get this color. Su Yang said, let's look at some other cars. If none are available, we can buy a different brand. Zhao Yusin said, okay. The two looked around some more and chose a Maserati as an alternative. The next day. After breakfast, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin took a taxi to the Porsche 4S store closest to their residence. Although it is the closest, it is still more than 10 kilometers away. When they arrived at the entrance of the Porsche 4S store, they just got off the taxi and were about to walk in when a man got off an Audi Q5 in the parking space next to them. It was Zhao Yulu's half-brother Yang Jingsheng. Yang Jingsheng saw Su Yang and Zhao Yusin and was taken aback. Su Yang, what are you doing here? Su Yang said indifferently, buying a car. Yang Jingsheng snorted when he heard this and sneered, you're here to buy a car? Do you even have the money to buy a car? Even if you had a little money, could you afford a Porsche? Su Yang replied, how do you know I don't have the money? How do you know I can't afford it? Yang Jingsheng sneered again, do I not know your situation? If you could afford a Porsche, would my sister have left you? If you could afford a Porsche, the sun would have to come up in the west. He was telling the truth. Anyone who can afford a Porsche, except for those who pretend to be rich and buy a car to show off, is basically someone with a certain amount of wealth. Someone like Su Yang definitely does not belong to those with a certain amount of wealth, nor does he belong to those who buy a car to show off. You think you can't afford it, then don't. Except that Su Yang was too lazy to argue with the other party, and took Zhao Yusin's hand and walked towards the Porsche 4S store. Damn it, you're fucking with me, stop. Yang Jingsheng was unhappy when he saw Su Yang ignoring him, and quickly walked quickly in front of Su Yang. What are you doing? Su Yang frowned. What do you think I'm doing? I'm trying to persuade you not to go in and humiliate yourself. I guess you're here to take photos and act like a jerk, right? Yang Jingsheng sneered. Even if you guessed that, what's it got to do with you? Su Yang was a little speechless, feeling that Yang Jingsheng was really annoying. Zhao Yusen didn't say a word. She had met Yang Jingsheng once before, and she had a very bad impression of him. She didn't even want to talk to him. Of course it's my business. Yang Jingsheng said. Why is it your business? You didn't open this shop, you don't work here, you have nothing to do with this shop, right? Su Yang knew what Yang Jingsheng did for a living. He worked for the catering group where Yang Tianchang worked, and Zhao Yusen's mother worked for the same company. Yang Jingsheng should have no connection with this Porsche 4S store. Although this store is not owned by my family and I don't work here, I have friends who work here. Do you think I have anything to do with it? Yang Jingsheng sneered. His friend, the supervisor here, came today to borrow some money from his friend. So what do you want? Su Yang said impatiently. Your behavior will affect the experience of people who come to buy a car. I feel it is necessary to stop you from going in, so as not to affect my friends, Su Yang said. You're sick. Su Yang was really speechless. He pushed Yang Jingsheng away and took Zhao Yusen's hand, walking into the 4S store. Welcome to Porsche. As soon as they walked in, a male salesperson immediately came up to them. You don't need to pay any attention to them. They're not buying a car, they're just here to look at the cars and take pictures to post on WeChat moments to show off. Before Su Yang and Zhao Yusen could say anything, Yang Jingsheng came over and started yelling. Upon hearing this, the salesman's face immediately changed. As a salesman, he naturally knew that there were such situations. Some people just like to act like a bully, come to look at the car, just take pictures, and just don't buy it. Salespeople are often disgusted with such customers. However, they can't say anything, and they can't just turn people away. Chapter 26, Turning People Away. Yang Jingsheng's yelling attracted the attention of the 4S shop's customers and other salespeople. These people looked at Su Yang and Zhao Yusen with a mocking expression, as if they were enjoying a show. Yang Jingsheng, what's going on? At this time, a well-dressed middle-aged man in his 30s walked over. Luo Gu, these two people aren't here to buy a car, they just came to take pictures to post on WeChat moments to show off. I tried to stop them earlier, but they still insisted on barging in. The salesperson in your store should receive them, but I told the salesperson not to receive them. Receiving them is a waste of time and may affect sales performance. Yang Jingsheng explained. This person is his friend Luo Haiyang, the manager of the Porsche 4S store. After listening to Yang Jingsheng's words, Luo Haiyang's face looked a bit bad. He hates customers who come to the store to take pictures for their friends' WeChat moments the most. If you don't know, just forget it. After all, no one is sure if they will buy. If you force someone to leave, the customer will definitely complain, which will have a bad impact on the store's reputation. However, Luo Haiyang still kept a close eye on the situation and asked, Are you sure they aren't here to buy a car? You have to be sure of this, otherwise if someone is here to buy a car and you force them to leave, that will be trouble. Of course I'm sure. Yang Jingsheng nodded and pointed at Su Yang. This kid is my sister's ex-boyfriend. He's from a small county in Hubei province. His family is not well off and his job is not very good. He definitely can't afford a Porsche. And from what I know of his character, even if he could get a loan to buy a car, at most he could get a loan for an ordinary car for transportation, he definitely couldn't get a loan for a Porsche. It's probably his girlfriend who wants to take pictures to show off, so he came over with his girlfriend. Yang Jingsheng did not know Zhao Yusen well, and just thought that it was Zhao Yusen who wanted to come and take pictures to show off in her friend's circle, so she dragged Su Yang along. Luo Haiyang was a little suspicious at first, afraid of offending the customer, and if the customer said they wanted to buy a Porsche, then it would be over. But after hearing Yang Jingsheng's words, he was basically certain. Since Su Yang was Yang Jingsheng's sister's ex-boyfriend, Yang Jingsheng should know Su Yang very well, and he should not be wrong. Luo Haiyang then said, Please leave, you are not welcome in our store. Su Yang frowned and said, You believe him? Luo Haiyang said, Of course. If he and you were just acquaintances or casual friends, I probably wouldn't believe him. But since you are his sister's ex-boyfriend, there is no problem. You should be just as he said. Please leave and don't interfere with our work. Zhao Yusen, who had not spoken up until now, spoke, Honey, let's go. Since we're not welcome here, we won't buy here. We have money, so what's the problem? After saying this, Zhao Yusin took Su Yang's hand and walked out. She couldn't stand being treated like this when she came to buy a car. Humph, they're so ashamed of themselves. Yang Jingsheng sneered, and followed them out to continue mocking them. Don't just casually go into this kind of luxury car 4S store in the future, this is not a place for people like you. Zhao Yusin ignored Yang Jingsheng and said to Su Yan, honey, let's go to the Maserati store next door and buy a Maserati Quattroporte. The Maserati Quattroporte was their backup option. They had checked before coming. The Porsche store here is next to the Maserati store. Good. Su Yan nodded and walked with Zhao Yusin towards the Maserati 4S store. You still want to buy a Maserati Quattroporte? You're just going to the Maserati 4S store to take photos for your friends. If you can buy a Maserati Quattroporte, I'll be the president of Maserati. Yang Jingsheng laughed derisively. Luo Haiyang walked out of the store and saw Su Yang and Zhao Yusin walk into the Maserati 4S store. He couldn't help but shake his head, these two people are really hopeless. Yang Jingsheng said, yes, if you don't have money, you don't have money, but you keep making things up. People like this can only live at the bottom of the heap for their whole lives. Luo Haiyang said, you said you had something to tell me. What is it? Yang Jingsheng said, Luo Ge, I'm a bit short of cash recently and I want to borrow some money from you. Luo Haiyang frowned and said, isn't your salary quite high? Besides, your father is the deputy general manager. If you don't have money, just ask your father for it, right? Yang Jingsheng said, Brother Luo, it's precisely because my salary is quite high that I'm embarrassed to ask my father for money. If I ask him for it, he'll definitely scold me. Don't worry, after this period of time, I'll be able to get by, and in 6 months at most, I'll be able to pay you back. Luo Haiyang said, what on earth did you do? How did you lose all the money? Yang Jingsheng rubbed his hands together and said, I've been gambling recently and lost some money. It's just that tomorrow is my girlfriend's birthday and I'm broke, so I have to borrow some from you. Luo Haiyang asked, how much do you need? This was a promise to lend, of course it still depends on how much Yang Jingsheng wants to borrow. If it exceeds his ability to bear, he won't be able to borrow it. Yang Jingsheng said, it's not much, just borrow 100,000 yuan. Luo Haiyang frowned, 100,000 yuan is not much, even if you are celebrating your girlfriend's birthday, you don't need that much money, do you? Yang Jingsheng explained, I lost some money gambling and still owe tens of thousands of dollars. I have to pay it back quickly, otherwise the interest will be high. The rest is for my girlfriend's birthday and this month's living expenses, which will be used until next month's salary. Luo Haiyang thought about it and nodded, okay, you wait in my office for a while, we'll have lunch together at noon, and I'll go to the bank to transfer it to you then. He agreed to lend the money because the two of them did have a good relationship. Yang Jingsheng had a father who was the vice president of a company and was not afraid of not being able to pay back the money. As for Yang Jingsheng not paying back the money, he never thought about it. According to his understanding, Yang Jingsheng is not that kind of person. Besides, he is not afraid of Yang Jingsheng not paying back the money. If Yang Jingsheng doesn't pay back the money, he can directly go to the company where Yang Jingsheng works. Or he can go to Yang Jingsheng's home, making it known to everyone, and he is not afraid of Yang Jingsheng not paying back the money. Yang Jingsheng is from Jiangcheng, so he can't run away. Unlike some people, who are from elsewhere and simply leave Jiangcheng, you won't be able to find them. Even if you know where someone's hometown is, it's impossible to chase them down and demand payment. Yang Jingsheng was taken aback. Luo Ge, why don't you just transfer the money to me via WeChat? Luo Haiyang shook his head, I don't have that much money in my WeChat account. Yang Jingsheng was puzzled, didn't you tie up your bank card? It's the same thing. Luo Haiyang explained, the bank card I tied up with WeChat is only used for daily expenses, and there's not much money in it. Yang Jingsheng said, Luo Ge, you can just link the bank card with the money directly to WeChat, it's very convenient. Luo Haiyang shook his head and said, no, that's not safe. If you lose your phone, someone can crack the phone password and WeChat password, and at most, they can transfer the money in my WeChat. If I link the bank card with the money in the bank card will all be transferred away. Yang Jingsheng was stunned, Luo Ge, you're being too careful, is this really necessary? Luo Haiyang said, it's never a bad idea to be careful. I can't control what other people do, but I think it's necessary. Yang Jingsheng was helpless, okay, then I'll wait for you in your office and have lunch with you at noon. Chapter 27, None of Your Business. The two returned to the store. As soon as they entered the store, the manager came over and asked, Luo Haiyang, what was going on with those two people just now? Why did you chase them away? Yang Jingsheng had yelled a little too loudly just now, and even the manager had been alerted. He was in his office on the second floor and had just come out when he saw Su Yang and Zhao Yusen leave. He wanted to find out what had happened and why Luo Haiyang had asked the two people to leave. Otherwise, if they complained or said online that the store had bullied them, it would be very troublesome and might even turn into a crisis. Manager, it's like this. Luo Haiyang explained the situation, and Yang Jingsheng added. You just said that the two of them went to the Maserati store next door? The manager asked. Yes, those two guys, after we chased them away, went to the Maserati store. No one there knows they're just there to show off with the photos. They should be successful. Yang Jingsheng laughed. The manager nodded thoughtfully, without saying anything, walked out of the store, and looked towards the Maserati 4S store. Luo Haiyang, what did your manager mean? Yang Jingsheng asked. I don't know, maybe he wants to verify something. Never mind, let's go, I'll take you to my office, I still have a lot of work to do. Luo Haiyang took Yang Jingsheng to his office. Su Yang and Zhao Yusen entered the Maserati 4S shop, where a beautiful salesperson warmly greeted them. Since they had already selected and experienced the Maserati Quattroporte last night, they decided to buy it. The manager of the Porsche 4S shop walked outside the Maserati 4S shop and saw the beautiful salesperson holding documents and materials in front of Su Yang, presumably asking him to sign the contract. At this, the manager frowned. Did they buy a car? Signed the contract? He wasn't sure if that was the case, but he knew someone here, so he asked someone he knew. He learned that Su Yang and Zhao Yusen had indeed bought a car, a top-of-the-line Maserati Quattroporte with a lot of extras, worth a total of 2.3 million. And they paid the full price, which showed that the two of them had considerable financial strength. Learning this, the manager's face immediately fell. He returned to the entrance of the Porsche 4S store and told a salesperson to call Luo Haiyang out. Soon, Luo Haiyang came out. Yang Jingsheng followed him out. It was almost time for lunch. Yang Jingsheng didn't want to stay in Luo Haiyang's office anymore, so he decided to go out for some fresh air and smoke a cigarette. Manager, what's the matter? Luo Haiyang felt a sudden shock in his heart when he saw that the manager's face looked very bad. He didn't know what was going on, as if he hadn't done anything wrong. The two people you just sent away are buying a car over at Maserati. The manager's face was ugly. What? How is that possible? Luo Haiyang hadn't even spoken when Yang Jingsheng screamed. The manager glanced at Yang Jingsheng and didn't say anything. Yang Jingsheng was not an employee of the store, so he couldn't care less. Luo Haiyang said, Manager, my friend said that the two of them were just taking pictures to show off and that they couldn't afford to buy a car. The manager sneered, I saw the salesperson over there give the man a contract to sign. Do you think I've made a mistake? I even specifically asked my acquaintance over there, and they said those two people did buy a car, a Maserati Quattroporte top-of-the-line model, paid in full, with a lot of luxury accessories, a total of 2.3 million. Yang Jingsheng screamed, Impossible, I don't believe it, how could they afford a Maserati Quattroporte for 2.3 million, how could they have that much money? He didn't want to believe that Su Yang and Zhao Yusen could afford to buy a car. They paid the full price, so where did the two of them get so much money? Luo Haiyang's face looked a little unpleasant. The people originally wanted to buy it from them and buy a Porsche, but he drove them away. Judging from the fact that Su Yang and Zhao Yusen bought a Maserati Quattroporte, if they bought a Porsche, they would definitely buy a Porsche worth 2 to 3 million yuan. In other words, he drove away a big customer. Thinking about this, he looked at Luo Haiyang, his eyes betraying a look of resentment. Yang Jingsheng forcibly defended himself, Luo Ge, don't look at me like that, they must be broke, I don't believe they can afford a Maserati Quattroporte. The manager sneered, Are you saying that I'm blind? That my friends over there are lying to me? No. Luo Haiyang shook his head quickly, There must be something wrong, I'll go and take a look. After saying this, he hurriedly ran over, entered the Maserati 4S store, ignored the salesperson who was to receive him, and went straight to the lounge area in front of Su Yang and Zhao Yusen. At this time, Su Yang had already signed the contract, and he just needed to complete the formalities before he could drive the car away. It would be done soon, according to the salesperson, it would only take about an hour, and it was almost time. At this time, when they saw Yang Jingsheng appear in front of them, both Su Yang and Zhao Yusen frowned. However, neither of them said anything. Su Yang, did you buy a car? Yang Jingsheng asked. Yes. Su Yang said indifferently. What kind of car did you buy? A Maserati Quattroporte? And did you pay the full price? 2.3 million? Yang Jingsheng asked 4 questions in a row. Yes, how did you know? Su Yang was a little puzzled. I know exactly what your family situation is like, and I know exactly what you do for a living. You don't have much money, so how could you afford to buy a Maserati Quattroporte outright? Yang Jingsheng's face turned ugly. It seems like it has nothing to do with you, doesn't it? Su Yang said indifferently, as if to say, we have money, and it has something to do with you, too, right? Say that Zhao Yusin is your half-sister's sister? At the end of the sentence, Su Yang's mouth curled up in a sneering smile. You. Yang Jingsheng naturally couldn't have the nerve to say something so shameless. Even if he did, no one would definitely pay him any mind. Do you have something else to do? If not, please move aside and stop shouting at me. I don't like people buzzing around like flies. I came here to buy a car, not to listen to flies buzzing around. I'm a customer here now. If you shout at me without a good reason, I can have the security here throw you out. Su Yang said calmly. You've got some nerve. Yang Jingsheng was furious and his face turned pale. The wheel of fortune turns. Just now, he was at the Porsche 4S store, telling Luo Haiyang to get rid of the two of them. Now, it was the two of them getting rid of him. He didn't want to humiliate himself here, so he could only leave in disgrace. Back at the entrance to the Porsche 4S store, Luo Haiyang asked, "What do you think, is it true?" Although he believed that what the manager said should be correct, there was still a glimmer of hope. "It's true, I bought a Maserati Quattroporte," Luo Haiyang said in a deep voice. "It's true." Yang Jingsheng's face turned a little uglier. Chapter 28, I don't want you as a friend. Luo Haiyang, you have driven away a major customer, causing losses to the store and possibly damaging the store's reputation. A customer like that will definitely mention this incident when mentioning buying a car in the future, and I don't know how many people it will affect. His friends and their friends, even if they want to buy a Porsche, are likely to go to other stores and not come to our store. This kind of loss is incalculable. You will forfeit your annual bonus, including quarterly and year-end bonuses, and be publicly reprimanded. I will also report this incident to Porsche Longhua headquarters. You had better watch yourself. After saying this, the manager returned to the store. Yang Jingsheng's face turned pale. This punishment was not light. You have to know that, for his position, although he is only a supervisor, the quarterly and year-end bonuses are very generous. In a year, it is about 300,000 yuan. Moreover, he was publicly criticized, which was a total disgrace in the store. The employees would be laughing at him behind his back. More importantly, the manager reported his case to the Porsche Longhua headquarters, and he would most likely be fired. If he was fired for this kind of thing, he would basically be unable to survive in this industry. After all, no one would hire him because it was likely to cause major losses. He would have to change careers and start over. He was in his middle years, and this was definitely a major piece of bad news for him. All of this was caused by Yang Jingsheng. It was Yang Jingsheng who said with conviction that Su Yang and Zhao Yusin had no money and were just pretending to be cool by taking photos and posting them on Moments. That's why he kicked them out. Thinking about this, Luo Haiyang looked at Yang Jingsheng with eyes full of resentment. Yang Jingsheng felt his heart tremble when he was looked at. Luo Gu, why are you looking at me like that? It's time to go home, let's go eat first. Eat your mother's food. Luo Haiyang's anger was really too much to bear, and he just cursed out. Luo, I admit, this is my fault, but I don't know what's wrong with them. As far as I know, they don't have any money. Luo Haiyang was full of bitterness. He really couldn't figure out how Su Yang and Zhao Yusin could afford to buy a luxury car, or even pay for it in full. Even if it were him, he couldn't do it. The car he drives is just an Audi A4 worth 300,000 yuan, and he bought it on credit. You understand? You understand shit. I don't think you understand them at all. How could they buy a Maserati Quattroporte in full if they had no money? Yang Jingsheng scolded again. I don't know where I went wrong. This matter has already happened like this, and there's nothing I can do to change it. I'll definitely find out some other day how they got so much money. Luo Gu, let's go eat first. Yang Jingsheng said. Still thinking about dinner, you just heard the manager's punishment of me, do you think I'm in the mood to eat? Luo Haiyang stared at Yang Jingsheng and said coldly. Luo Gu, no matter what, dinner has to be eaten. Yang Jingsheng smiled sheepishly and then said, "Of course, if you don't want to eat, then eat later, some other day I'll treat you, so shall we go to the bank? You'll transfer the money to me? Damn it, you're going to get me killed, and you have the nerve to ask me to transfer money?" Luo Haiyang flew into a rage. With things the way they were, naturally he couldn't possibly lend Yang Jingsheng any more money, and he was lucky to get away with not suing him for compensation. "Luo, I admit that I was at fault in this matter, but you calling me a murderer is a bit much, don't you think?" Luo Haiyang's face turned a little ugly. It seemed that there was no way he could borrow any money, so he stopped holding back. "Is that too much?" Luo Haiyang sneered, and kicked Yang Jingsheng to the ground with a single kick. Yang Jingsheng rolled several times before coming to a stop. "Damn it, Luo Haiyang, you're fucking crazy." Yang Jingsheng got up from the ground, furious. He wanted to rush up and fight Luo Haiyang. But he noticed that Luo Haiyang was tall and strong, and that he himself was weak from partying every night, so he didn't dare to go. "Get out of here. From today on, I don't have you as a friend." Yang Jingsheng exploded. This friend has caused him a lot of trouble, and it's still another matter whether he can keep his job or not. It's not easy to become a supervisor in a place like this. Friends like Yang Jingsheng are not to be made. Shit, over such a trivial matter, you're breaking off our friendship? Fine, you're really something. But I still want to make it clear that in this matter, you think I've caused you harm, but why don't you think about whether you were also at fault in this matter? In fact, you also think in your heart that they can't afford a car, and you look down on them with contempt, so you listened to me and drove them out. If you had just treated them the same as any other customer, regardless of whether they could afford a car or not, nothing would have happened. I was wrong, but the biggest mistake was still on your part. You are mainly responsible and you can't blame others. Since we can't be friends anyway, Yang Jingsheng simply spoke openly, without having to worry about what to say. Of course, what he said was not a justification. After all, his words were only the trigger, and the final decision rested with Luo Haiyang. However, Luo Haiyang, who was in a rage, would never listen to Yang Jingsheng. In Luo Haiyang's opinion, all of Yang Jingsheng's words of explanation were excuses. "Damn it, how dare you say that? If it weren't for you, why would I have to kick them out? Get the hell out of here, or I'll kill you." Luo Haiyang kicked Yang Jingsheng again. This time, the kick wasn't as hard as before, and Yang Jingsheng didn't fall to the ground. "Damn it, just you wait, I'll get you some other day." Yang Jingsheng knew he couldn't beat Luo Haiyang, but he didn't want to lose momentum, so he could only leave with a threat and get into his car. As soon as he pulled out of the parking space, he saw a new Maserati Quattroporte driving out of the Maserati 4S store. The people sitting inside were Su Yang and Zhao Yusen. "Damn it, I couldn't borrow any money today, and I got kicked twice. It's all your fault, you couple of dogs." Yang Jingsheng patted the steering wheel, wishing he could slam on the gas and crash into the Maserati Quattroporte. However, he still didn't dare to do something so life-threatening. Even if it wouldn't kill the two of them, he might have to go to jail for doing so, which he wasn't willing to bear. There was also no need for it, as the two sides were far from reaching that level. She was just really puzzled as to how Su Yang and Zhao Yusen could afford to buy a luxury car. 2,300,000. Where did the two of them get the money? Did the two of them win the lottery? That was the only possibility he could think of. As for Su Yang and Zhao Yusen making money from other places, he felt that it was impossible. Su Yang's family definitely could not come up with so much money. Zhao Yusen's father, Zhao Hai, ran a small restaurant and might be able to save up so much money. But the two of them should not have to ask Zhao Hai for money to buy a car. Damn, I don't even know who to borrow money from right now. Tomorrow is my girlfriend's birthday, I must borrow the money, otherwise I can only ask my father for it. Yang Jingsheng stopped the car, took out his mobile phone, and looked through the contacts to see who to borrow money from. Soon, he found a phone number and immediately dialed it. However, after dialing several numbers in a row, he finally found someone who was willing to lend him money and drove off. Chapter 29, Jealousy Makes the Eyes Red. It was dinner time in the Yang household that evening. Yang Jingsheng asked, "Yusen, I saw Su Yang and Zhao Yusen go car shopping today and buy a Maserati Quattroporte for 2.3 million. What? Zhao Yulu hadn't even spoken yet when Lu Yuzhuan exclaimed, "They spent 2.3 million on a Maserati Quattroporte? Where did they get the money?" Yang Tiancheng frowned slightly and looked at Zhao Yulu. The purchase of a Maserati Quattroporte for 2.3 million yuan also shocked him. You have to know that even he, the vice president, only drives a Mercedes-Benz S350 worth 1.05 million yuan. Lu Yujuan added, Yulu, do you know what's going on? Zhao Yulu saw that her daughter was not at all surprised and should know the situation. Zhao Yulu said, I know. Su Yang has recently invested in futures and made a little money. Most importantly, he picked up a bargain at the antique market yesterday. It was Wu Daozi's authentic work 100 Beast picture. Vice President Tang of the Antique Association spent 50 million to buy the painting. Upon hearing this, the three of them were shocked once again. Holy shit, 50 million. Yang Jingsheng couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Luckily, he didn't have any food in his mouth, or else he would have spit it out for sure. You say he found a bargain, but how much did he pay for it? Yang Tiancheng asked. 50,000. Zhao Yulu said. Damn it, that's a 1,000-fold increase. Yang Jingsheng gnashed his teeth, his jealous eyes turning red. That brat Su Yang, it's not enough that he enjoys the company of the two sisters. But he's had such good luck, and picked up such a big bargain. You have to know that, all the Yang family assets combined, they're not worth 50 million. The villa they live in is worth 20 million, and with the other assets, 70 or 80 million altogether, less than 40 million. This means that Su Yang's worth more than any of them now. No, it's more than the sum of the four of them. How could this happen? Su Yang is so lucky. Lu Yujuan felt very uncomfortable. She couldn't help but think. If Zhao Yulu hadn't broken up with Su Yang, she would have been Su Yang's mother-in-law. Su Yang has 50 million, and if she asked for 10 or 20 million, it shouldn't be a problem. Even though she is Su Yang's mother-in-law now. Zhao Yusin is also her daughter, and that is determined by blood ties. But Zhao Yusin doesn't recognize her, so she can't get money from her. Yang Tiancheng was also a little upset. The young man he despised at the time has unexpectedly become more valuable than him by picking up bargains. Yang Tiancheng said, Yulu, you just said that Su Yang has made some money investing in futures. What futures did he buy and how much did he make? Zhao Yulu said, he bought gold futures, and so far, he should have made 3 to 4 million. During this time, she has been paying attention to the price of gold futures. She has been calculating in her mind how much Su Yang can make. The price of gold futures has already risen by 20%. He thought Su Yang had only invested 2 million, so he said he had made 3 or 4 million. He made 3 or 4 million just buying gold futures? He was so accurate? Yang Tiancheng frowned. He speculated in stocks and still held some, with a few million in the stock market. Although he didn't speculate in futures, he would pay attention to financial news every day. He knew that the Federal Reserve had sharply cut interest rates, causing the price of gold to skyrocket. He also deliberately looked at the chart of domestic gold futures, which had 2 trading limits. This time, he was right. Zhao Yulu remembered that when he had previously borrowed money from Su Yang, he had sworn to Su Yang that gold futures would fall, and Zhao Yulu felt a burning sensation on his face. If this guy had that ability, he would have become rich a long time ago. He must have just gotten lucky to be able to make so much money. Yang Jingsheng was jealous again. Zhao Yulu and the other two glanced at Yang Jingsheng and were all a little speechless. It was dinner time, and this guy was talking about shit. They all lost their appetite. Seeing the strange looks the three were giving him, Yang Jingsheng realized that what he had said was inappropriate, and quickly changed his words. It was just blind luck that he happened to buy it at the right time. I don't believe he could have predicted that gold futures would rise. Yang Tiancheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, it should be a blind cat hitting a dead mouse. He should not be capable of that. Lu Yujuan caught some of the information and asked, Yulu, you said he made 3 or 4 million. To make that much, he would have to invest at least 1 or 2 million in principal. He couldn't have made that much money by investing tens of thousands of dollars. Where did he get so much money to buy gold futures? It's Dad. Zhao Yulu paused here and glanced at Yang Tiancheng. When she said Dad, she didn't mean Yang Tiancheng, but Zhao Hai, who had given her 2 million to help Uxin and Su Yang buy a house as a down payment. Lu Yujuan's face turned ugly. This Zhao Hai really is generous. That 2 million should be the money he saved over the years, and he suddenly took it out to help Uxin and Su Yang buy a house. Immediately, she added, Su Yang used the money to speculate in futures, and Yusin doesn't care? Zhao Yulu said. Yusin agreed to this. Lu Yujuan was furious. Yusin is really messing around, agreeing to let Su Yang do something like this. This time he made money, but what if he loses next time? Indeed. Yang Tiancheng nodded. Futures are risky, I wouldn't dare to play with them. Su Yang made a profit this time, but if he doesn't stop in time, he will definitely lose money in the future. In the financial market, without real ability, whatever money you make, you will lose it back. Yang Jingsheng said, maybe even the 50 million he picked up will be lost. This is what he was thinking. He hoped that Su Yang would lose the 50 million. If he lost it, he would feel better. Lu Yujuan said, no, I have to talk to Yusin nicely. She took out her phone, sat down on the sofa, and dialed Zhao Yusin's phone number. It rang for a long time before the phone was answered. Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Lu Yujuan asked. Do you have something to say? Zhao Yusin never called Lu Yujuan mom. In Zhao Yusin's eyes, she did not recognize Lu Yujuan as her mother. It was really the case. What Lu Yujuan did hurt her father too much. If it weren't for Lu Yujuan, Dad wouldn't just be running a small restaurant to get by. Dad is very talented, and if he had kept working for a big company, he would have been earning millions a year. It was Lu Yujuan who ruined everything. Lu Yujuan didn't dwell on why Zhao Yusin had taken so long to answer the phone, but instead asked, I heard from Yusin that Su Yang took the 2 million your father gave you to buy a house and invested it in futures? Zhao Yusin said, yes, why? Lu Yujuan lectured, that was the money your father gave you to buy a house, how could you let Su Yang speculate in futures? What if you lose? You won't have anywhere to cry. She didn't really care about Zhao Yusin, but what Zhao Yusin did didn't please her, so she wanted to interfere. Just like she interfered with Zhao Yulu. Zhao Yulu found a boyfriend in Su Yang, and she wasn't happy about it, so she did everything she could to make Zhao Yulu break up with Su Yang. Chapter 30, You are the boss's son, aren't you? Whether you make a profit or a loss, it's none of your business. How can you control it? Zhao Yusin said indifferently. How dare you talk to me like that? I'm your mother. Lu Yujuan was furious and her face turned pale with anger. I never admitted that you are my mother. Zhao Yusin said coldly. Lu Yujuan was shaking with anger, and the pale color on her face had not subsided. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll hang up. Zhao Yusin said indifferently. Do you hate me that much? Lu Yujuan asked angrily. It's not hate, after all we have no relationship, how can someone hate someone who has no relationship with them? Zhao Yusin said. You. Lu Yujuan was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Every time she called Zhao Yusin, she was out of breath. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Zhao Yusin was about to hang up. Wait. Lu Yujuan said hurriedly. What else? Zhao Yusin asked. Does your father know that Su Yang used the 2 million yuan your father gave you to speculate in futures? Lu Yujuan asked. Yes, why? Zhao Yusin said. He didn't say anything about you guys? Lu Yujuan asked. What's there to say? Zhao Yusin said. Although Su Yang has made money now, his way of gambling with investments will definitely result in losses in the future. If you continue to act recklessly, you will have something to cry about. Lu Yujuan said. My father and I both trust Su Yang, and the situation you described will not happen. Okay, do you have anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Zhao Yusin said. Lu Yujuan was silent, not knowing what to say. Zhao Yusin didn't say anything and hung up directly. This really makes me angry. Lu Yujuan heard the beep sound from the phone and gnashed her teeth in anger. She put down the phone, returned to the dinner table, and continued eating. None of the three people asked Lu Yujuan about the result of the phone call, and they could tell from Lu Yujuan's expression. It's no big deal that Su Yang has become rich. He's nowhere near Chen Xiao. Yang Jingsheng changed the subject. Yes, Chen Xiao is a second-generation rich kid. Even if Su Yang manages to make some money by luck, he'll never be as good as Chen Xiao. Yang Tiancheng agreed. That's right. Lu Yujuan agreed as well. People like you Lu and Chen Xiao are the ideal ones for you. That Su Yang, even if he has some money, is nothing to be envious of. Zhao Yulu didn't say anything. Although she didn't really like Chen Guanglei, she agreed that Su Yang was incomparable. Chen Guanglei's father was worth billions and ran an investment company. Chen Guanglei didn't have to do anything and would inherit billions in the future. Su Yang had just made some money, and it was questionable whether he could keep it. Yang Jingsheng asked, Yulu, how is your relationship with Chen Xiao? Zhao Yulu said, not very well. Yang Jingsheng suddenly became anxious. You can't do this, I told you last time. A rich second-generation heir like Qin Xiao, who also likes you, is hard to come by. You have to seize the opportunity. Yang Tiancheng also said, yes, if you make him impatient and he stops chasing you, even if you want to be with him, you won't have a chance. Lu Yujuan followed up, Yulu, I have to give you a good talking to about this. Where are you going to find a rich second generation like Chen Xiao? If someone likes you, you just agree to be their girlfriend, and you can talk about marriage and getting married. If you join a wealthy family early, you won't have to work, you can have whatever you want, and you can spend all day doing beauty treatments and shopping. If you want to work, you can also work for his father's company, and it will definitely be an easy position. You just have to seize the day. She is more concerned about herself. Becoming the mother-in-law of a rich second generation will give her face. If she runs out of money, she can just ask Qin Guanglei. She can buy whatever she wants. This is the life she has always dreamed of. To be honest, her current life still cannot satisfy her. Having a villa to live in is not bad, but the car she drives is just an ordinary luxury car, a BMW that costs 400,000 yuan. Moreover, she cannot buy as many luxury clothes, bags, shoes, and cosmetics as she wants. If she had a rich second-generation son-in-law like Chen Guanglei, she could do whatever she wanted. It would definitely not be a problem to buy a luxury car worth millions. It would definitely not be a problem to buy whatever else she wanted. Zhao Yulu said perfunctorily, I know. Lu Yujuan said, you always say you know, but I don't think you know anything at all. If you did, you would already be Mr. Chen's girlfriend, and you wouldn't be back here having dinner with us, but out on a date with him. Zhao Yulu glanced at Lu Yujuan and said, Mom, I've only known Chen Guanglei for a few days. Even if I were to become his girlfriend, I would still need to get to know him first. How could I agree to become her girlfriend after just a few days? Lu Yujuan said, with his qualifications, there's nothing more to know. Zhao Yulu said, you only see that he's rich. Lu Yujuan said, his character is definitely fine, too. Nowadays, wealthy families pay a lot of attention to their children's education. Zhao Yulu rolled her eyes, even if that's the case, you still have to consider whether your personalities match. Lu Yujuan said, what's there to match? As long as you're together, there's no mismatch. You still have to hurry up and seize the moment, otherwise when the person is gone, you won't have anywhere to cry. I'm done eating. Zhao Yulu rolled her eyes, too lazy to say anything else, put down her bowl and chopsticks, got up, and went back to her room. You child. Lu Yujuan was angry again. Although she wanted to lecture Zhao Yusin a little more, Zhao Yusin didn't give her the chance and had already gone back to her room. Monday. Su Yang drove Zhao Yusin to the bank and then went to the company. When he parked in the company parking lot and got out of the car, he suddenly attracted the attention of his colleagues. Su Yang, bought a car? A colleague walked over and asked. Yes, I bought a car. Su Yang nodded indifferently. A Maserati Quattroporte. His colleagues exclaimed in admiration, circling the car and running their hands over the bodywork. Su Yang, have you struck it rich recently? Su Yang, you're really something, you've always said you couldn't afford a car before, and now without saying a word you've bought a Maserati Quattroporte. Yes, we were all discussing whether to buy a Mini or an Ant, they're cheap and it's easy to charge them at work, but you just went straight for $1 million luxury car. Su Yang, come on, are you a rich kid? It must be so, he used to play down in front of us. I never thought that there was a rich kid hiding among us. Su Yang, you're not being fair, if you want to keep a low profile, just keep it down. You suddenly revealing your identity has made us very uncomfortable. Yes, it's a bit hard to accept for a while. Holy shit, you're not our boss's son, are you? More and more colleagues came over to say all kinds of things. Chapter 31 Resignation. Don't joke about it. If I were a rich second generation, I would have driven a luxury car to work, not kept a low profile. Su Yang was a little speechless at the speculation of some people. He felt that there was really no need for the rich second generation to pretend to be low-key. You live the life you were born into. If you are really not a rich second generation, then how come you bought a Maserati Quattroporte? Even if you took out a loan, you wouldn't have that much money to pay the down payment, right? A colleague doubted. This car is the top model, which costs about 2 million. Even with a 30% down payment, it would cost 600,000 yuan. Su Yang only graduated this year, so how could he have that kind of money? Maybe Su Yang's family has some money, and if they use up all their savings, they could come up with that kind of money. But everyone knows Su Yang's character, and he would never take his family's money to buy a luxury car. Yeah, forget about a 30% down payment, even with a 10% down payment, you couldn't afford it. Su Yang, you wouldn't have hooked up with a rich woman, would you? Holy shit, no way, your guess is a bit too far-fetched. I don't think so. Su Yang is quite handsome, and he looks very fit. It's very likely that he was picked by a rich woman. Yes, I hate myself for not having Su Yang's handsome face and not being in good shape. Otherwise, I would go after rich women too. Su Yang, come clean, did you pick up a rich woman? Su Yang, if you did, please introduce her to me. A rich woman's friend is also a rich woman. I'd also like an introduction. I don't think I'm as handsome as you, but I'm definitely in better shape than you. I exercise every day. Yes, introduce me. I don't want to struggle anymore. Life is too damn hard. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and the way they looked at Su Yang had changed again. I'm really impressed by you all. Just now you said I was a rich second generation, and now you're saying I'm with a rich woman. Su Yang couldn't help rolling his eyes. These colleagues are really imaginative. If you are neither a rich kid nor with a rich woman, then honestly, how did you get the money to buy a Maserati Quattroporte? The colleagues were very puzzled. Did you win the lottery? One colleague guessed. With such good luck? That's possible. Su Yang, we're not going to guess anymore, you might as well tell us. Yes, it's pointless guessing. The colleagues all looked at Su Yang, waiting for his answer. I'm not a rich second generation, I didn't marry into wealth, I didn't win the lottery, let alone the jackpot, I can afford this car because I recently invested in futures and made some money, Su Yang said. Invest in futures? You're still capable of that? You can make money in the futures market? I've heard that futures are very risky. High risk, high return, the risk is high, the return is also high. Su Yang, what kind of futures did you invest in, and how much did you invest, that you could even earn enough to buy a Maserati Quattroporte? Some people don't understand futures, some have a smattering of knowledge and just repeat what they hear, and some understand them better. People with a deep understanding of the futures market usually don't say that futures are risky or that the risk is high but the return is high. I bought gold futures and used the 2 million yuan my father-in-law gave me as the down payment for a house to buy them all, and I made some money, Su Yang said. He told his colleagues about getting a marriage license with Zhao Yusen and even bought sweets to distribute to his colleagues. Damn, your father-in-law is so nice, he even gave you 2 million for the down payment. You really have a good wife. Your wife and your father-in-law are really generous, they even dared to let you use the down payment for the house to speculate in futures. Maybe Su Yang went ahead and speculated himself, without telling his wife or father-in-law. Su Yang, you really are bold, most people wouldn't dare to play like this. His colleagues were shocked. To use the down payment for the house to speculate in futures, that's really bold. My wife knew about it. She agreed to my investment. My father-in-law found out later and didn't say anything. He even comforted me, saying that even if I lost money, it wouldn't be a problem. I really have a good wife and a good father-in-law. Su Yang was telling the truth. If his girlfriend had still been Zhao Yulu's mother Wang Yujuan and stepfather Yang Tiancheng would never have given Zhao Yulu the money to let her and Su Yang buy a house. So, Zhao Hai is really a good father-in-law, and Zhao Yusen is really a good wife. I really envy him, finding a good wife and having a good father-in-law. Oh, poor me, I don't even have a girlfriend. I do have a girlfriend, but I dare not talk about marriage after listening to the conditions my mother-in-law and father-in-law have mentioned. We have to pay a sky-high bride price, but Su Yang married a good wife without having to pay a bride price, and he also has such a good father-in-law. It's really not fair to compare people. You'd better work hard and move bricks, or you'll really be single for the rest of your life. My colleagues sighed with emotion. By the way, I'm quitting today. We can keep in touch by phone when we have time. After working here for a few months, Su Yang felt that he needed to let his colleagues know that he was getting along well with them. We can keep in touch when we have the chance. What? You're quitting? What's going on? What are you going to do after you quit? My colleagues were stunned. This news is really so sudden. I've made some money in the futures market and am going to do something else. I haven't decided what yet, but I'll let you know when I've made it. Su Yang said. I see. You have the capital, so it's good to do something else, which is better than working for someone else. Yes, doing something else has a much higher ceiling than working for someone else, where you work hard but only get paid so much. Then we wish you success. When you succeed in the future, don't forget us. Everyone understood Su Yang's actions. As long as you have a capital base, no one wants to work for someone else. It was really normal for Su Yang to resign. Continuing to work for someone else would be a waste of time. The group of people chatted for a while longer, but when they saw that it was time to go to work, they went into the office. Su Yang went directly to the supervisor's office. "Supervisor, I want to resign." Su Yang came straight to the point. The supervisor was a beautiful woman in her 30s. She was very surprised to hear that Su Yang wanted to resign. You see, Su Yang's 6-month probationary period had not yet expired, and there was still 1 month to go. Over the past 6 months, Su Yang's performance had been very good, and there was no problem passing the probationary period. As long as he passed the probationary period, his salary would increase again. "Why do you want to resign?" the supervisor asked. "I recently invested in futures and made some money, so I have a bit of capital and want to do something else. I don't want to work as a wage earner anymore." Su Yang told the supervisor the situation. Since she had already told her colleagues, the supervisor would find out sooner or later, so there was no need to make up other excuses. What was she going to do? The supervisor could understand Su Yang's thoughts and did not try to persuade her to stay. Since Su Yang already had a capital base and had already submitted her resignation, no matter how hard the supervisor tried to persuade her to stay, it would be futile. The supervisor could not say things like, "Starting a business is risky and has a high failure rate." Chapter 32 Goodbye, Tang Jingqi. "I just have a general direction in mind, it's hard to say for sure," Su Yang said. "Okay, write your resignation letter, I'll approve it, just go through the resignation process, but make sure you do a good job handing over your work," the supervisor said. "Okay." Su Yang left the supervisor's office, returned to work, wrote her resignation letter, got the supervisor to sign it, and handed over her work. After more than an hour of busy work, she was finally finished. Saying goodbye to his colleagues, Su Yang took his belongings and left the company. "Starting today, I'm free." Walking out of the company gate, he looked up at the sky. Su Yang felt that the weather was particularly good today, the sun was particularly bright, and the air was particularly fresh. Su Yang didn't go home, but wandered around outside. He had just bought a car, and was a bit itchy to get started. He had lunch outside and returned to the car to rest for a while. At 2:30, he went to a tea house. He had sent a message to Tang Jingqi last night, asking to meet at this tea house. The meeting time was 3 p.m. Su Yang arrived half an hour early. When he arrived at the private room, a tea artist immediately came in to make tea. To be honest, Su Yang doesn't really know much about tea, but he just felt that someone like Tang Jingqi, a collector of antiques, should like and know how to drink tea, so he chose this place. It was also a chance to see what it was like. It was his first time in such a place, and he felt quite good about it. The environment was quiet and peaceful, and it was a great place to drink tea. At 2:50, Tang Jingqi arrived. "Brother Su, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I got a bit stuck in traffic and am a little late." Tang Jingqi apologized. "President Tang, I just got here a little while ago too. Our appointment was at 3 o'clock, and you're not late, so you don't need to be so polite." Su Yang got up to greet him. The two sat down. "I don't know what kind of tea you like, so I just ordered one at random, the Wui Mountain Supreme de Hongpo. I don't know if you like it or not, if you don't, I can change it for something you like." Su Yang said. "Wui Mountain Supreme de Hongpo? This is one of the best teas here. If I say I don't like it and it gets out, I'm afraid a lot of people will say I don't know what's good for me." Tang Jingqi laughed. From Tang Jingqi's words, it can be seen that he has been here before and is quite familiar with it, otherwise he wouldn't know that the Wui Mountain Supreme de Hongpo is one of the best teas here. "I'm glad you like it," Su Yang said. The two men drank tea and chatted for a while. As they talked, they became more and more at ease with each other, and soon they were calling each other brother. Su Yang cut to the chase, took out a small box from a small bag, and placed it in front of Tang Jingqi. "Brother Tang, this is an object I found on a street stall in the antique street that afternoon," Su Yang said. "Okay." Tang Jingqi nodded, put down his teacup, opened the box, and saw the blood-red jade bangle, his eyes immediately lighting up. He took out a handkerchief from his body and carefully took the bangle out of the box to look at it more closely. "Gee, brother Su, it seems like you found another great treasure." After looking at it for a while, Tang Jingqi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Really? Su Yang said, Brother Tang, tell me, I'm not very knowledgeable. Tang Jingqi looked at Su Yang and shook his head. He said, Brother Su, don't be modest. If I'm not wrong, you definitely know about this thing, and you probably know more than I do. Su Yang said, Brother Tang, you're an industry veteran, I can't compare to you, I just know the basics. Tang Zheng asked with surprise, Brother Su, you're being modest again. Tell me, how did you find this object? Su Yang said half-jokingly, I found this object by knocking it out of the bottom of a vase. When I saw the vase, I thought its bottom was particularly thick and different from other vases, so I bought it, thinking there might be something inside. When I got home, I knocked it out and found this object. Su Yang gave Su Yang a deep look, Brother Su, your powers of observation are really beyond reproach. In fact, there was something else he wanted to say. Perhaps Su Yang did not buy the vase because he thought its base was thicker. Rather, he had discovered something else. If that was the case, Su Yang was terrifying. Since Su Yang did not mention it on his own initiative, Tang Jingqi did not ask anymore. At his age, he knows what to ask and what not to ask. Especially in the antiques business, asking too many questions is very off-putting. There is also an element of luck. Su Yang laughed. Okay, let's talk about this jadeite ring finger. If I'm not wrong, this should be the ring finger worn by Emperor Tang Taizong. Legend has it that this was given to Emperor Tang Taizong by Empress Wu Zetian, but this is not recorded in the historical books, only in the historical records. Now, the appearance of this jadeite thumb ring can prove that this is true. This small thumb ring not only has collection value, but also archaeological and historical value, and is worth much more than that Wu Daozi painting of 100 beasts you bought last time. Tang Jingqi said, still eyeing the thumb ring in his hand. According to your estimate, what is its approximate value? Su Yang asked. At least 70 million, said Tang Jingqi. Brother Su, if you're not in a hurry for the money, I suggest you auction it at an auction house. As long as it's auctioned at an auction house, you can basically be sure that the price will exceed 100 million. Su Yang nodded, I was thinking of doing just that, auctioning it at your auction house. Tang Jingqi said excitedly, that's great. This jade bangle will definitely cause a sensation in the entire antique world at next month's auction. This will be very beneficial for the auction house. Not only will it increase the auction house's income, it will also increase the auction house's popularity. Next, Tang Jingqi explained the auction house's rules to Su Yang. Basically, if someone brings something to the auction house for auction, the auction house will charge a 5% commission based on the selling price of the item. Tang Jingqi, as a shareholder, gave Su Yang a discount and only charged a 3% commission. Su Yang naturally had no objection, as long as he followed the rules. Tang Jingqi gave a discount, and he accepted it. A discount of 2%, don't look at this percentage as being very small. If the jadeite bangle is sold for 100 million, 2% is 2 million. Tang Jingqi called the auction house and sent the contract over, and signed the contract with Su Yang. After signing the contract, the two men chatted for a while, and Tang Jingqi left with the staff. Tang Jingqi wanted to personally deliver the item to the auction house for safekeeping. This is something worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and it is the finale of the auction next month, so it cannot be sloppy. Su Yan looked at the time and it was almost time, so he checked out and left. He had to pick up his wife from work. This tea drinking session cost 8,000 yuan, which made Su Yan a little shocked. It means that he has money now, otherwise he may never have the chance to come to this kind of place for tea in his life. Chapter 33 Buying a House. Wednesday. Su Yan closed his gold futures position and made a total profit of more than 11 million yuan. He transferred 5 million yuan to his stock account and bought 2 stocks. The rest of the money was placed in the futures account and used to buy Apple futures. These were all analyzed using the investment guru's skills, and 99% of them would make money. As long as there was no black swan event, all that was needed was to sit back and collect the money. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday. After breakfast, Su Yan and Zhao Yusin went to look at a house. They were going to buy a house. Zhao Yusin looked very happy. Finally, they were going to have a house of their own. In the future, they could decorate their love nest according to their own ideas. They went to the sales department of Century Garden. There were quite a lot of people, but there were still salespeople who warmly received them and showed them the sand table. The salesperson gave a detailed introduction to the overall situation of the property, the situation of various houses, the surrounding supporting facilities, etc., and finally asked Su Yang and Zhao Yusin which house to buy. This week, the two of them had already decided, and that was to buy a villa. A villa can be bought for 30 to 40 million yuan. Su Yang felt that since they had money and would make even more in the future, they might as well buy a villa in one go. In the future, their parents would have a place to stay when they visited, their in-laws would have a place to stay when they visited, and friends would have a place to stay when they visited. Zhao Yusin did not agree to buy a villa. She felt that there was no need to spend 30 to 40 million yuan on a villa. She would be very satisfied with a 3-bedroom, 2-living room apartment. What's more, Su Yang made 50 million from the bargain. If they buy a villa for 40 million, there won't be much left. They still have to live. It's better to buy a cheaper house and save the money for a rainy day. In the future, if the two of them have children, she hopes to have 2, and raising children costs a lot of money. But Su Yang said that money is no object, and the jadeite bangle will probably be worth about 100 million when it goes up for auction. Now, Zhao Yusin had no way to object. 100 million yuan is more than enough to cover the living expenses, the retirement expenses for the two of them, and the education expenses for the 2 children. You said earlier that there is a 10% discount on the villas, right? Su Yang asked the salesperson. Yes, there is a 10% discount on all villas, and if you buy 2 or more villas, there are further discounts. The salesperson's eyes lit up and he hurriedly replied. Are this couple going to buy a villa? If they buy a villa, they will make a huge profit. Each villa costs at least 30 million yuan, so the commission is quite substantial. What is the price of Villa 39? Su Yang asked again. 40 million yuan, so 10% off is 36 million yuan. The salesman was delighted and replied immediately. If Su Yang had just asked about the discount, it could be considered a casual question, but asking about the price of a particular villa is definitely not a casual question. It shows that he is willing to buy, otherwise he would not have asked. Then take us to see Villa 39. Su Yang nodded. It is still necessary to see it in person to see the specific decoration style and how it really is. Only after seeing it in person and being satisfied with the layout plan can one buy it. He is rich now, but he will not spend money recklessly. It is impossible to directly point out which one it is and buy it directly without even looking at it. That kind of person is either a property speculator who appears when the property market is very hot, or an idiot pretending to be rich who has no brain. Su Yang is not that kind of person, so naturally he followed the normal process. Okay, please wait in the lounge area for a moment, I will go get the keys. The salesperson took Su Yang and Zhao Yusin to the lounge area and then went to get the keys. 36 million, not bad, lower than I expected. Su Yang said. Honey, if it were in the past, I wouldn't have dared to think about buying a villa. Zhao Yusin held Su Yang's arm and wore a happy smile on her face. In the future, we will drive luxury cars and live in villas. This is our life. If you have any dreams, just tell me, and I will help you achieve them. Su Yang laughed. My dream is to live with you and be happy together for the rest of our lives. Zhao Yusin was happy and content. Don't worry, I can guarantee that your dream will definitely come true. We will be happy together for the rest of our lives and never be apart. Su Yang solemnly promised. Since he had already chosen Zhao Yusin, Su Yang would not have any other thoughts and just wanted to live with her. Honey, I believe in you. Zhao Yusin's face once again beamed with happiness. Isn't this Su Yang? You're here to buy a house too? At that moment, a voice rang out. Su Yang turned his head and saw a young man of his age, walking over with a young woman dressed up to the nines in his arms. Do you need something? Su Yang asked indifferently. This young man was his former colleague Feng Haichao. This guy had also just graduated this year. He was in the same group as Su Yang and joined the company as an intern. Feng Haichao is a local, and he has a strong sense of superiority in front of outsiders. As for other outsiders, as long as they are not from a first-tier city, Feng Haichao always adopts an aloof attitude. In particular, knowing that Su Yang is from a small county outside the city, he despises Su Yang even more. At work, he occasionally mocked Su Yang for being a bumpkin. When it came to things that Su Yang didn't know, Feng Haichao would also sneer at Su Yang for being ignorant. There were not many people in the company who got along well with him. Feng Haichao only worked there for a month before quitting. For nothing else, he became a second-generation demolition person. His family relied on the demolition to get 80 million yuan in compensation and 2 more houses. This guy just quit. Su Yang, an old colleague, there's no need to be so rude when you meet. Feng Haichao took his girlfriend and sat opposite Su Yang and Zhao Yusen. Seeing Zhao Yusen, who was hugging Su Yang's arm, a flash of amazement passed through Feng Haichao's eyes. This guy is just a bumpkin from the countryside, and he has such a beautiful girlfriend. Compared to this guy's girlfriend, his own girlfriend is just plain and ordinary. His girlfriend is quite pretty, and he originally thought that it would be quite an honor to bring her out. Now, compared to Su Yang's girlfriend, he feels a bit embarrassed to bring his girlfriend out. What kind of attitude do you want me to have? Su Yang basically didn't want to deal with Feng Haichao. They were both adults, and he had no intention of changing Feng Haichao's opinion of outsiders, so he just chose not to associate with Feng Haichao. Su Yang, you're just from a small county, what makes you qualified to put on a long face in front of me? Feng Haichao's face looked very bad. He himself is a native of Jiangcheng, and you are a bumpkin from a small county. It's not that you're not flattered to be greeted, but you still give me a face, I really can't stand it. It's your own fault for being a bitch and coming to me to find discomfort. If you don't want to see my face, you can just leave. Su Yang would not be polite to Feng Haichao. Even if he doesn't have a system now, and even if he was just an ordinary office worker in the past, Su Yang still wouldn't give Feng Haichao a good face. It's really, Feng Haichao is really annoying. F***ck, you're so annoying. Feng Haichao was furious, but then he quickly thought of something, his tone changed, and a smile reappeared on his face. Su Yang, you're here to buy a house, right? Chapter 34, You're annoying. Su Yang gave Feng Haichao a look like he was looking at an idiot. Why else would you come here if you're not buying a house? Do you think everyone is as idle as you, with nothing to do all day? Hearing this, Feng Haichao's anger flared up again, but in the end, he forced it down. He took a deep breath, and a mocking smile curled the corner of his mouth. What kind of house are you buying? The cheapest one, right? In his opinion, Su Yang definitely bought the cheapest one. Su Yang said, what's it got to do with you? Feng Haichao laughed, you don't dare say it, do you? In fact, buying the cheapest one is fine. The main thing is that some people have to take out a loan to buy a house, and have to pay it back for 20 or 30 years, working their whole lives just for a house. Su Yang glanced at Feng Haichao and didn't say anything. Feng Haichao continued, Su Yang, to be honest, if I were you, I would quit my job in Jiangcheng and go back to the small county to live. The housing prices in the small county are low, and life is comfortable. There is no need to work so hard in Jiangcheng. Believe it or not, if you stay in Jiangcheng, it will all be for nothing in the end. Su Yang said indifferently, are you done? You can go now. Feng Haichao naturally would not leave. He had just said those things not only to hit Su Yang, but also to let Zhao Yusen know Su Yang's specific situation. He already had thoughts when he saw how beautiful Zhao Yusen was. As for the girlfriend by his side, he didn't care. If he could hook up with Zhao Yusen, the girlfriend by his side could be kicked aside at any time. Feng Haichao ignored Su Yang and said to Zhao Yusen, Beauty, introduce yourself. My name is Feng Haichao, a native of Jiangcheng. May I ask your name? His girlfriend didn't say anything when she saw Feng Haichao flirting with Zhao Yusen. Anyway, she was with Feng Haichao because she saw that he had some money. Feng Haichao was not capable and his personality was not good either. She had no intention of marrying Feng Haichao. After being with Feng Haichao for a while, she will get some benefits from him and then they will break up. Su Yang's eyes were cold. This guy is poaching in front of my face. He was about to say something, but before he could speak, he heard Zhao Yusen coldly say, do you know that you are very annoying? My husband has let you go, so why don't you go yet? She really hated Feng Haichao. From the first moment she saw him, she found him annoying. In particular, Feng Haichao's strange conversation with Su Yang had only increased her dislike for him. The coldness on Su Yang's face dissipated, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He signed Zhao Yusen's hand and said, Wife, don't be angry, just treat him like a barking dog. Who are you calling a dog? Feng Haichao was furious. Need I say more? Su Yang sneered. Damn it, I'll kill you. Feng Haichao couldn't stand it anymore and was about to fight. You'd better not fight, otherwise you'll be asking for trouble. You should know that you're no match for me with your puny body. Su Yang laughed coldly, not at all intimidated. He was 1.75 meters tall, while Feng Haichao was only 1.65 meters tall. Don't underestimate those 10 centimeters, they make a difference. Moreover, Feng Haichao looked like he had overindulged in sex, and it made him look even weaker. If it came to a fight, Su Yang could easily knock Feng Haichao out. I won't fight like you, a country bumpkin. Feng Haichao knew that Su Yang was telling the truth, so he didn't fight. It would be embarrassing if Su Yang knocked him to the ground. If you're afraid, just admit it. What's the point of being stubborn? Su Yang sneered. You. Feng Haichao's face turned pale, and he snorted, I came here to buy a house, not to fight. I'm not bothered to argue with you. Su Yang said, didn't you say that the developer would compensate you with 2 houses? Why do you still need to buy a house? Feng Haichao said proudly, my parents and my brother live in those 2 houses, I'll buy a house for myself, unlike you, who will struggle your whole life and only be able to buy 1 house. Su Yang smiled and didn't say anything. No matter how annoying Feng Haichao was, there was no denying Feng Haichao's life. His family had relied on demolitions and easily obtained 2 new houses and 80 million in cash. With the houses and so much cash, as long as he didn't squander it recklessly, he could live a life of plenty. This was something most people in the world could not achieve after struggling for a lifetime. If he didn't have a system and confidence. It's true that, as Feng Haichao said, a lifetime of struggle is just for a house. Mr. and Mrs. Su, I'm sorry, I wasn't feeling well just now, so I took a break. I'll show you the villa now. At that moment, the salesperson returned. It's fine, let's go. Su Yang took Zhao Yusin's hand and got up. Okay, please follow me. The salesperson was about to leave with the 2 of them. Wait. Feng Haichao immediately stopped in front of the 3 of them. What is it, sir? The salesperson asked. What did you say? If I heard you correctly, you were showing him the villas? Feng Haichao asked. Yes, why? The salesperson asked. You don't need to show him, he can't afford to buy a villa. Feng Haichao said. The salesperson hesitated for a moment. Sir, I don't know why you say that, but Mr. and Mrs. Su want to see the villas, whether they buy or not. As a member of the staff here, I will warmly receive them and show them around. Feng Haichao said, I'm telling you, you're so stubborn. I've already told you, he's not going to buy a villa, so why are you still showing it to him? The salesperson said, Sir, I'm sorry, this is my job, so please move aside. What an ungrateful person. Feng Haichao snorted in disgust and stepped aside. Mr. and Mrs. Su, let's go. The salesperson smiled at Su Yang and Zhao Yusin and led the 2 of them away. Humph, I'd like to see what villa you're looking at. As he watched the 3 of them leave, Feng Haichao snorted and followed them with his girlfriend. Feng Haichao took Su Yang and Zhao Yusin to the sales department, got into the car that shuttled customers to the show flats, and the driver was about to start the car when Feng Haichao got in with his girlfriend. Su Yang glanced at the 2 of them and didn't say anything. The salesperson also didn't say anything. Feng Haichao snorted, what are you looking at? Can't I go look at the flats? Su Yang was too lazy to say anything more. The salesperson said to the driver, Mr. Liu, start the car. The driver nodded and started the car. A few minutes later, they arrived at Villa 39. This is a nice villa. Feng Haichao was the first to exclaim as they entered the villa. The salesperson gave Su Yang and Zhao Yusin a tour and gave them a detailed introduction, then asked, Mr. and Mrs. Su, what do you think? As for Feng Haichao and his girlfriend, the salesperson didn't ask, but didn't say anything else either. After all, they were here as customers. Maybe this guy will also buy a house from him. Although this guy's speech is annoying, it doesn't stop people from buying a house. Wife, what do you think? Su Yang asked Zhao Yusin for her opinion. He thought it was good. But it had to be satisfactory to Zhao Yusin. If Zhao Yusin wasn't satisfied, he wouldn't buy it. End of chapter. Chapter 35. What a strange person. It's great, the style of the decoration is a bit younger, which I like. If you like it too, then let's buy this one, Zhao Yusin said. Okay, let's buy this one. Su Yang nodded to confirm. How can a country bumpkin from a remote place like you afford a villa? Feng Haichao looked incredulous. Although he didn't know the exact price of a villa here, he had a rough idea that it would cost at least 30 to 40 million yuan. Su Yang was just a country bumpkin from a small county, so how could he possibly afford a villa? What's it got to do with you? Su Yang gave Feng Haichao a sideways glance. I see, it must be your girlfriend who's paying for it. You've got a rich girlfriend now, so you're a kept man. Feng Haichao looked at Zhao Yusin and thought that she must be the one with the money. Yes, I'm a kept man, so what? What's it got to do with you? Su Yang didn't mind Feng Haichao's misunderstanding, and he didn't bother to explain anything to Feng Haichao. You're living off someone else's hard work and you've got a temper to match. Feng Haichao sneered. I'm living off someone else's hard work, but I've earned it. Even if you want to live off someone else's hard work, you won't get the chance. Just be jealous, Feng Haichao. At the same time, he couldn't understand why Zhao Yusen, who was so pretty, would choose a bumpkin like Su Yang as her boyfriend. Could it be that Su Yang was just good-looking and had a strong body? Let's go back and sign the contract. Su Yang was too lazy to deal with Feng Haichao anymore, so he told the salesperson. Okay, let's go. The salesperson said. Feng Haichao naturally took his girlfriend with him and left together. Beauty, you're from Jiangcheng, right? On the bus back, Feng Haichao asked Zhao Yusen. Yes, why? Zhao Yusen said coldly. Since you are from Jiangcheng, why did you choose a bumpkin like Su Yang as your boyfriend? You can afford a villa, so your family must be very rich, and you definitely can't find a boyfriend like Su Yang. Feng Haichao said. I have to declare one thing, although I am from Jiangcheng, my family doesn't have much money. I didn't buy this villa, my husband did. Su Yang didn't bother to explain, but Zhao Yusen, as Su Yang's woman, had to. She didn't want others to misunderstand Su Yang. Moreover, Feng Haichao was really annoying, always mocking Su Yang. She couldn't hold back anymore. What? He bought it? Feng Haichao was shocked and then shook his head. No way. He was just a bumpkin from a small county. And I remember what he once said, his family was just average, and it was impossible for him to support buying a house in Jiangcheng. If you say Su Yang bought this villa, he wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. How could a bumpkin from a small county afford a villa worth tens of millions of yuan? My husband is from a county town, yes, but he is not a bumpkin. Only people with no quality, like you, would look down on people from county towns. People from every place are the same, there is no difference. Only people with no quality, like you, would say things like bumpkin. My husband's family is average, but he didn't need to rely on his family to buy a house. He bought it with his own money. People like you are nothing compared to my husband, so please don't say those uncouth things anymore, and don't mock my husband anymore. The more you say, the more it shows your low quality, and the more you look like a jumped-up clown. Zhao Yusen said everything she had been wanting to say. Feng Haichao's face turned pale and then red. Even the salesperson, listening, secretly admired Zhao Yusen for being so amazing. And the salesperson felt quite relieved. Because of what Feng Haichao said, it all sounded very harsh to her ears. She also came from a small county in the countryside to Jiangcheng to work hard. People like her were also looked down upon by Feng Haichao in his eyes, and were considered hick by Feng Haichao. It has to be said that Zhao Yusen's words were very relieving. I don't believe it. He is just an ordinary employee himself, so how could he possibly have earned so much money? You must have said that he earned the money to buy the house just to save his face. Feng Haichao's face looked terrible, and he didn't believe what Zhao Yusen had said. The villa is worth tens of millions of yuan. He would never believe that Su Yang could have earned so much money, especially in such a short period of time. In his opinion, Zhao Yusen must have said that to protect Su Yang. Whether you believe it or not is your business, but please don't jump around like a jumping clown in front of my husband and me. Zhao Yusen said bluntly. Feng Haichao's face turned even more ugly. He was a native of Jiangcheng and had always been particularly superior. He had become a member of the second generation of demolition, and his life had been carefree ever since. Now, he was being called a jumping clown. What's more, it was a beautiful woman who said it, which made it even more unbearable. At this point, the car returned to the sales department and stopped. Su Yang and Zhao Yusen got out and returned to the lounge area. The salesperson went to get the contract. To Su Yang and Zhao Yusen's surprise, Feng Haichao and his girlfriend followed. Why aren't you leaving yet? Su Yang frowned. His good mood today had really been spoiled by Feng Haichao. Do you care if I leave or not? Feng Haichao shrugged. He wanted to see if Su Yang was really buying a house. He didn't want to believe it until Su Yang swiped his card, and he had to see Su Yang swipe his card. Su Yang was speechless and said nothing more. Soon, the salesperson came over with the contract information and POS machine. After the salesperson explained, Su Yang flipped through the contract, signed his name, and swiped his card for 36 million. He really swiped the card. Feng Haichao's eyes bulged. Now, even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to. Perhaps, it was really Su Yang who had earned so much money. But, how was that possible? Even if he won the lottery, he wouldn't win that much. Moreover, there had been no recent news reports about any lottery winners who had won tens of millions of dollars. Could it be that Zhao Yusin had paid Su Yang to swipe the card? Yes, that must be it. Feng Haichao seemed to have figured everything out, and the look he gave Su Yang regained his confidence. Su Yang, don't think that I don't know what's going on. In my eyes, you are still a bumpkin, or a bumpkin who lives off other people. After saying this, Feng Haichao got up and left with his girlfriend. No matter what, he was very unhappy today. It was impossible for him to buy a house here, lest he encounter Su Yang and Zhao Yusin in the future and feel bad. Su Yang was fine, but it was Zhao Yusin who had a sharp tongue. He really couldn't handle what she had just said. What a nutcase! Su Yang shook his head in disbelief. You really are an odd one, former colleague. Zhao Yusin couldn't help but say. Just now, when looking at the house, Zhao Yusin asked about Feng Haichao's situation. Naturally, Su Yang did not hide anything and told her about Feng Haichao's situation. He really is an odd one. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Soon, they completed the formalities and received the keys. They could move into the villa. The two left and returned to the rented house. In the afternoon, the two packed their things in the house. End of chapter. Chapter 36 Moving. In the evening. During dinner. Zhao Yusin said, Hubby, we're moving into our new home tomorrow. I want to invite Dad, my uncle, my cousin, and Lin Junyi over for dinner. Su Yang nodded, no problem, it's only right. They don't know we bought a house yet, so let them know too. It'll be convenient for them to come over in the future. Zhao Yusin nodded repeatedly, After dinner, Zhao Yusin called her father, her uncle, her cousin, and Lin Junyi. She told them that they had bought a new house and asked them to come over for dinner the next night. After hanging up, she sent them the address. Honey, there's so much stuff, we should get a moving company. Otherwise, if we move it ourselves, we'll have to make several trips with just the trunk of the car. Looking at the living room, which was full of stuff, Su Yang still felt that it would be better to call a truck to move it. Well, I also think we should call a truck. Zhao Yusin agreed. Su Yang went online and found a moving company, called them, asked for a price quote, and said that they would move the next day. The other party said that they would send someone over on time to help with the move. The next morning, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin had breakfast and checked out of the apartment with the landlord. Some of the valuables were taken downstairs and put in the trunk of the Maserati. They were just waiting for the movers to arrive. The appointment was for 9:30. At 9:20, there was a knock on the door. It must be the movers. Su Yang got up to open the door, and when he saw the person standing there, he was taken aback. Xia Pengfei, what are you doing here? Su Yang quickly recovered, you're from the moving company? Xia Pengfei was also taken aback, but he quickly laughed, yes, I'm from the moving company. I didn't realize it was you moving. Come on in. Su Yang let Xia Pengfei in. Zhao Yusin, long time no see. Xia Pengfei greeted Zhao Yusin. They were classmates and were quite familiar with each other. Xia Pengfei, I remember you seem to be working in a fund company, why are you doing moving? Zhao Yusin had heard the conversation between the two and was surprised that Xia Pengfei had started a moving business. Xia Pengfei had said in the group chat what kind of work he did. The market has been bad lately, business is slow, and there is a lot of pressure at home, so he started moving things part-time on the weekends. Xia Pengfei explained, and then added, I read the group chat earlier, and it seems that Su Yang has made a lot of money investing in futures. Are you moving because you bought a house? Zhao Yusin nodded proudly and said, yes, we bought a house, and we're moving into our new home today. Xia Pengfei laughed and said, congratulations to you then. Amongst your classmates, apart from those second-generation rich kids who can afford to buy a house, the rest of you who have to work hard to buy a house still have a long way to go. After chatting for a while, the three of them started moving their things. Originally, they had hired someone to move their things for a fee, so Su Yang didn't need to help. But since Xia Pengfei was a classmate, they helped together. After half an hour or so, everything was moved downstairs. Su Yang asked the landlord to come take a look, and after the landlord confirmed that everything was fine, Su Yang returned the key and left. More than an hour later, two cars drove into Villa 39, one after the other. Damn, you bought a villa. Xia Pengfei was stunned. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin smiled at each other without saying a word. My goodness, Su Yang, did you make so much money investing in futures? Xia Pengfei couldn't help but be a little curious. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have made that much money. According to Su Yang, he took his father-in-law's 2 million and bought gold futures. He also watched the trend of gold futures. That wave of gains was about a 30% increase. Even if you do the math and Su Yang bought it all, from beginning to end, and used floating profits to increase his position, it's still impossible to make that much money. You have to know that this villa is worth tens of millions of dollars. Futures didn't make that much money, and recently I've made a little from other places. Su Yang laughed. Other places? Where is the money so easy to make? Let me see if I can make some. Xia Pengfei's eyes sparkled, as if Su Yang had a way to get rich. I didn't have anything to do last Saturday, so I went to the antique street and picked up a bargain, Su Yang said. Holy shit, you went to the antique street and picked up a bargain, and you were able to buy a villa by picking up bargains, you're something. Xia Pengfei exclaimed again, but then his face suddenly turned bitter. It seems that this way of getting rich is not for me, I'm not that lucky. Picking up bargains is not something that everyone has the ability to do. It depends on luck. He thought that his luck was bad and that he would not have the chance to find bargains. After moving the things in, Xia Pengfei was also shown around the villa by Su Yang. At noon, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin invited Xia Pengfei to a restaurant outside the community for a meal. After the meal, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin said goodbye to Xia Pengfei and returned to the community. Xia Pengfei got into his pickup truck, but instead of driving off immediately, he took out his phone and sent a few pictures he had just taken of the Maserati Quattroporte and the villa. Classmate A, holy shit, Xia Pengfei, you bought a luxury car and a villa? Classmate B, Xia Pengfei, you work in a fun company and make so much money? You just bought a luxury car and a villa? Classmate C, no way, I met him last week and he was complaining to me that he couldn't afford a luxury car and a villa. Classmate D, so what's going on? Classmate E, holy shit, Xia Pengfei, you can't be working as a fun salesperson during the day and servicing rich women at night. Classmate F, is there such a good thing? Please introduce me. Classmate G, Xia Pengfei, life is too miserable, I don't want to struggle anymore, so introduce me to a rich woman too. Classmate H, haha, is this the Maserati Quattroporte that the rich woman Xia Pengfei serves gave to him? Classmate J, this villa wasn't also given to him by a rich woman, was it? Classmate K, I believe it if you say she gave him a Maserati Quattroporte, but it's a bit more dubious if you say she gave him a villa. Classmate L, I'm better looking than Xia Pengfei, I work out every day, and I'm definitely in better shape than him, so why don't any rich women want me? Classmate M, me too, it's so unfair. Classmate N, I say, why are your thoughts so dirty? By the way, Xia Pengfei, just give me the phone number of a rich woman secretly. Xia Pengfei, stop it. This is the Maserati Quattroporte and villa that Su Yang and Zhao Yusin bought. Today, I moved into my new home with Zhao Yusin. Classmate A, holy shit, is this for real? Classmate B, the last time we heard about Su Yang and Zhao Yusin, it was he Xueqian who broke the news. Su Yang took Zhao Yusin shopping for hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of luxury goods, and also bought her a Cartier watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Classmate C, where did Su Yang and Zhao Yusin get so much money? Classmate D, I don't understand either. Even if they bought gold futures, they couldn't have made that much money. Classmate E, Xia Pengfei, how do you know? Classmate F, Xia Pengfei, tell us, what's really going on? Xia Pengfei, hee, I worked part-time moving houses over the weekend, and Su Yang happened to find the moving company I work for. Today I went to help Su Yang and Zhao Yusin move, and I visited Su Yang and Zhao Yusin's new villa home. Gee, the environment is so nice, and the decoration is so luxurious. Classmate A, Xia Pengfei, are you trying to make us jealous? Classmate B, Xia Pengfei, you're just trying to get Su Yang and Zhao Yusin into trouble. Classmate C, Xia Pengfei, you're missing the point. How did they get so much money to buy a luxury car and a villa? Classmate D, yes, that's the point. Classmate E, Xia Pengfei, come on. Classmate F, Xia Pengfei, you didn't even ask? End of chapter. Chapter 37, Mom called again. Xia Pengfei, I asked, and Su Yang said that the money earned in the futures market is not enough to buy a villa, but he strolled down the antique street last week and found a great bargain, enough to buy a villa. Classmate H, holy shit, Su Yang is so lucky. Classmate J, damn, I'd been to the antique street too, and I didn't see any bargains. Classmate K, Su Yang has had all the luck, there's no arguing with that. Classmate L, with a beautiful wife, a luxury car and a fancy house, Su Yang is the clear winner in life. Classmate Y, it's only been a few months since graduation, and Su Yang has already achieved what we've been striving for our whole lives, and probably won't achieve. Classmate M, it's not that we probably won't achieve it, it's that we definitely won't achieve it. For me, anyway, that's just the way it is. If you carry bricks every day, you'll never be able to afford a villa even if you work all your life. Classmate N, it's so frustrating when you compare people. Classmate question, have you noticed that Su Yang seems to have changed since he broke up with Zhao Yulu and started going out with Zhao Yusen? He made a fortune from futures trading and is now making a killing from arbitrage. Classmate X, yes, I've noticed. This shows that Zhao Yusen is a lucky wife and that Su Yang has found a good wife. Classmate U, if you say so, Zhao Yulu won't like it. Classmate I, Zhao Yulu hasn't said a word recently. I don't know what's going on. Classmate T, it's because Su Yang and Zhao Yusen's lives are getting better and better that she's not showing her face, I guess. Classmate P, you can't say that. They're probably just busy at work. Classmate T, at Su Yang, at Zhao Yusen, your lives are getting better and better, when are you going to get married? Classmate R, yes, that's an important question. You've already got your marriage certificate, and you've bought a fancy car and a villa, so it's time to plan the wedding. Su Yang and Zhao Yusen returned home and saw the group message, which made them smile. Seeing the question about the wedding at the end, Su Yang said, "Honey, about our wedding, I want to get my career going first, and then we'll have a grand wedding. It's not that I don't want to have a wedding, but I feel that we should give Zhao Yusen a perfect grand wedding. This requires an improvement in status, and it will take some time." "Okay, honey, I'll listen to you. We'll get married whenever you say." Zhao Yusen had no objections. They were still young, and they weren't in a hurry to have kids. There was naturally no problem with getting married later. The two of them put away the things they had moved together. After working until just after 3 p.m., they were ready to go to the neighborhood supermarket to buy groceries. Zhao Hai and the others were coming over for dinner that night. As they were about to go out, Su Yang's phone rang. Su Yang took it out and saw that it was from her mother. "My mother is calling, let's take a break and talk later," Su Yang said. "What? Auntie, no, our mother is calling, it's best not to let me talk to her." Zhao Yusen quickly stepped aside. "You are my mother's daughter-in-law, what's wrong with talking?" Su Yang was a little surprised. "No, this is the first time I've spoken to your parents, I want to do it in real life," Zhao Yusen said. "What is the reasoning behind this?" Su Yang was a little puzzled. "I just feel that this is better." Zhao Yusen couldn't give a reason, she just felt that it would be better to meet for the first time in real life. "Okay, after a while, I'll take you home to meet my parents, and you won't have to hide when I talk to them on the phone," Su Yang said. "Aha, you should answer the phone," Zhao Yusen urged. "Mom." Su Yang nodded and picked up the phone. "What are you doing, son?" Zhang Qiuping's mantra. "Not much, it's Sunday, I don't have to work, so I'm just relaxing at home." Su Yang had not yet told his parents that he had quit his job, and planned to bring Zhao Yusen back to talk about it after a while. "Mom, is there something you want?" Su Yang asked again. "Son, you're married now, you definitely need to buy a house, you can't keep renting, it's not good for Yusen either. Your father and I have discussed this. We have saved 800,000 yuan over our lifetime, and in the past few days, we have recovered some of the money we paid for goods, so we have 1,000,000 yuan in total. We were going to call you. We know that housing prices in Jiangcheng are high, and we're not sure if this 1,000,000 yuan is enough for the down payment. If it's not enough, how much more do we need? You can tell us, and we'll borrow some more from our relatives and friends." After Zhang Qiuping learned that Su Yang and Zhao Yusen had gotten married, she discussed the matter with Su Yang's father. Hearing this, Su Yang's nose grew a little bit moist. 1,000,000 yuan was definitely the limit that his parents could afford. His parents had given him everything and had even borrowed money for him. If there had been no system, he would have married Zhao Yusen and would have had to accept the money in order to give her a better life. But now that there was a system, there was no need. In any case, at that moment, he felt his parents' deep love for him. "Mom, you don't need to give me any money, I have money." Su Yang controlled his emotions and hurriedly said. "Where did you get the money?" "It's nothing, I won't disturb your rest. I'll go to the bank later and transfer the money to you," Zhang Qiuping said. Mom, listen to me, I really have money. I have money now, and you and Dad don't have to worry about buying a house. I already bought a house, I just moved into the new house today. I was going to call home tonight to tell you. Su Yang hurriedly explained, afraid that his mother would send money. Where did you get the money to buy a house? Jiang Qiuping was puzzled. Mom, Yuxian's father gave her 2 million yuan for the down payment on the house, and I used that money to invest in futures and made a lot of money. I've already bought the house, Su Yang said. Are you serious? Jiang Qiuping still couldn't believe it. Futures, she had heard of it, but she had never done it. She had only heard that the risk was very high, but if you did it well, you could make a lot of money. Mom, why would I lie to you? I'll open the video for you to see. Su Yang switched to a video call and took a turn around the living room. At this time, Zhao Yusin had already slipped back into her room. This is the living room? It's so big? And there's a staircase to go upstairs? What kind of house did you buy? Jiang Qiuping had some guesses, but wasn't sure. Mom, I bought a villa, a 2-story townhouse, Su Yang laughed. What, it really is a villa? Jiang Qiuping exclaimed. How much did it cost? An ordinary house is very expensive, and a villa is even more expensive, tens of millions of yuan, I guess. You invested 2 million in futures and made this much money? Son, you're not going to lie to your mother, have you done something illegal and criminal? Her son had become suddenly rich, and she was afraid that he had made the money by doing something illegal and criminal. Then, he used futures speculation to deceive her. Su Yang couldn't help laughing. Mom, what kind of person do you take your son to be? Your son has a good job at least. With that job, even if he can't become rich, he can live a good life as an ordinary person, so how could he possibly do something illegal? That's true. Jiang Qiuping nodded, but you shouldn't have made that much money investing in futures, so is there something else? Su Yang said, yes, I was also lucky. I found a great bargain in the antique street. I bought a painting for 50,000 yuan and sold it for 50 million yuan. That's how I got the money to buy the villa. What? You bought a painting for 50,000 yuan and sold it for 50 million yuan? Jiang Qiuping exclaimed. Yes, Mom, I'm not lying to you. I'll tell you more when I take Yusin back to meet you after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Yang had planned this long ago. He would take Zhao Yusin back to meet his parents after the Mid-Autumn Festival. End of chapter. Chapter 38, If you want to buy a car, come to me. Okay, I'll wait for you to bring Yusin back. By the way, is Yusin not at home today? Jiang Qiuping stopped worrying about Su Yang's money when she heard her son say that he would bring his daughter-in-law back, and she also wanted to meet her daughter-in-law. Yusin had gone out for something and was not at home. Su Yang didn't want to explain any further, so he simply said that Zhao Yusin was not at home. Okay, then I won't disturb your rest. Remember to bring Yusin back for the Mid-Autumn Festival. If you don't bring Yusin back, you don't need to come back, Jiang Qiuping said. Okay, don't worry, I'll definitely let you meet your beautiful and sensible daughter-in-law, Su Yang said with a smile. End of call. Zhao Yusin came out of her room. Honey, I've already told Mom that I'll take you back to meet my parents during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Su Yang said, putting his arms around Zhao Yusin. Zhao Yusin nodded, without objection. Sooner or later, she would have to meet the in-laws, and it was just as well to go back during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. Afterwards, the two went out to buy groceries. It was a little after 6 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Yusin's father Zhao Hai, her uncle Zhao Jiang, her cousin Zhao Yuqing, and Lin Junyi arrived one after the other. Congratulations! Congratulations! Congratulations on moving into your new home. Everyone handed over a big red envelope. Su Yang, Yuxian, how did you get the money to buy a villa? Zhao Yuqing asked. Last night, when Zhao Yuqing called them, she already said that she bought a villa. Except for telling Zhao Hai the details, Zhao Yuqing hadn't told anyone else. Su Yang glanced at Zhao Hai before saying, I used the 2 million yuan that Dad gave us for the down payment on the house to invest in futures and made more than 10 million yuan. Before he could finish, he heard Lin Junyi exclaim, what, investing in futures and making over 10 million with 2 million? He usually speculates in stocks and futures. However, he has mostly lost money. He still has several stocks that are in the red. As for futures, he usually closes his positions on the same day. He doesn't dare to leave his positions open overnight, because if he does, he can't sleep. Because on several occasions, he left his positions open overnight, but the next day they all jumped in the opposite direction from where they were opened, causing him to suffer heavy losses. After being screwed like this a few times, he dared not leave his positions open overnight. Su Yang nodded, yes. Lin Junyi hurriedly asked, what futures did you buy? I saw that recently, it was gold futures that rose the most. The lighthouse country's central bank cut interest rates, and gold prices soared. You didn't buy gold futures, did you? He was aware of these financial news. As long as you are investing, no one doesn't know that the beacon country has cut interest rates. Su Yang laughed and said, I bought gold futures, and the next day after I bought it, it went up to the daily limit. Lin Junyi exclaimed again, holy cow, you're amazing, you bought it and it went up to the daily limit. After a pause, he added, you used 2 million and made more than 10 million, and you were there for the whole rally, and you even used your floating profits to increase your position, otherwise you wouldn't have made that much. Su Yang nodded and said, that's true. Lin Junyi gave him a thumbs up and said, Su Yang, I'm impressed with your trading. Teach me sometime. I've been trading stocks and futures for years, but I'm always losing money. Su Yang smiled and said, let's exchange ideas sometime. He now had the skills of an investment guru and could still tell something. Of course, he couldn't say that he was teaching his friend anything, but only exchanging ideas. Zhao Yuqing asked, even if you made more than 10 million yuan, you still couldn't afford this villa. I looked it up before I came here, and the starting price for a villa here is at least 30 million yuan. Zhao Jiang also asked curiously, Su Yang, did you make money from other sources as well? Su Yang nodded, yes, I went to the antique street last week. And told him about the bargain he had found there. Lin Junyi couldn't help but say, damn, you're amazing, just going to an antique street once and you found such a big bargain, making 50 million. That's really incredible luck. Finding bargains requires not only skill, but also luck. Sometimes luck is more important than skill. Just like the Wu Daozi's 100 Beasts Su Yang found, not everyone recognized it as a genuine work of art, but Tang Jingqi did. However, Tang Jingqi did not appear at the right time. If Tang Jingqi had appeared before Su Yang and seen this painting, Su Yang would not have gotten his hands on it. Zhao Jiang smiled bitterly, how come you are so good at making money? Zhao Yuqing was full of envy. Su Yang had nothing, but in the blink of an eye, he had turned over 60 million yuan. Zhao Yulu will probably regret it when she finds out. She still doesn't know that Zhao Yulu already knows. Zhao Yulu has not yet regretted it, thinking that Su Yang is just a blind cat that has stumbled upon a dead mouse. This money will soon be gone. Zhao Hai has not spoken, but he is very satisfied with his son-in-law Su Yang. His youngest daughter is with Su Yang, and he can rest assured. Lin Junyi said, I see a Maserati parked in front of your house. It's new, isn't it? Su Yang nodded and said, yes, it's new. Zhao Yusin couldn't help but say, brothery, you don't know, we originally wanted to buy a Porsche Panamera, but when we went to the Porsche 4S store. She was still a little angry and told what had happened at the Porsche 4S store. Lin Junyi said, that Yang Jingsheng really is something. Zhao Yusin said, he probably doesn't know that you've made money. Lin Junyi said, even if he doesn't know, he shouldn't be so against Su Yang and Uxin. It's obvious that he's looking for trouble, and people like that are the most annoying. Zhao Jiang said, in fact, that supervisor is also the kind of person who divides customers into different classes, otherwise he wouldn't have listened to Yang Jingsheng. Zhao Hai also expressed his opinion, yes, if that supervisor insisted on treating all customers equally, he would never have made such a mistake. Zhao Yuqing said, this also shows that there are problems with the management of that store. I would never buy a car from that kind of store anyway, and if anyone were to buy one, I would tell them not to. What the Porsche 4S store manager said has already come to light. Zhao Yusin's mentioning of this incident has affected the perceptions of several people, and they will never go to that place to buy a car in the future. If someone mentions buying a car, they may still mention this incident. More people will learn about this situation. As long as there is a choice, no one will go to that 4S store to buy a car. Lin Junyi said, Su Yang, Uxin, if you want to buy a car, you can actually come to me. I know a friend who owns a car dealership, and he has cars of all brands there, and the prices are definitely good. Su Yang said, then I'll come to you next time I buy a car. In the past few days, Zhao Yusin has been driving to work, and Su Yang has found it a bit inconvenient when he wants to go out. Anyway, he doesn't lack money now, and buying another car is no problem at all. Lin Junyi said, great, just give me a call when the time comes. He is still willing to do this kind of thing, which is good for both friends. His friend who owns a car business makes money, and the friend who buys a car saves money. You guys chat while I go cook, it'll be ready soon. Zhao Yusin got up and went to the kitchen, and Zhao Yuxing followed in to help. Half an hour later, the food was on the table. The several people chatted and happily ate their dinner, and the host and guests were all happy. A little after 9, Zhao Zhan's daughter and Lin Junyi left. They had all had some wine, so they had hired a designated driver. As for Zhao Hai, he just rested here. After all, she was a daughter, so it was naturally no problem for her to stay the night. End of chapter. Chapter 39. Buying a car again. It was another weekend. Honey, I want to buy another car. Su Yang decided to buy another car and asked Zhao Yusin for her opinion. Sure, I always drive the Maserati, and it's not convenient for you to go out, so just get another one. Zhao Yusin naturally had no objection. During this period of time, she drove to work every day. Su Yang had already resigned, and sometimes when he had to go out, without a car, he had to take a taxi or use public transportation, which was still not that convenient. Anyway, there was no shortage of money now, and after a while, Su Yang handed over the bangles to the auction house for auction, and after they were sold, there would be another income of about 100 million. It was not excessive to buy another car, one for each person. Zhao Yusin asked again, Honey, what car are you going to buy for this second car? Su Yang asked in return, What car do you think is good? Zhao Yusin shook her head and said, I won't say. This car is yours, you choose. I'll be fine with a Maserati, as long as you like it. Su Yang smiled and said, I'm going to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Zhao Yusin's eyes widened, Buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Isn't that too extravagant? Rolls-Royce is the car of the super rich. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan is known as the most luxurious SUV, costing nearly 10 million yuan. Although Su Yang can afford it, is it really necessary? Su Yang said, My dear, I will definitely make a lot of money in the future. I don't want to keep changing cars, so I'll just buy the Rolls-Royce Cullinan in one go. Zhao Yusin had no choice but to say, Okay, if you like it, then buy it. Su Yang put Zhao Yusin in his arms, Honey, don't worry, this car is definitely good value for money, and only a car like this is worthy of your husband. Zhao Yusin was speechless, Honey, you're so narcissistic. Su Yang said, I'm just being honest. Zhao Yusin left Su Yang's embrace, Then you call Brother E. Su Yang nodded, took out his phone, and dialed Lin Junyi's phone number. The call was quickly connected. Su Yang said directly, Brother E, I want to buy a car. Do you have time today? Lin Junyi said, I'm hanging out at my friend's car dealership right now. I'll send you the address, come over. Su Yang said, Brother E, I want to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Ask your friend first, does his dealership have the car in stock? Buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Lin Junyi was shocked. Su Yang, you really have it made. You're buying such a luxury car. But with the way you make money, driving such a luxury car is not excessive at all. I really need to ask you about this. Please hold on a second. After a while, Lin Junyi's voice came again, There are cars in stock. 2 cars just arrived the other day. Su Yang said, That's great. Send me the address, and UXIN and I will go there right now. The call ended, and soon Su Yang received the address Lin Junyi had sent. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin set off and arrived at Dongtai car dealership half an hour later. Su Yang, Yusin, this way. As soon as they entered the car dealership, they heard Lin Junyi's voice. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin looked in the direction of the sound and saw Lin Junyi waving at them. Brother Junyi. The two walked over and greeted him. Come, I'll take you to meet my friend. Lin Junyi led the two to an office on the second floor. They saw a young man in his late 20s or early 30s, dressed in a well-fitting suit, sitting behind a desk. This is my friend Su Wenbin, Lao Su. This is Su Yang and Zhao Yusin, whom I was telling you about earlier. They got married. Lin Junyi introduced the two sides. Welcome, welcome. Sit down. Su Wenbin had a smile on his face, got up and came out, gesturing for Su Yang and Zhao Yusin to take a seat on the sofa next to the coffee table, and started making tea. The two sides chatted casually, getting to know each other a little. After the tea was ready, Su Wenbin turned to the topic at hand. Brother Su, I heard from Lin that you want to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, right? Su Yang nodded, yes. Su Wenbin said generously, Don't worry, for friends introduced by Lin, I will give the biggest discount. You definitely won't find a second car dealer with such a good deal. This remark gave Lin Junyi and Su Yang enough face. Su Yang laughed and said, brother, he also said the same thing. I trust Lin Junyi, so naturally I trust you too. Lin Junyi said, Su, you see, I told you that Su Yang is a very easygoing person. Now do you believe me? I believe you. Su Wenbin couldn't help but nod his head, but then quickly added, no, I didn't disbelieve you before. It's just that I haven't met the person, so I can't say for sure. After chatting for a while and drinking some tea, Su Wenbin took Su Yang and Zhao Yusin to look at cars. Lin Junyi naturally followed. When they arrived at the Rolls-Royce exhibition area, they saw several Rolls-Royces, two of which were Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Su Wenbin said, brother Su, sister-in-law, why don't you go up and experience it for yourself? Su Yang nodded, sure. The two sat in the driver's seat and passenger seat, respectively. Under Su Wenbin's explanation, they learned about the basic functional operations. They also took a test drive in the test drive area. They felt that it was really different from ordinary luxury cars. Whether it's the sense of operation or the comfort, it's not comparable to ordinary luxury cars. A luxury car that costs nearly 10 million yuan is just different. After the test drive, they returned to the exhibition area. After getting out of the car, Su Wenbin asked, what do you think? Su Yang smiled and said, it feels great. This is the one. Regarding the accessories, I want. Su Yang said what accessories he wanted. This was something he had discussed with Zhao Yusin during the test drive. He would mainly be driving the car in the future, but sometimes the two of them would go out together, and in that case, they would still have to take Zhao Yusin's feelings into consideration. There were a few accessories that Zhao Yusin had chosen. Su Wenbin said, no problem, I'll arrange everything for you, and I'll give you the best price. He had someone fetch the accessories to install them, and he calculated the price himself. In the end, the total price was 9.2 million. Many of the accessories were super luxurious. Su Wenbin thought for a moment and said, brother Su, I'll charge you 8 million. 1.2 million is a discount for you. To be honest, this discount is absolutely unprecedented. He just thought about it before speaking, considering whether or not to discount so much. In the end, he decided to offer the discount because he wanted to make Su Yang his friend. Su Yang was so young and already had a Rolls-Royce, so he was definitely someone worth befriending. Lin Junyi spoke up for Su Wenbin, Su Yang, this is definitely the best deal Su Wenbin can offer. Su Yang said, thank you, brother Bin. After that, they went through the various formalities. After more than an hour, all the formalities were completed and all the car's accessories had been installed. Su Wenbin invited, brother Su, sister-in-law, you have come to take care of my business, I invite you to have lunch together, do you have time at noon? Lin Junyi said, let's just have lunch together, we are all friends. Okay. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin did not refuse. Su Wenbin immediately called to order food. Some restaurants need to be booked, otherwise it would be embarrassing if there were no seats after arriving. The end of this chapter. Chapter 40, so you're from the rich generation. President Su, Jiang Shao is here to pick up the car. At this time, a salesman walked over quickly. I see. Su Wenbin nodded. Lao Lin, brother Su, sister-in-law, you go to the lounge and rest for a while, I'll go receive Jiang Shao. Su Wenbin said, and left. Who is this Jiang Shao? Su Yang asked curiously. Jiang Yuhang, have you heard of him? Lin Junyi said. Jiang Yuhang? The one known as the most powerful second-generation rich kid in Zhongcheng? Su Yang was a little surprised. That's the one. Lin Junyi nodded with a smile. Brother E, you're friends with Jiang Yuhang too? I've never heard you mention it. Zhao Yusin was curious. There's nothing to say about it. I also got to know him through Su Wenbin. Lin Junyi is not the type to brag. In that case, are Su Wenbin and Jiang Yuhang second-generation rich kids of the same caliber? Su Yang asked. Well, how should I put it? The Jiang family is quite powerful in the business world. Jiang Yuhang's father has a lot of influence in the business world. The Su family doesn't do much business, but they are influential in official circles. Su Wenbin's grandfather is a high-ranking official in the capital. Lin Junyi chose his words carefully. I'm quite far removed from them. I just have a small, rundown company. Su Wenbin and I are good friends. It's mainly because our personalities are a good match. We're friends with no ulterior motives. Lin Junyi added. Friends like this are true friends. Making friends based on interests can easily cause friendships to fall apart. Zhao Yusen said. The several of them chatted over here. On the other side, Su Wenbin was showing Jiang Yuhang around the cars. Jiang Yuhang was tall and dressed in casual clothes. Jiang Yuhang bought a Bugatti Veyron. He test drove it and was very satisfied. Su Wenbin took Jiang Yuhang to the lounge area and introduced Jiang Yuhang to Su Yang and Zhao Yusen. The two parties exchanged greetings, and they were considered to have met. At this time, Su Yang heard a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Jiang Yuhang went to meet a friend this afternoon, but was kidnapped by that duplicitous friend and his accomplices. In the evening, after the kidnappers received the money, they killed the hostage. Su Yang was shocked. Does that mean that Jiang Yuhang is going to die tonight? Su Yang glanced at Jiang Yuhang and pondered in his heart how to warn Jiang Yuhang. After all, the two of them had become acquainted. Moreover, Jiang Yuhang was still a friend of Lin Junyi. If one doesn't know about such things, one can just forget about it, but now that he knows, he can't not warn him. Su Wenbin said, Su Yang has just bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Jiang Yuhang couldn't help but give Su Yang a deep look. My father also bought a Cullinan, and I like to drive it out a lot of the time. Su Wenbin added, Jiang Xiao, I'll invite Lao Su and brother Su and his wife to lunch together. Do you have time? If you do, let's go together. Jiang Yuhang nodded, sure, I don't have much to do anyway, so I'll take a free meal. When the time was up, the group left the car dealership and went to a nearby private restaurant, where they went to a private room. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, the relationship between them had become much more familiar. Jiang Yuhang asked, what does your family do, brother Su? Su Yang was so young that he could already afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, so Jiang Yuhang naturally assumed that Su Yang was a rich kid. So he asked Su Yang what his family did first. Su Yang looked him in the eye and said, Jiang, you may have some misunderstandings. My family is from a small county in Hubei province, and my parents just own a small supermarket. Jiang Yuhang couldn't help but be a little surprised. He thought Su Yang was a rich kid, but it turned out that he was a rich parent. Su Wenbin was also very surprised. Brother Su, I think the same way as Mr. Jiang, I never thought you were from a wealthy family. From the casual conversation just now, they learned that Su Yang and Zhao Yusen had just graduated from university this year. Now they know that Su Yang's family is from a small county in Hubei province, so the conditions must not be good. In the county, not to mention a small supermarket, even a large supermarket does not make much money. Unexpectedly, Su Yang bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I have to say, just for this, Su Yang has the admiration of the two. When they first graduated, they just worked in the family company. If they were working on their own, without relying on their family's connections, they would definitely not be able to afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. However, they wondered again, could it be that Zhao Yusen's family is rich? Thinking this, they both glanced at Zhao Yusen. Lin Junyi saw the meaning behind the two men's action and explained, Su, Jiang, my sister's family has no money. Her father just owns a small restaurant and can save 200 to 300,000 yuan a year, which is the most he can save. He can't afford a Rolls-Royce. Su Yang can afford a Rolls-Royce because he is capable. I can tell you that Su Yang bought a villa in Century Garden last week, and I even went to the housewarming banquet. Hearing that Su Yang had also bought a villa in Century Garden, Su Wenbin and Jiang Yuhang were shocked again. They knew that the villas in Century Garden were worth more than 30 million. Buying a house and a car had cost at least 40 million. Jiang Yuhang couldn't help but ask, Brother Su, what do you do? He was really curious about how Su Yang had made so much money so soon after graduating from university. He was not the only one who was curious. Su Wenbin was also curious, staring at Su Yang, wanting to know what Su Yang did. To be honest, the two of them came from good families and were able to have the lives they have now, largely thanks to their families. When they first graduated from university, even with their family connections, they did not earn as much money. I was just lucky. I made some money investing in futures, and I also picked up a bargain while strolling through the antique street. Su Yang did not hide it, but did not say how much he had earned specifically. Even if he didn't say it, just by Su Yang buying a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and buying a villa, you basically know how much he has earned at least. Brother Su, you are too modest. In this world, whether it is investing in futures or picking up antiques, to make money, it is not luck that can do it, it is having absolute strength that can do it. Yes, if you say that winning the lottery or gambling is a way to make money, I believe that is luck. But if you invest in futures and antique hunting to make money, it can't be luck. Su Wenbin and Jiang Yuhang didn't believe that Su Yang had made his money by luck. They just thought that Su Yang was being modest. Moreover, they felt that Su Yang was exceptionally capable. At least, they personally could not compare with Su Yang. Anyone who can make money from the futures market is no ordinary person. As for picking up bargains on the antique street, although there is an element of luck, it also requires vision and ability. If you can't even tell the authenticity of an antique, how can you talk about picking up bargains? End of chapter. Chapter 41 Reminder. Dinner is over. Leaving the restaurant, everyone said goodbye to each other. Seeing Jiang Yuhang get into his sports car, Su Yang suddenly remembered that he had not yet told Jiang Yuhang about that matter. He asked Zhao Yusin to go back to the car first, and then hurriedly ran to Jiang Yuhang's sports car and knocked on the window. Jiang Yuhang lowered the window and asked curiously, "Su brother, is there something the matter?" Su Yang pointed at the passenger seat and asked, "Can I come in and talk?" Jiang Yuhang smiled and said, "Of course, come on up." He was very curious about what Su Yang wanted to tell him, and Su Yang's actions and what he said clearly indicated that he didn't want anyone else to know. Su Yang got into the passenger seat, and Jiang Yuhang looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Su Yang deliberated on his words and said, "Jiang Shao, are you going to meet a friend later?" Jiang Yuhang was taken aback and asked in some surprise, "How do you know?" It was just now, on the way to dinner, that he received a call from a friend, and that's why he decided to go to his friend's place in the afternoon. He hadn't told anyone about this. "You don't need to worry about how I know. I also know that the friend you are going to see may be harmful to you." Su Yang said it very bluntly. He didn't bother making any excuses, he just said it like that, and Jiang Yuhang believed him. Whether he believed him or not was out of the question. "What? How is that possible?" Jiang Yuhang was surprised. "How do you know that my friend will do me harm?" The friend he was going to meet was actually his girlfriend. The two met by chance, and Jiang Yuhang felt that the other person had a very good character. After getting to know each other for a while, Jiang Yuhang didn't care about his girlfriend's family background, and despite his father's opposition, the two got together. Jiang Yuhang is very good to his girlfriend, and whenever he has time, he will spend it with her. He even bought a house for his girlfriend to live in. Today, on the way to dinner, his girlfriend called and said she wasn't feeling well, so he had to go over to check on her. "I can't tell you how I know, but as a friend, I hope you won't go see your friend. If you really must go, I suggest you take someone with you." Su Yang's face was serious. "Brother Su, what you're saying, I really can't believe." Jiang Yuhang didn't believe it. How could his girlfriend do something bad to him? "Jiang Shao, I've said all I have to say. As for whether you believe it or not, and what you do about it, that's up to you. Goodbye." After saying this, Su Yang got out of the car. Anyway, he had already given his warning. If Jiang Yuhang didn't want to believe him and didn't listen to him, there was nothing he could do. Jiang Yuhang's face changed. There was no reason for Su Yang to try to drive a wedge between him and his girlfriend. Could it be that Su Yang knew his father and that his father had asked Su Yang to drive a wedge between him and his girlfriend? But how did Su Yang know that he was going to see his girlfriend this afternoon? Did Su Yang know something? Could it be that his girlfriend is really out to get him? But he didn't think there was anything wrong with his girlfriend, so why would she want to get him? A series of questions came to Jiang Yuhang's mind. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Yuhang took out his phone and dialed a phone number. Su Yang returned to the car. Zhao Yusin asked curiously, "Honey, what did you say to Jiang Yuhang?" Su Yang smiled and said, "Nothing, just a casual chat." Zhao Yusin didn't pursue the matter. If Su Yang wanted to talk, he would, and if not, that was that. She didn't need to know. Anyway, if Su Yang doesn't want to tell me, there must be a reason. She said, "Hubby, just now brothery mentioned short videos again. I think you should really give it a try. Pick a direction, make a short video, and maybe you'll become a super internet celebrity." Su Yang laughed and said, "I don't want to become a super internet celebrity. In that case, even if I go out, I'll be mobbed by people, and I don't want that." Zhao Yusin laughed and said, "This is what so many people dream of, but you don't like it." Su Yang shook his head and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations. I don't like being surrounded by people, so it's better to just live an ordinary rich person's life honestly." When he was young, Su Yang would yearn to be like the celebrities, with their glamorous lives. As he grew up, he no longer yearned for that. And now that he has the system, he is destined to reach the top in the future, so why would he care about that? A super internet celebrity is not as good as him. He doesn't want to be surrounded by people like a monkey when he goes out in the future. During the week, apart from occasionally paying attention to the stock and futures markets, he also pondered what to do. But after thinking about it, he still couldn't make a decision. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, with his investment master skills, he could make money in the stock and futures markets even if he didn't go to work. Let's see what happens first. Besides, the system shouldn't let him down. It should be able to point him in the direction of making money. Just follow the path the system gives you. Whatever he thought about, what came was what he got. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Douyin short video platform will soon become the overlord of the short video field. Under the leadership of President Xiao Dongsheng, Fengkai Guild will become the #1 guild on the Douyin platform. Currently, Fengkai Guild is having operational difficulties, and Xiao Dongsheng wants to sell the guild. Also, a copy of Douyin's future development strategy and a list of future internet celebrities have been sent to the host's email. Please check. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Douyin platform, he was unable to invest. After all, Douyin is a platform owned by Byte Run Company, and even if he wanted to attract investment, he would not be eligible to participate. Those who can participate in investment are all super capital. But the guilds inside can still be invested in. Moreover, the Fengkai Guild is having difficulty operating, so it should not cost too much to acquire. There is also a list of future internet celebrity anchors, so after acquiring the Fengkai Guild, just sign these anchors over and wait to receive the money in the future. Upon thinking of this, Su Yang was happy and grinned from ear to ear. Honey, what are you smiling at? Zhao Yusin couldn't help but ask a lot of questions in her head when she saw Su Yang suddenly laugh. Su Yang came back to his senses, suppressed his smile, and I just thought about it and felt that the field of short video is really promising. I've decided, I'll do short video. Zhao Yusin asked doubtfully, didn't you just say that you didn't want to become an internet celebrity and be mobbed when you go out in the future? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Su Yang laughed and said, honey, to make short videos, you don't have to become an internet celebrity. Zhao Yusin asked doubtfully, then what? She didn't know much about this industry. Lin Junyi and the others had only talked about how to make short videos and live streaming videos, and nothing else. Su Yang said, you can start a guild. Acquiring or establishing a guild is the same as starting a company. I'll be the boss, and the internet celebrities will make money for me. Wouldn't that be even better? Zhao Yusin's eyes lit up. That's not bad. In this way you don't have to become a public figure, won't be mobbed by people, and can still make money in the short video field. Su Yang laughed. That's the point, in the future you will be the boss's wife. Zhao Yusin giggled, and then said, then setting up a guild, you haven't done it before, it might be a bit difficult. Su Yang said, I know, let's go home first, I need to check to see if there are any guilds that can be acquired, if there are, then we won't have to go through so much trouble. End of chapter. Chapter 42, Anger. He drove home. Su Yang couldn't wait to open his laptop and check his email. He saw the development plan for Douyin's future. This development plan clearly explained the path of Douyin's future development. There was also the list of future internet celebrities. It wasn't just a list, but also how these anchors had become successful. What surprised Su Yang was that he saw a familiar name on this list of future internet celebrities. Lin Junyi. And Lin Junyi is the super However, the list says that Lin Junyi, a super internet celebrity, is not an outdoor anchor, but a food anchor. Lin Junyi has not yet found his niche, and it will not be long before he realizes that he is not cut out to be an outdoor anchor and switches to the food field, where he becomes a super internet celebrity. Once they have acquired a guild, they must sign Lin Junyi. Such a future super internet celebrity cannot be missed. An apartment. A young man and woman snuggle together. Wife, when Jiang Yuhang comes over, do you think he'll come alone? If he brings someone, we won't be able to do this today. The man looks a little worried. He'll definitely come alone. He's here to see me, his girlfriend, so how could he bring someone else? The woman is sure. That's good, because today we're going to become rich. After we get the money, we'll go abroad and never come back. No one will be able to do anything to us. The man is very happy. Well, we'll be together forever, never to be parted again. The woman was beaming with happiness. Well, never to be parted again. The man smiled and added, just be careful, don't let anything slip, or we'll both go to jail. The woman promised, don't worry, I know what to do. It's easy to get him to drink some water, he always does when he comes over. The man teased her, does he do whatever you tell him to after drinking the water? Nonsense. The woman pouted and punched the man in the chest. Don't even mention it. If you had come to me sooner, would I still be his girlfriend? The man explained, I had no choice. When choosing a school, I could only listen to my parents. Fortunately, I've graduated now and I can make my own decisions. As soon as I learned that you were in Jiangcheng, I came to find you immediately. These two people, the woman is Jiang Yuhang's girlfriend, named Yi Jingjing. The man is named Liang Yurui. The two were lovers in high school. After graduating from high school, they chose different universities in different cities, far apart. Naturally, this high school romance just ended without a trace. After graduation, Liang Yurui's work was not going well. A month ago, Liang Yurui found out that Yi Jingjing was in Jiangcheng and seemed to be doing well in both work and life. So Liang Yurui had the idea of relying on Yi Jingjing. Through high school classmates, he asked around and found Yi Jingjing's phone number, contacted her, and expressed his deep love for her and his desire to be together again. Yi Jingjing was already the girlfriend of Jiang Yuhang, a rich second generation, and naturally no longer had feelings for Liang Yurui, her ex-boyfriend. However, Liang Yurui did not back down when he learned that Yi Jingjing's boyfriend was a rich second generation, and the richest second generation in Jiangcheng. On the contrary, he used this to successfully persuade Yi Jingjing to reunite with him. In this way, Liang Yurui came to Jiangcheng and reunited with Yi Jingjing. The two also conspired to kidnap Jiang Yuhang, demand a ransom from Jiang Yuhang's father, and then run away and go abroad to live a carefree life. As for their parents, they didn't even plan to care about them. After all, as far as they were concerned, as long as they themselves were living a good life, that was all that mattered. If he doesn't drink the water, I'll let him go into the bedroom, and you can take him by surprise and knock him out, Yi Jingjing said. Let's do it. We have to get him today, and we have to get the money, Liang Yurui said. As the two were talking, they heard a knock on the door. It should be Jiang Yuhang. You go to the bedroom first, Yi Jingjing whispered. Okay, I'll go to the bedroom and hide. Liang Yurui smiled and kissed Yi Jingjing before going into the bedroom. Yi Jingjing got up, tidied her clothes and hair a little, and then went to open the door. She saw Jiang Yuhang standing in the doorway. Honey, you're here. Yi Jingjing was surprised and pulled Jiang Yuhang into the room, closing the door behind them. You said you weren't feeling well just now, are you feeling better now? Jiang Yuhang went into the room, sat down, and put his arms around Yi Jingjing. I'm fine now. I just missed you. You haven't visited in a few days. Yi Jingjing looked pitiful. It's my fault. I've been a bit busy these days and haven't had time to come over. Jiang Yuhang said. You work for your own company, what's so busy about that? I don't think you care about me. Yi Jingjing said coquettishly. How could that be? I really have been a bit busy these days. I told you, my father is the president of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. Recently, the member companies of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce want to set up an investment fund. My father wants to train me, so he has asked me to take charge of this matter, and I have been extremely busy. Jiang Yuhang explained. He was telling the truth. He has been busy with this matter recently. Okay, I forgive you. Yi Jingjing left Jiang Yuhang's embrace and went to pour Jiang Yuhang a glass of water. The cup had been predosed with powdered medicine, which would dissolve when the water was poured. You must be thirsty. Have some water. Yi Jingjing put the water in front of Jiang Yuhang. I am a bit thirsty. Jiang Yuhang picked up the glass and gulped down the water. With Su Yang's reminder, he had become a bit wary of Yi Jingjing, but he didn't think that drinking some water would be a problem. Besides, he had already made preparations. Even if there really was something, there would be no problem. Yi Jingjing could not possibly poison him to death, could she? Seeing Jiang Yuhang drink the water, a flash of joy appeared in Yi Jingjing's eyes. This would be easy. Do you want some more? Yi Jingjing asked. She asked this to let Liang Yurui, who was hiding in the bedroom, hear. Liang Yurui knew that Jiang Yuhang had already drunk the water. No thanks. Su Yang shook his head, and suddenly felt a dizzy spell come over him, and his whole body felt weak. What's going on? Jiang Yuhang pounded his head with his hand. Let me tell you what's going on. Liang Yurui, who was hiding in the bedroom, knew that Su Yang had already drunk the water and was completely unable to resist, so he walked out of the bedroom. Who are you? Su Yang's face sank, and he thought again of Su Yang's reminder. I'll let you know who I am soon. Liang Yurui laughed, walked over to Yi Jingjing, sat down next to her, put his arm around her waist, kissed her hard, and said, "Now you know who I am, right? Yi Jingjing, you actually hooked up with another man behind my back." Jiang Yuhang gritted his teeth, his face grew more and more gloomy, and his heart was furious to the extreme. The end of this chapter. Chapter 43, Begging for Mercy. You don't need to say that. Yi Jingjing and I were originally lovers, we just separated. Now we're just getting back together again. To be honest, you're the third party. Liang Yurui shamelessly said. Yi Jingjing, haven't I been good enough to you? Why are you doing this to me? Jiang Yuhang ignored Liang Yurui and fixed his gaze on Yi Jingjing. Why? I'll tell you why. Your father doesn't approve of me being with you, and we simply don't have a future together. Our end result will only end in a breakup. After all, everything you have is from your father, and you can't go against your father's wishes in such a big matter as marriage. Now you're being nice to me, but you just want to have fun. When it's time for you to get married, you'll definitely kick me out. In that case, why should I stay with you? I want to pursue my own life. Yi Jingjing spoke with righteous indignation. Originally, she didn't think about these things, and she was still sitting on the dream of marrying into a wealthy family. Liang Yurui learned about her situation and gave her such an analysis, saying that it was impossible for her to marry into a wealthy family. It was the same reason she just said. Yi Jingjing felt that Liang Yurui was right, and that's why she hooked up with Liang Yurui again. If you don't want to be with me, you can break up with me. I'm not the kind of person who will pester you. What do you mean by showing me this man today? Jiang Yuhang admitted that Yi Jingjing had a point. Although he was under pressure, he was with Yi Jingjing. But the two were just boyfriend and girlfriend, and if they got married, it wouldn't work. If Dad didn't agree, it was unlikely that they would get married. In other words, sooner or later, the two would break up. He didn't really think there was anything wrong with it. After all, for a rich second generation like him, it was pretty normal. He had a friend named Wang Xiaozong, who changed girlfriends much more frequently than he did. That was just the way they lived as second-generation rich kids. If the other person didn't want to be with him anymore, they could simply mention it. He would even give the other person a certain amount of breakup money, so it was a good parting. But now that the other person was doing this, Jiang Yuhang really didn't understand what they meant. Of course it was about money. Yi Jingjing said. What do you mean by money? Jiang Yuhang was a little puzzled. Let me explain. We are going to kidnap you and make your father pay us money. We will only let you go after we get the money. Liang Yurui laughed. Aren't you afraid of being caught if you do such a thing? Do you think you can escape? Jiang Yuhang didn't expect that the other party actually wanted to kidnap him. Once we get the money, we will go abroad, and no one can catch us then. Liang Yurui sneered, everything was under his control, and he was not afraid of being caught at all. You won't be able to escape. Jiang Yuhang said. Whether we can escape or not is up to me to decide, not you. All you have to do is cooperate with us and call your father to transfer the money to us. Don't worry, we're not greedy. We just want 500 million. With 500 million, we can live a life of luxury for the rest of our lives. Your family is so rich, 500 million is nothing to you. You can easily get it. Liang Yurui couldn't be happier at the thought that he would soon have 500 million yuan in his hands. After receiving the money, he would not let Jiang Yuhang go. He was very unhappy with rich second-generation people like Jiang Yuhang. Why should these rich second-generation people be able to live a life of luxury? He, on the other hand, had to work hard and see no hope. Yi Jingjing, I advise you to stop, otherwise no one can save you. Jiang Yuhang said to Yi Jingjing. No way. You'd better obediently call your father and ask him to wire the money. Yi Jingjing said. Since we've come this far, there's no way I'll stop. There's only one path to follow. After all, we were in love. I just gave you a chance. If you're willing to stop, I won't do anything to you. Let's just pretend this never happened. Since you're not willing to take this chance, don't blame me. Jiang Yuhang said. What do you mean? Yi Jingjing's eyes were full of doubt. Liang Yurui's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Come in. Jiang Yuhang said. Come in? Yi Jingjing and Liang Yurui glanced at each other, not knowing what Jiang Yuhang meant. You brought someone here? But if you brought someone here, do you think the people outside will listen to you? Have you gone crazy? Liang Yurui was full of doubts. I brought a bodyguard here today, and he is waiting for me downstairs. Before I came up, I kept my phone on and kept talking to the bodyguard, and I also turned on the recording. The bodyguard must have heard our conversation just now, and at this time, he should be waiting at the door. Although Jiang Yuhang didn't believe Su Yang's words completely, Su Yang's words still aroused his suspicion. It's better to be safe than sorry. So he called one of his father's bodyguards over. With the phone on, the bodyguard would know if anything happened. The recording was on, which would be evidence. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang from the door, and it was broken open forcibly. A man in a black suit walked in. Seeing the man, Liang Yurui and Yi Jingjing were momentarily dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. The two of them had never imagined that they would encounter this situation, and they had not taken any relevant countermeasures. They just sat on the sofa without making any move. What should we do, Jiang Xiao? The bodyguard asked. Call the police and let them handle it, Jiang Yuhang said. Even if he did something to Liang Yurui and Yi Jingjing, beat them up or even cripple them, with his status and position, there would be no problem. But he is not that kind of person and would not do that. He still thinks it is better to leave it to the police. Okay. The bodyguard took out his phone and was about to make a call. Don't call the police. Liang Yurui finally came back to his senses and immediately got up and pounced on the bodyguard, about to snatch the bodyguard's phone. He knew that if the bodyguard called the police, even though it was an attempted kidnapping, he and Yi Jingjing would go to jail. After all, they had already taken action, and there was a recording of the phone call, so the evidence was conclusive. If they went to jail, their lives would be over. Even if they got out, they would not be able to find a good job. Originally, with their education, if they worked hard, they could still live a good life. But after doing this, their whole lives were doomed. But he is just an ordinary person, how could he snatch the phone from the bodyguard? Without getting close, he was kicked to the ground by the bodyguard. Son of a bitch, I'll kill you. Liang Yurui lost his mind, ignoring the pain in his body. He got up from the ground in one go, grabbed the chair next to him, and smashed it at the bodyguard. The bodyguard was very agile and dodged it. You're looking for death. A flash of anger crossed the bodyguard's eyes. He didn't bother to make the call, and decided to finish Liang Yurui off instead. He took a few large steps towards Liang Yurui, and kicked him to the ground with a single kick. He then began to punch and kick Liang Yurui, who screamed in pain and begged for mercy. Ah! Stop, please stop, I know I was wrong. If you keep hitting me, I'll die. If you kill me, you'll die too. Ah! Jiang Xiao, I know I was wrong, please let me go, tell him to stop. Ah! Jingjing, you have to say something for me, tell him to tell the bodyguard to stop hitting me. You are Jiang Yuhang's girlfriend, he will definitely listen to you. Liang Yurui kept begging for mercy, but when he found that it was not effective, he begged Jiang Yuhang, but it was still not effective. Then he tried to beg Jiang Yuhang through Yi Jingjing. Now he is still saying that Yi Jingjing is Jiang Yuhang's girlfriend. I have to say that Liang Yurui is shameless enough. The end of this chapter. Chapter 44, Deal with it privately. Jiang Xiao, please let him go. Yi Jingjing came back to her senses and begged for mercy. He got himself killed, so he can't blame anyone else. Jiang Yuhang said coldly. He no longer had any feelings for this woman. Jiang Xiao, we were in love at least, I'm begging you, isn't that enough? Yi Jingjing said again. You're bringing this up now? You betrayed me, hooked up with this guy, and tried to kidnap me, and now you're begging me for mercy. Don't you feel ashamed? Jiang Yuhang said coldly. Yi Jingjing was speechless. She had felt that she had good reason for what she did. But now that it had been revealed, she felt that it was ridiculous. It is indeed a bit shameless to say such things now. Jiang Xiao, I won't beg for him, but can you not call the police? I know I was wrong, if you call the police, my life will be over. Yi Jingjing begged. If you had known this, why did you do it in the first place? Jiang Yuhang said coldly. This woman has betrayed him and tried to kidnap him, how could he just let it go? We are all adults, no matter who it is, they have to pay the price for what they have done. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingjing's face turned pale. At this moment, she truly realized how ridiculous her actions were. She was living a good life, so why did she have to do this? Why did she have to listen to Liang Yurui and get back together with Liang Yurui? That was fine, but why did she have to kidnap Jiang Yuhang as well? In fact, if she had broken up with Jiang Yuhang, as Jiang Yuhang had just said, Jiang Yuhang would definitely let go. Perhaps, if she had given a good reason, she could have even gotten some compensation from Jiang Yuhang. Thinking about this, Yi Jingjing felt endless remorse. Looking at Liang Yurui, who was being beaten and screaming in pain, she felt endless resentment. In the past, she had listened to Liang Yurui's sweet words and gone dizzy. Now, she had come to her senses. Liang Yurui had never loved her, but had used her to kidnap Jiang Yuhang, all for the sake of money. Jiang Xiao, I really know that I was wrong, please let me go. If this story gets out, it won't reflect well on your reputation. If you let me go, you can do whatever you want to him, you can even have him disqualified. With your status, this shouldn't be a problem. You can't get back at him by having the police arrest him, so you might as well just have him disqualified. Yi Jingjing was still unwilling to give up. The consequences of going to prison were really unimaginable. Originally, Jiang Yuhang was definitely going to report it to the police, thinking that it would be better to let the police handle it. But after hearing Yi Jingjing's words, he hesitated. If this matter were to get out, it would indeed be bad for him. After all, he was Jiangqing's top second-generation rich, and even in the whole country, he was somewhat famous, although not as famous as his friend Wang Xiaozong. He had been cuckolded by his girlfriend and almost kidnapped. If this got out, no one might dare say anything to his face, but behind his back, it was not certain. Not to mention police confidentiality, no one knew about it. In the circles of the rich second generation, this kind of thing is too easy to find out. By then, it will definitely be known to everyone. Jiang Yuhang will definitely lose face. Not only will he lose face, but his father will also be embarrassed. If this matter is exposed, his father will definitely become a laughingstock in the business world. I don't know how many bigwigs who are hostile to his father will mention this matter in front of his father. I have to say, it would be better to deal with it in private. Jiang Xiao, I really know I was wrong. From beginning to end, Liang Yurui was the one who planned this whole thing. I was just tricked by Liang Yurui. Please let me off. As for Liang Yurui, you can do whatever you want with him. Yi Jingjing saw that Jiang Yuhang was somewhat moved and continued to beg for mercy. Yi Jingjing, you bitch, you don't care if I live or die, you deserve to die. Liang Yurui, who was beaten to near death, could not help but come back to full health upon hearing Yi Jingjing's words, and he cursed angrily. I listened to your words, and it was the most wrong decision I have ever made in my life. You are the one who made me like this, and you deserve to die a bad death. Yi Jingjing resented. You bitch, I didn't force you to do it, it was you who wanted to do it. If you didn't want to do it, why would you listen to me? Liang Yurui cursed angrily. Yi Jingjing trembled with anger. Before Liang Yurui approached her, she had never thought of leaving Jiang Yuhang. She also knew that she would not be able to marry Jiang Yuhang. But breaking up with Jiang Yuhang would have a lot of benefits. It was Liang Yurui who contacted her, analyzed the situation for her, and painted a rosy picture of a good life abroad after kidnapping Jiang Yuhang and getting the money. She agreed and decided to do it with Liang Yurui. Now Liang Yurui not only refuses to admit it, but also puts the blame on her. She is even more regretful for listening to Liang Yurui in the first place, and she is even more angry. Okay, you two stop talking. Jiang Yuhang has gradually recovered, and the effect of this medicine does not last long. The two of them stopped talking, and now what will happen to them is up to Jiang Yuhang. What you just said makes sense. It is indeed inappropriate to report this matter to the police, otherwise it will have a great impact on me and my father. Jiang Yuhang added. Jiang Xiao, you forgive me? Yi Jingjing's face lit up with joy. Forgive you? It's not that easy. Jiang Yuhang sneered and shook his head. So what do you want? The joy on Yi Jingjing's face disappeared. I've basically sorted this out. The main responsibility lies with this man. You were indeed fooled by him, but you are also responsible. Jiang Yuhang said. Yi Jingjing didn't say anything. It was true. I want to cripple one of his legs. You do it. Jiang Yuhang said. Jiang Xiao, you can do it yourself. Yi Jingjing resented Liang Yurui, but she had never done anything like this. If you don't do it, I will. I won't just break his leg, I'll break yours too. You choose. Jiang Yuhang said indifferently. I'll do it. Yi Jingjing's eyes flickered for a moment, and she gritted her teeth and made a decision. Compared to having her leg broken, of course she would rather break Liang Yurui's leg. Besides, Liang Yurui is the one responsible for her current appearance, so Liang Yurui deserves to lose a leg. Bitch, if you dare to touch me, you will die a horrible death. Liang Yurui yelled in fear and threatened. You are the one who made me like this, so you deserve to die a horrible death. Yi Jingjing said, picked up the chair next to her, and smashed it at Liang Yurui's leg. Ah! Liang Yurui let out a scream, you bitch, you dare to hit me like this, I will definitely get you in the future. The leg did not break. Yi Jingjing's strength was still too light, so she used her full strength and smashed it again. Crack! Finally, the sound of a bone breaking sounded. Bitch, I will definitely get you in the future. Liang Yurui let out a squeal like a pig, and did not forget to threaten Yi Jingjing. The end of this chapter. Chapter 45, Suspicion. Since you want to kill me, I'll cripple you again, and I'll see how you can kill me. Yi Jingjing's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and she raised the chair again and smashed it at Liang Yurui's other leg. This woman is really ruthless. Crack! Another sound of bone breaking rang out. With experience, just smash it directly. Ah! Liang Yurui let out a scream and continued to curse, Yi Jingjing, you bitch, you're so cruel, even if you break both my legs, I'll get you back in the future. Really? In that case, I'll break both your hands, so how will you get me back? Yi Jingjing raised the chair again. No, don't hit me, I take back what I said, we won't have anything to do with each other in the future, so please stop. Seeing Yi Jingjing raise the chair again and break his hands, Liang Yurui panicked. If both legs are broken, they may not be able to be healed. If they cannot be healed, he will have to use a wheelchair. If his hands are broken again and cannot be healed, he will have to be taken care of for the rest of his life, which is worse than death. Now you know how to be afraid, right? Yi Jingjing asked with a sneer. I'm afraid. We have no relationship from now on. I'm to blame for this, so please don't hit me anymore. Liang Yurui was really afraid. This woman was too ruthless and had completely turned into another person. It seems that you still can't offend a woman. If I hadn't said those harsh words just now, it would have been better. Saying a few harsh words and breaking an extra leg was really too miserable. You're smart. Yi Jingjing snorted and put the chair down. Liang Yurui let out a sigh of relief, and finally managed to calm this woman down. Is that good enough, Jiang Xiao? Jiang Yuhang asked Jiang Yuhang. Yes, it's even better than I thought. Jiang Yuhang nodded. Then can I go? Yi Jingjing asked again. Not yet, I still have a few things to say about this matter, so you two listen up. Jiang Yuhang said sternly. Go ahead, Jiang Xiao. Yi Jingjing said. Liang Yurui stopped screaming and looked at Jiang Yuhang. This matter ends here, and the police must not be alerted. If anyone does anything in the future that alerts the police, I will let you know what it means to be in hell. Jiang Yuhang said. Don't worry, Jiang Xiao, this matter ends here. I will leave Jiangcheng today, and I will never tell anyone a word of this in my life. Yi Jingjing said. That's good. Liang Yurui nodded with satisfaction and looked at Liang Yurui. What about you? Liang Yurui immediately said, Mr. Jiang, I will not mention this matter again either. Today, I admit defeat. In the future, in order to avoid getting involved in this matter, I will not retaliate against Yi Jingjing, and I will not tell my family about this matter. Even if my family knows that my legs are broken, I will say that I broke them accidentally. In short, this matter ends here. He was really a little afraid. His legs were broken, but there was still hope that they could be healed. Even if they were healed, they might not be as agile as before, but they would not be much worse. This is better than going to jail. He also would not seek revenge on Yi Jingjing, for fear of implicating himself in the incident. After all, if he retaliated against Yi Jingjing, it would inevitably alert the police. If the police were alerted, it would inevitably implicate him in the incident. For someone like Jiang Yuhang, there are simply not enough means to make him wish he were dead. He now also regretted it, regretting that he should not have had any designs on Jiang Yuhang. This kind of thing is not something that can be done so easily. Kidnapping is not something that just anyone can do. He deserved to end up like this. It has to be said that Liang Yurui's transformation was also very complete. Very good, you are also very sensible. Jiang Yuhang nodded with satisfaction and said quickly, you can leave. This is a house he bought, just for Yi Jingjing to live in, so naturally it was Yi Jingjing and Liang Yurui who left. Jiang Xiao, can I pack up my things? Yi Jingjing asked. There are still quite a lot of clothes and things. Since things have been resolved, there should be no problem taking those clothes. The clothes and bags were all gifts from Jiang Yuhang, and they were all luxury goods, so she didn't want to just throw them away. It's fine. Jiang Yuhang nodded. He had already gotten his revenge, so he didn't make things too difficult for Yi Jingjing. Yi Jingjing immediately went back to her room to pack her things. Jiang Xiao, I'm afraid I'll have to stay here for a while. In my current state, I need to call an ambulance, and I can't leave until it arrives. Liang Yurui said bitterly. Throw him downstairs. Jiang Yuhang said to the bodyguard. He didn't want to see Liang Yurui again, and it was none of his business when the ambulance would arrive. Yes. The bodyguard answered, immediately picking up Liang Yurui and walking away. Liang Yurui was full of bitterness, and the pain from being dragged caused him to scream in pain, but he didn't dare say anything. This was Jiang Yuhang's house, and Jiang Yuhang didn't want him to stay in the house anymore, so what else could he say? Nothing. Thrown downstairs, he could only dial the phone to call an ambulance. He dared not tell his family about this incident. If he did, it might cause trouble. It was already considered good fortune that it had been resolved in this way. Inside the house, Yi Jingjing packed her things, a bag and a suitcase, and everything was in it. Yi Jingjing walked to the door, stopped, and turned back to ask, Jiang Xiao, when you came here today, you kept your phone in conversation with the bodyguard and recorded it. It seems that you knew what Liang Yurui and I were going to do to you. I'm very confused. How did you know? She and Liang Yurui discussed this matter in private and definitely did not tell a third person. Jiang Yuhang said indifferently, you don't need to know about that. He was too lazy to explain to Yi Jingjing. Yi Jingjing didn't say anything else and turned around to leave with her things. The bodyguard was also very puzzled. Young Master Jiang, I'm also very puzzled. How did you know? Jiang Yuhang smiled and said, I met someone at lunch today, and he told me that I came to see a friend, and my friend might do something to me. The bodyguard said, how did that person know? Jiang Yuhang shook his head and said, I don't know how he knew. The bodyguard's eyes flashed. Do you think it's possible that that person is in league with these two or one of them, and is doing this to gain your trust? With an ulterior motive? This speculation is not without reason. After all, the source of the information is really incredible. What Liang Yurui and Yi Jingjing did should only be known by the two of them, and they could not have told anyone else. The two of them discussing this matter could not have been overheard by others. Jiang Yuhang's face became a bit solemn. It is not impossible. In the next few days, keep an eye on that person for me. I will tell you the address of that person later. I will borrow 2 more people from my father to keep an eye on this couple to see if they can find anything. We must eliminate this possibility you are talking about. The bodyguard nodded and said, that's best. The end of this chapter. Chapter 46, Taking Advantage of Someone's Misfortune. Viewing the development plan for Douyin's future and the list of future internet celebrities, Su Yan looked up the Fengkai Guild online. He found the phone number of the president of the Fengkai Guild, Xiao Dongsheng, and immediately dialed it. Since the system had pointed the way, he naturally had to get started right away. Soon, the phone connected. Hello. A slightly tired voice sounded. Hello, is this President Xiao Dongsheng of the Fengkai Guild? Su Yang asked. Yes, you are Xiao Dongsheng. I saw on the internet that you are selling the guild. Has it been bought yet? Su Yang asked. No, are you interested? Xiao Dongsheng asked. Yes, I am interested. When do you have time? Let's meet and talk about it, Su Yang said. Tomorrow afternoon, 2 p.m. As for the location, let's meet at the Old Tree Cafe on Boang Road in the DC area. Xiao Dongsheng said. No problem, see you then. When the call ended, Su Yang's mouth curled up into a smile. This was the first company he had invested in, and his career was about to begin. He went into the living room and told Zhao Yusin about it. This is for the best. There is an existing guild, so we can just acquire it directly. Zhao Yusin agreed with Su Yang's approach. Acquiring a guild is much simpler than setting one up from scratch. Otherwise, if you set up a guild yourself, there is a lot to do, from registration, finding an office, recruiting staff, etc., and it will take a lot of time and effort. Her cousin Zhao Yuqing is a business owner, having set up an accounting firm with a friend 2 years ago. She knows that her cousin was exhausted every day. It wasn't until the firm was on the right track that she stopped feeling so tired. Yes, I'll let other people work for me and make money for me in the future, Su Yang said with a smile. By the way, you've bought a car and a house, so you don't have much money left. Is there enough to buy the guild? Zhao Yuqing asked. It should be enough. I spent 2.3 million on the Maserati, 8 million on the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and 36 million on the house. In total, I spent 46.3 million, plus some other things I bought, so it came to 47 million in total. I still have 3 million in my bank account, and if that's not enough, I have 5 or 6 million in the futures market and another 5 or 6 million in the stock market. I can withdraw all of it, which is over 10 million, which is definitely enough. Once the auction starts, I can make 100 million, so there's absolutely no need to worry about money. Su Yang still remembers the uses of money very well. That's good. Zhao Yusin was relieved. Honey, I'm pretty tired today, let's take a nap. Su Yang took Zhao Yusin by the hand and walked towards the bedroom on the second floor. Honey, are you trying to do something naughty again? Zhao Yusin raised her eyebrows. Honey, how can you call that doing bad things? That's bedtime exercise, it's to better promote sleep and improve sleep quality. Su Yang picked Zhao Yusin up and carried her into the bedroom. Soon, the sound of rain and wind could be heard in the bedroom. That night, in a restaurant, Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei were sitting opposite each other. Yulu, what's wrong with you? You don't look well. What's the matter? Come out, let's see if I can help. Chen Guanglei asked. You can't help me with this. Zhao Yulu shook her head. How do you know I can't help? You tell me first, what is it? Chen Guanglei didn't believe that he couldn't help. What kind of thing could Zhao Yulu encounter that he couldn't help with? It was impossible. After all, he was a multi-billionaire second-generation rich guy. You really can't help me with this. Zhao Yulu still shook her head. How do you know I can't help if you don't say? Chen Guanglei became a little anxious. This was obviously questioning his abilities. As a second-generation rich man with billions of dollars in the family, and one who wanted to impress Zhao Yulu, this was absolutely intolerable. Members of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce have established a special investment fund with an initial joint investment capital of 1 billion. These funds need to be entrusted to a bank. When the major banks learned of this news, they all hoped to win this business. Our bank president gave all the staff a task today, saying that whoever can get this business will become a wealth manager. Wealth managers are much better than tellers, with more contacts and higher income. Including me, everyone wants to get this business, but I can't even get in touch with the people there, let alone get the business. Do you have connections at the Southwest Chamber of Commerce? Zhao Yulu explained the situation. As far as she knew, Chen Guanglei didn't have any connections at the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. Chen Guanglei is a person who likes to show off. Every time I meet him, he brags, eager to show off all his skills and connections. Chen Guanglei has never told her that he has connections with the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. Yulu, if it were any other Chamber of Commerce, I might not be able to help you, but with the Southwest Chamber of Commerce, I can help. Chen Guanglei smiled. He also knew about the Southwest Chamber of Commerce's establishment of a special investment fund, and he heard about it from his father. Really? Zhao Yulu was a little surprised, and then immediately puzzled. But I haven't heard you say that you have a relationship with someone from the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. Chen Guanglei laughed and said, I don't have much of a relationship with the Southwest Chamber of Commerce, but my father has a relationship with someone from the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. My father is very familiar with one of the vice presidents of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Yulu looked forward to hearing the answer and said, then can you ask your father to help me? Chen Guanglei's father is very familiar with one of the vice presidents of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce and can definitely help. After all, the vice president is one of the most important figures in the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. As long as one of the vice presidents lends a helping hand, it shouldn't be a problem. It's possible, but Chen Guanglei rolled his eyes and didn't continue. Just what? Zhao Yulu asked hurriedly. Yulu, look, we've known each other for a while, and you know how I feel. I really like you. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll ask my father to help. What do you think? Chen Guanglei has been unable to win over Zhao Yulu for a long time and is already a little upset. He has such an opportunity and decides to take advantage of it. Chen Guanglei, how can you do this? You are taking advantage of someone in trouble. Zhao Yulu didn't expect Chen Guanglei to make such a condition and suddenly became a little angry. Yulu, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to take advantage of someone in trouble. Chen Guanglei hurriedly said. You have said this, and you still say you don't mean to take advantage of someone in trouble. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Zhao Yulu sneered. Yulu, don't be angry, just listen to my explanation first, Chen Guanglei said. Okay, explain, and I'll see what you can say. Zhao Yulu really disliked Chen Guanglei's face, but she still gave Chen Guanglei the opportunity to explain. After all, she didn't want to fall out with Chen Guanglei right now, and she still needed Chen Guanglei to invest in the Blackstone Technology stock. The end of this chapter. Chapter 47, Meeting to Discuss. Yulu, if it were my relationship, I would definitely help you without saying a word. But it's my father's relationship, I have to find a good reason for him to help. If I say I'm just helping an ordinary friend, my father definitely won't agree to help. If I say I'm helping my girlfriend, his future daughter-in-law, he will agree. Chen Guanglei gave a lofty reason. I have to say, it sounds quite reasonable. At least, that's what Zhao Yulu heard. Zhao Yulu hesitated. To be honest, she wasn't very fond of Chen Guanglei. She really wasn't ready to become Chen Guanglei's girlfriend. However, if she took this opportunity to become a wealth manager at the bank, her career would take a leap forward. This opportunity was really hard to come by. You know how much I like you, Yulu. If you promise to be my girlfriend, I'll definitely treat you well. Just say yes. Chen Guanglei saw that Zhao Yulu was hesitating, and she was obviously swaying a little. Naturally, he continued to attack. If you can help me close this deal, I'll promise to be your girlfriend. Zhao Yulu was silent for a long time, and then she made a condition. Yulu, you said it, so don't go back on your word. Chen Guanglei's eyes lit up with excitement. If he asked his father to intervene, it would definitely work. After chasing Zhao Yulu for so long, he finally had a result. If Zhao Yulu became his girlfriend, it would not be long before they slept together. Thinking about the scene of Zhao Yulu under his control, Chen Guanglei couldn't help but feel a little excited. I won't go back on my word, but it must be after the contract is signed, Zhao Yulu said. No problem, this is all a matter of procedure, so just get ready and wait to be my girlfriend. Chen Guanglei grinned. He had decided that when he got home later, he would talk to his father about this and try to get it done as soon as possible. Let's wait until you help me close the deal, Zhao Yulu said. Don't worry, I said it's okay, so it's definitely okay. Chen Guanglei laughed, and by the way, the Blackstone Technology stock is going to be a good buy tomorrow, so you can do it yourself tomorrow morning. Chen Guanglei already knew that Zhao Yulu had borrowed 2 million from Zhao Yusin and another 1 million from elsewhere, for a total of 3 million. Okay, I'll buy tomorrow. Zhao Yulu nodded. This is a chance to make a lot of money. She has been worried about raising money for a while, but fortunately, she has the 2 million borrowed from Zhao Yusin, otherwise she would only be able to invest 1 million and make very little profit. It is not a problem to borrow the 2 million from Zhao Yusin and pay 500,000 in interest at the time. After all, Chen Guanglei said that the stock price of Blackstone Technology will at least triple. 2 million, making 6 million, and only having to pay 500,000 in interest, it is simply too good a deal. By the way, what do you think about my plan to let my dad invest in a guild on a short video platform? Chen Guanglei asked casually. He works as a manager in his father's company, but this manager of his is just a decoration. No one takes him seriously, and he doesn't care about specific affairs, and is often absent. His father is the company's largest shareholder, so even if the other shareholders have opinions, they can't do anything to Chen Guanglei. It's like paying for a lazy person. I don't really understand it, but I know that short videos are very popular right now. I usually have nothing to do, so I watch short videos. If the guild has high-quality anchors, I don't think it would be a problem to make money. Zhao Yulu expressed her opinion. We see eye to eye. A few days ago, I contacted a small guild, but the other party's asking price was a bit high, 5 million, and they refused to budge. I plan to let them cool off for a while, and when they're truly desperate, I'll invest, and I'll definitely be able to get it at the lowest price. Chen Guanlei laughed. I wish you success. Zhao Yulu said. Of course, this is the first time I've persuaded my father to invest, so it's definitely going to be fine. The trend of short videos has already formed, and now is the perfect time to enter the market. It's going to be hard not to make money. Chen Guanlei was full of confidence. The next afternoon, Su Yang went to the Old Tree Cafe on Bawang Street and met with Xiao Dongsheng. Xiao Dongsheng was a middle-aged man in his early 30s, dressed in a suit, but his face showed obvious signs of fatigue. Mr. Su, the guild is willing to pay 5 million for a 100% acquisition. If you are willing to accept, we can continue with the negotiations. If not, there is no need to continue. Xiao Dongsheng was very direct. Over this period of time, he had received many phone calls and met with several people. At first, negotiations were going well, but when he mentioned the acquisition price of 5 million, those people became unhappy and tried to drive down the price. Especially 2 days ago, a rich second-generation named Chen said he was only willing to pay 2 million for the guild, and he also belittled the guild as worthless. He was so furious that he almost hit him. The price is fine. Su Yan laughed and said, let's talk about something else next. Anyway, the Fengkai Guild will become the largest guild in Douyin and make a lot of money in the future. 5 million is nothing. He closed out his futures this morning and took out 5 million. In total, he has 8 million in cash, so he can make the acquisition today. He wants to make the acquisition today to avoid any unexpected problems. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone else got there first. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dongsheng let out a sigh of relief. If Su Yang had not agreed, he would have had to continue waiting. He is already suffocating under the weight of his debts. He has borrowed a lot of money to maintain the operations of the guild. After getting the 5 million and paying off the debt, there will basically be very little left. This is one of the reasons why he is adamant about the 5 million acquisition price. If there is not even enough money to pay off the debt, then he would rather let it go to waste. Fortunately, after so many days, he finally met someone who could meet his requirements in terms of price. In matters like this, as long as the price is negotiated, the rest is mostly minor issues. Xiao Dongsheng said, Mr. Su, if you give me a price that I am satisfied with, then I will have nothing more to say. Just ask whatever you have. You have met my requirements, and it is up to my guild to see if it meets yours. Su Yang said, Mr. Xiao is a really straightforward person. My first requirement for acquiring your guild is that you continue to serve as the guild's president. Do you have any questions? The system gave the message that the Fengkai Guild became the #1 guild in Douyin under the leadership of Xiao Dongsheng. There is no doubt that Xiao Dongsheng is a rare talent and must be retained. Xiao Dongsheng was taken aback. Mr. Su, you plan to ask me to continue to manage the guild? To be honest, Xiao Dongsheng was very surprised by Su Yang's offer to keep him. Usually, an acquirer would only keep the middle and lower level employees, and perhaps some senior staff, but would usually replace the top management with their own trusted people, so as to have better control of the guild. I really didn't expect Su Yang to make such a request. End of chapter. Chapter 48, A Successful Takeover of the Guild. Yes. Su Yang nodded, saying, I think you are a rare management talent, and the guild will definitely make a leap forward under your leadership. Thank you, Mr. Su Yang, for your trust and affirmation. Xiao Dongsheng said, Mr. Su, you have invited me to remain as the guild president, and I am naturally very grateful. I just don't know what your conditions are. Although Su Yang appreciated him, which made him very excited. To stay, it still depends on the treatment Su Yang offers. If the treatment can meet his requirements, he will naturally stay. If it doesn't, he will naturally leave. Although he has feelings for the Fengkai Guild, he has a wife and children to support, and he cannot ignore them just because of these feelings. 50,000 yuan per month and 20% of the shares. However, these 20% of the shares are only valid while you are in the company, and will automatically become invalid if you leave the company. What do you think? Su Yang made his offer. What? Xiao Dongsheng was stunned and almost doubted that there was something wrong with his ears. What, are you not satisfied with this condition? Su Yang's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He had done his research, and a monthly salary of 50,000 was definitely a high salary for the president of a small guild. The key point was that he was also giving Xiao Dongsheng 20% of the guild's shares, which was unprecedented. This was to keep Xiao Dongsheng loyal, and that was the condition that was offered. If this still could not satisfy Xiao Dongxing, then he would have to consider whether or not to keep Xiao Dongxing. Although the system said that the Fengkai Guild became the largest guild in Douyin thanks to Xiao Dongxing's management. That was before he got involved. He has the list of future internet celebrities given to him by the system, and if he signs those internet celebrities up to the guild's development will not be poor. And it is not difficult to find a capable guild master. No. Xiao Dongxing shook his head quickly. Mr. Su, it is you who have offered such favorable terms that have shocked me. I did not expect to be able to get such a high salary, and most importantly, you are willing to give me 20% of the shares. This is truly unbelievable. I see. Su Yang suddenly understood. So, you have agreed? Xiao Dongxing nodded repeatedly. Yes, of course. With such a good deal, I'd be a fool not to say yes. You're giving me 20% of the shares, which means I'm also a shareholder of the guild. Don't worry, I'll definitely manage the guild well. In fact, I also have feelings for the guild. After all, it's a guild I founded. And you're offering such a good deal, so I'll work hard to manage the guild and repay your appreciation. Su Yang smiled slightly. I believe in you. I believe that under your leadership, the Fengkai Guild will become the #1 guild in Douyin. Next, it was time to sign the contract. Su Yang and Xiao Dongxing went back to the company, which was not far from the old tree cafe, just a 10-minute walk away. Su Yang called and found Zhao Yuqing, Zhao Yusin's cousin, an accountant, to audit the finances of the Demeanor Guild. Through Zhao Yuqing, he also hired a lawyer to draft the acquisition contract. By 5 p.m., the contract had been signed. Su Yang immediately transferred 5 million yuan to Xiao Dongxing. At this point, Su Yang became the owner of the Fengkai Guild, with an 80% stake. Xiao Dongxing was the shareholder and president of the guild, with a 20% stake. After signing the contract, Su Yang originally wanted to invite Zhao Yuqing to dinner, but Zhao Yuqing already had a previous engagement, so they didn't get to go out. They said their goodbyes, and Zhao Yuqing left. During this time, Su Yang learned about the situation of the Fengkai Guild. Yesterday, when he looked up the Fengkai Guild, he only learned some of the news, and it wasn't comprehensive. Some things need to be learned from Xiao Dongxing. The Style Guild has 16 anchors, including 3 million fan anchors, 5 anchors with 500,000 to 1 million fans, and the remaining 8 anchors with less than 500,000 fans. In addition, there are a total of 8 staff members in various departments. In other words, the total number of guild personnel, plus the president Xiao Dongxing, is 25. Su Yang asked Xiao Dongxing to gather all the staff and hold a meeting in the conference room. Xiao Dongxing introduced Su Yang, and everyone knew that Su Yang was the new boss. They were all very happy to learn that Xiao Dongxing would continue to serve as the president. After all, they had a deep relationship with Xiao Dongxing. The guild was in difficulty, and they continued to stay in the guild, and a large part of the reason was because of Xiao Dongxing. Su Yang only made 2 points. The first was to have dinner together in the evening, and the second was to raise the salary of all employees by 30%. These 2 points won the employees' cheers. Eating together was secondary, but a 30% pay rise was very encouraging. They had thought that if the new boss didn't reduce their pay, they would be happy to keep it the same. They didn't expect the new boss to be so generous as to increase their pay by 30%. This was definitely a generous offer. It also made everyone realize Su Yang's generosity and financial strength. Working for such a boss definitely had a bright future. During dinner, the atmosphere was quite good, and everyone frequently toasted Su Yang. After drinking for a while, everyone dispersed. Originally, Su Yang had called Zhao Yusin, told her the situation, and asked her to come over for dinner and introduce her to everyone. Zhao Yusin said it was inappropriate in the past, so she didn't go, but went to her father's restaurant to eat. Su Yang found a designated driver and sent himself home. The designated driver was a little afraid to drive the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Su Yang promised that it would be fine if he drove, and that even if it was damaged, the designated driver would not have to pay for it, so the designated driver agreed. When he got home, Zhao Yusin had just returned a little while ago. Seeing Su Yang's strong smell of alcohol, she couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Why did you drink so much? Su Yang said, today is the first company I invested in, and I was happy, so I drank a little more, and those employees were so enthusiastic that I felt it was inappropriate not to drink. Zhao Yusin said, I don't think you've changed your identity yet. You're the boss, and the employees were toasting you, so you didn't need to drink that much, just to show your appreciation. Su Yang suddenly realized, right, how did I forget that? I didn't think about that at the time. I'm inexperienced, I'll pay attention in the future. At the time, he really didn't realize this. Anyway, the employees came over to toast him, and he drank it all. I don't think you didn't realize this. It's just that you couldn't resist when a beautiful female anchor came to toast you, right? Zhao Yusin's face was smiling, and a dangerous gleam shone in her eyes. How could that be? Su Yang saw Zhao Yusin's smile and eyes, and he sobered up a lot. He took Zhao Yusin in his arms and said, "Those female anchors are not as pretty as you, so how could I resist?" Zhao Yusin cooed, "Are you saying that if there is someone prettier than me, you will be unable to resist?" The end of this chapter. Chapter 49, The Auction. Su Yang was embarrassed and quickly tried to save himself. "In my heart, you are the most beautiful. No woman is as beautiful as you, and any woman pales in comparison in your presence. I can't help myself just with you." Zhao Yusin snorted and said, "You pass. Honey, I can't hold back anymore." Su Yang started to get physical, planning to do it on the sofa. "Well, honey, you smell like alcohol, so why don't you take a shower first?" Zhao Yusin struggled a little. "I want to experience the feeling of losing control after drinking, so I won't shower first." Su Yang kept moving. "Let's go back to the bedroom first," Zhao Yusin added. "No, it's fine here." Su Yang kept moving. Soon, Zhao Yusin gave up struggling and completely lost control. Before long, it was time for the auction. Tang Jingqi called Su Yang and asked if she wanted to go to the auction. "I've never been to an auction before, I want to go and see what it's like." Su Yang really wanted to go and see what it was like. The auction was on a Saturday afternoon. It happened to be Zhao Yusin's turn to work, so she didn't go with them. Su Yang arrived at the auction house and Tang Jingqi personally greeted her at the door. Seeing this scene, many people were very surprised. Who is this person that President Tang personally greeted? I don't know, he's so young, he must be some rich second generation. Absolutely, otherwise how could he be worthy of being greeted by President Tang? You have to know that Tang Jingqi is not only the vice president of the Jiangcheng Antique Association, but also a shareholder of the auction house and a famous antique expert. Tang Jingqi actually greeted a young man at the door, which really shocked everyone. Many people asked about Su Yang's background. However, after asking many people, they all said they didn't know and were not sure. They could only guess that Su Yang might be the son of some invisible rich man. They entered the auction house and went to the auction hall. Tang Jingqi accompanied Su Yang and waited for the auction to begin. "Su, your thumb ring is the final lot. Today, there are many antique collectors here for that thumb ring. It will basically be sold for 100 million. Tang Jingqi said. "Thank you then." Su Yang was very happy. 100 million. In the past, he would never have dared to dream of it. Now, however, it was about to be his. With this 100 million, he could get the guild to sign those future internet celebrities. During this period of time, he had not let Xiao Dongxing take action because he had no money. Most of those internet celebrities had signed with the guild, and only a very small number had not. For those who had signed with the guild, even if they were anchors who were not yet famous, or even unknown, it would still cost a lot to pay the liquidated damages to poach them. Once you have 100 million, there is no problem. Brother Su, you are too polite. I should be thanking you for putting the ring up for auction at our auction house. Just look, the auction hall is full because of this ring. Many people are here for the ring. Even if some people don't have the money to bid, they still want to see the ring for real. Tang Jingqi was telling the truth. Since the news of the auction of the ring was publicized, it has caused a huge stir in the antique world. Many antique experts called the auction house one after the other to confirm the matter. After receiving confirmation, they immediately said that they would come to the auction. Those who had the money to bid and those who did not all came to participate. This has undoubtedly greatly enhanced the reputation of the auction house. This is an intangible asset that has filled many people with expectations for the auction house. Many people will wonder if they can get such a good thing this time. Will they get something similar next time? Su Yang looked around and sure enough, the auction hall was almost full. And he could hear that many people were talking about the ring. Su, when you have something in the future, you should think about me and let us auction it. I will do whatever you need me to do. Tang Zhang said with a smile. Since Tang Jingqi was the one who got the thumb ring to the auction house, his weight in the auction house became even more important. Therefore, he needed to maintain a good relationship with Su Yang, hoping that in the future Su Yang would bring good things to the auction house for auction. Brother Tang, don't worry, if there are any more good things, I will definitely put them up for auction at your auction house, Su Yan laughed. He got along quite well with Tang Jingqi, and it was also a good thing to have Tang Jingqi as a friend. Anyway, if there is something good, it will be auctioned no matter where it is auctioned, so it is of course better to auction it here with Tang Jingqi. However, after all, he is not a professional in this field, so it is destined that there will not be good things often. I am relieved to hear you say that, Tang Jingqi said. The two men chatted for a while before the auction began. The auctioneer made a bunch of opening remarks and then began auctioning the items. As each item was brought up, the atmosphere gradually became more and more lively. This atmosphere is something Su Yang has never experienced before, and it feels quite good. It's also a good learning experience. Brother Su, if you see something you like, you can bid. Whether you're bringing something to the auction house to auction or bidding on an item, our auction house will give you a discount. Tang Jingqi said. I'll take a look first, and if I see something I'm interested in, I'll bid. Su Yang nodded. Ha! While they were chatting, a painting that was being auctioned caught Su Yang's attention. Brother Su, do you like this painting? Tang Jingqi asked. It's interesting. Su Yang's mouth curled up into a smile. Brother Su, this is the work of a modern painter. Tang Jingqi was a little puzzled. He didn't know why Su Yang was interested in such a work. I know, I look at this painting, although it is a modern work, but the painting is quite good, I want to buy it. Su Yang said with a smile. Really? Tang Jingqi expressed doubt. Su Yang's attitude made him feel that there must be something special about the painting. But then he dismissed the thought. You have to know that these things have all been authenticated by several auctioneers from the auction house. Even he himself has seen it. No one has identified any problems with it, so it should be fine. Su Yang didn't say anything more, because the starting price for the painting was 200,000, and someone had bid 1 million. The auctioneer had already called twice, and the hammer was about to fall. 1,100,000. Su Yang shouted. 1,100,000, this gentleman bid 1,100,000, does anyone else want to increase the bid? The auctioneer said. The person who shouted 1 million looked at Su Yang and shook his head, not increasing the bid. The auctioneer called twice more, found that no one increased the bid, and then hammered down and said, Congratulations to this gentleman, he has won this map of mountains and rivers. Su Yang's smile grew stronger and stronger. Tang Jingqi was a little unsure again, so he asked, Su, is there a name for this painting? The end of this chapter. Chapter 50, 200 million yuan in the account. Su Yang nodded with a smile, it does have a name. Tang Jingqi's heart trembled, what name? I also looked at it at the time, and didn't see anything wrong with it. Su Yang laughed, Tang, let's wait until the auction is over, and then we'll take another look, and we'll know if there is a name. Tang Jingqi had no choice, okay, let's wait until the auction is over. The auction continued. An hour later, the auctioneer said, Next, we will auction the last item in this auction. This is a blood red, a traditional Chinese finger ring. After identification. The auctioneer briefly described the condition of the finger ring. Instantly, it caused a sensation in the auction hall. Finally, it was this finger ring. I came here just for this finger ring. This finger ring is mine, and no one can take it from me. You say it's yours? I also say it's mine. Saying all this is nonsense. Whoever offers the highest price, it's theirs. People like us can only come to watch the fun. This ring will end up selling for at least 100 million. So many antique experts have shown up, I think it could go for 200 million. Ha? No way? The ring is valuable, but it's not that valuable. Humph, what do you mean no way? These collectors don't need money anyway. 100 million or 200 million makes no difference to them. This ring is of extraordinary significance. Whoever acquires it will definitely be very lucky in life. Whether it's 100 million or 200 million, it's not our business. We're just here to watch the fun. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. The auctioneer said, the starting price for the ring is 10 million, and the bid must increase by no less than 1 million. The auction is now open. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately shouted out a bid. 20 million. 50 million. 80 million. 100 million. 110 million. The bidding price jumped directly. It only gradually slowed down after 100 million. Although it slowed down, it was only relative, and the price was still increasing by 10 million each time. Soon the price rose to 150 million. Sigh, that's terrifying. It's now 150 million, and there's a real possibility that it will reach 200 million. I told you so, and you didn't believe me, but now you believe me, right? If we hadn't come to this auction, we really wouldn't have seen such a grand occasion. I haven't seen this kind of situation for a long time. I remember it was a few years ago at an auction in the capital city, when a Yen Liben painting was auctioned, that this kind of situation occurred. Everyone was shocked by the price and gasped in surprise. With this price increase, there were only a few people left to bid. 100 billion 60 million. I will definitely take this bang ring. An elderly man in a tang suit said. 170 million. Lagua, just don't compete with me, okay? If I collect this ring, I won't sell it again in the future. Just do me a favor. An elderly man with white hair said. 18 million, this is my final price. If you guys raise it again, I won't compete with you. An elderly man in gray clothes said. 19 million, this is also my final bid. Whoever wants it, just bid again. An elderly man with a horse face said. The last few people to bid were all elderly men. Only these elderly men were willing to spend this kind of money to bid for these things. Of course, although they were not short of money, they would not bid indefinitely. This ring finger, after all, has a price. At this level, it has far exceeded its proper value. To bid any higher would be a bit unworthy. After all, this is money, and not just any money. Although they have money, they don't treat it like it's not money. In the end, the thumb ring was sold to the old man in the tang suit for 200 million. The auction ended perfectly. 200 million, I didn't expect that. I thought it would only sell for 100 million. Tang Jingqi was also shocked. These old guys attending the auction really know how to spend. Ah, that's great. Su Yangxiao's mouth was almost ear to ear with a smile. The auction house would receive a 3% commission, which was 6 million. He can record 194 million in revenue. After deducting the 1.1 million for the painting he just bid on, he will record 192.9 million in revenue. This oversight was really too big. This makes him even more confident about digging up future internet celebrities. Su Yang and Tang Zhengqi went backstage. After receiving the money, he got the landscape painting he had bid on. Tang Jingqi led Su Yang to a room and wanted Su Yang to point out what was so famous about this landscape. Su Yang placed the painting on the table and spread it out. Then, he filled a cup with hot water and poured it directly onto the painting. Su, what are you doing? Tang Jingqi was shocked and at the same time, his face showed deep confusion. Su Yang smiled and didn't say a word, directly tearing off the soaked paper on top of the painting. Immediately, he saw the other painting underneath. Ha! This is Huang Gongwan's water pavilion in quietude. Tang Jingqi couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this painting. He didn't expect that this was actually a picture within a picture, with the top painting being a modern work and the bottom hiding such a genuine work. Little brother Su, how did you discover this picture within a picture? Immediately afterwards, Tang Zhengqi was full of confusion. Su Yang was just in the audience, and he didn't go up on stage to look at it, let alone use any equipment to authenticate it. That he was able to discover the painting within a painting was truly unbelievable. I just felt that this painting looked a bit off, and that there might be a painting within a painting, so I bought it, and sure enough, it was just as I suspected. Su Yang said vaguely. This is something that's hard to explain, so I might as well not talk about it. Brother Su, that's not a very good reason. Tang Jingqi smiled wryly and couldn't help but shake his head. However, he did not pursue the matter. Since he had asked, and Su Yang was unwilling to talk about it, it would be impolite of him to continue pursuing the matter. Brother Su, I really like the works of Huang Gongwang. If you sell me this painting, I will pay 20 million. Of course, you can also put it up for auction. If it goes well, it should be able to fetch around 25 million. However, the auction is not until the 15th of next month. Tang Jingqi said. Just sell it to you, I don't want to wait. Su Yang said. He needs money now, and although he already has nearly 200 million, the more the better. The more money he has, the faster he can sign up more internet celebrities. Then thank you very much. Tang Jingqi was overjoyed. He can either keep the painting for himself or have it auctioned off by an auction house, and it will definitely be able to make him millions. Brother Tang, you don't need to be so polite. I have to thank you for being able to find this painting today. If you hadn't asked me to come to the auction, how would I have possibly discovered it? Su Yang laughed. Brother Su, it's not the same. Anyway, I'll say it again, in the future, if you need anything from me, as long as I can do it, I won't say no. Tang Jingqi promised again. Okay, I'll rely on you in the future. Su Yang laughed. Subsequently, Tang Jingqi transferred 20 million to Su Yang. This trip, Su Yang has received more than 200 million, so naturally he is content and overjoyed. The two men chatted for a while, and Su Yang took his leave. The end of this chapter. Chapter 51. You really have guts. Monday. Su Yang came to the company, entered Xiao Dongxing's office, and handed the list of future internet celebrities to the other party. Lao Xiao, these are the anchors with great potential that I have found in the past month or so. Sign them all over. After signing them over, let them do live broadcasts and shoot short videos according to the plan above. This is not just a list, but also a career plan. Xiao Dongxing was full of shock when he looked at the list and plan. Those plans, in his opinion, could naturally be judged, and if nothing unexpected happened, there was a high probability that the anchors could become famous. It could be said that if this list and plan were released, it would definitely make the major guilds scramble for them. Xiao Dongxing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His boss was really amazing. It seems that although the boss is young, he is not just playing around with the acquisition of the guilds, but has a long-term plan. Otherwise, why would he spend more than half a month looking for potential anchors? President Su, there is naturally no problem signing these anchors. Among these people, I don't see a few popular anchors. Most of them are only moderately famous, and some I have never even heard of. Even so, many of the anchors who have signed with the guild, we have to poach, and we have to pay a lot of liquidated damages. The funds in the company's account can only maintain the basic operation of the guild, and there is no extra money. Xiao Dongxing knows the company's situation, and there is not much money. I'll take care of it. I'll immediately transfer 100 million yuan into the company account. If that's not enough, let me know. Anyway, I want you to sign these anchors to our guild as quickly as possible. The treatment will be the same as the existing anchors in the company. You can handle the details yourself. Su Yang immediately operated the laptop and transferred 100 million yuan to the company's capital account. Xiao Dongxing's eyes widened in surprise. The boss has set a small goal with one move. It seems that he is going to do something big. He hurriedly said, President Su, don't worry, I will definitely get this done as quickly as possible. Signing so many anchors over, our logistics staff will also need to keep up, and we will need to recruit some people. Su Yang nodded and said, that's no problem, just have someone recruit. In short, as long as you get things done, don't be afraid to spend money. If you get things done, we can make even more money. Xiao Dongxing said, okay, I understand. Su Yang said, by the way, there is a host called Lin Junyi on this list. You don't need to worry about him, I will invite him personally. Xiao Dongxing looked at the list and found that it was a food host, wondering who it was that Su Yang would personally invite. However, he did not ask, just nodded and said, okay. Su Yang said, Lao Xiao, I'm going to trouble you next. I know you work hard. If you have any difficulties, just talk to me and I'll solve them for you. Xiao Dongxing said, Mr. Su, there's nothing hard about it. It's my job. Su Yang smiled, didn't say anything else, and got up to leave. He's a hands-off boss. He won't get involved in the specifics of the work, and doesn't want to get involved. He came here today just to give that list and plan. After leaving the company, Su Yang drove home. Upon arriving home, he dialed Lin Junyi's phone number. The call was quickly connected. Su Yang immediately said, Brother E, what are you doing? Lin Junyi said, I'm hanging out. There's a large outdoor event in Nanchang district today, so I'm here doing a live broadcast. He's now putting a lot of effort into doing live broadcasts and short videos. He finds this kind of life very interesting. He doesn't lack money anymore, so he's just pursuing an interesting life. He even left the management of his own company to his deputy general manager. Su Yangdao, do you have time tonight? If you do, UXIN and I would like to invite you to dinner. Lin Junyi, I do. The event ends at 4 p.m., and I will go back after it is over. Su Yangdao, okay, I will send you the time and address later. See you tonight. Lin Junyi, okay, see you tonight. In the evening, Su Yang took a taxi to the bank where Zhao Yusen worked. When Zhao Yusen finished work, they went to the restaurant they had booked together in a Maserati. This was a high-end restaurant, with a per capita consumption of 3,000 yuan and up. Naturally, Su Yang could not afford to treat Lin Junyi to a cheap meal. Moreover, this time, he wanted to persuade Lin Junyi to sign a contract with the guild. The two arrived at the restaurant's private dining room, and it wasn't long before Lin Junyi arrived. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, Su Yang said, "Brother E, I invited you to dinner today because I want to talk to you about something." Lin Junyi asked while eating, "What is it?" Su Yang said, "Brother E, it's like this. I've acquired a live streaming guild." Before Su Yang could finish speaking, Lin Junyi exclaimed in shock, "What? You've acquired a live streaming guild?" Su Yang nodded with a smile, "Yes, I listened to you and thought that there was a lot of potential in the short video field, so I researched it a bit. I decided to acquire the guild and make money in the short video field from that." Lin Junyi sighed, "Su Yang, I really can't believe it, you are so full of drive. I'm just an anchor, and you're directly the owner of a live streaming guild." Su Yang's actions really amazed him. Of course, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, he just didn't do it. He has his own company, so there is no need to do anything else. He is mainly doing short videos because he finds it fun and profitable. After all, he is already a billionaire, so if he just wants to make money, he can just make his company bigger and stronger. Su Yang smiled and said, "Brother E, are you signed to a guild now that you are doing outdoor broadcasts and filming short videos?" Lin Junyi shook his head and said, "No, I'm just having fun, I'm not signed to a guild." Then he suddenly understood a little, and with a raised eyebrow, he asked with a smile, "What, do you want to sign with me?" Su Yang nodded, "Yes, I hope you can sign with my agency." Zhao Yusen added, "Brother E, just sign with Su Yang's company." Su Yang added, "Brother E, don't worry, if you sign with my agency, I will give you the highest percentage of the profits." Lin Junyi didn't want to sign with any agency, he was just playing around, but since the two had brought it to this point, Lin Junyi had to consider it. After a moment of silence, Lin Junyi finally nodded and said, "Fine, I'll sign with your guild." "Thank you, Brother E. Brother E, let's toast to you. Thank you for your support." Su Yang and Zhao Yusen raised their glasses in a toast. "You guys don't have to be so polite. What's the point of saying all this when it comes to our relationship? I play short videos, and it doesn't matter if I sign up or not. Since it's your guild, I naturally have to support it." Lin Junyi raised his glass in response. The 3 of them drained their glasses in one go. After setting down the wine glass, Su Yang said, "Brother E, to be honest, what do you think of your live broadcasts and short videos?" End of chapter. Chapter 52, Just wait for your fame to come. Lin Junyi was taken aback, and then he smiled bitterly and said, "Su Yang, to be honest, not so good. I've been thinking recently about whether I should switch to another genre. I feel that outdoor live broadcasts are not quite the thing. At first, it was a bit novel and got a lot of views, but it seems difficult to improve." Su Yang said, "Brother Lin, I've watched your live broadcasts and short videos, and I have some thoughts of my own. I'm not sure if you'd like to hear them." Lin Junyi was intrigued. "Tell me." Su Yang said, "I feel that your outdoor broadcasts don't have their own unique characteristics, and they're similar to those of other broadcasters. I feel that food is a better fit for you." Lin Junyi was taken aback. "A food broadcaster?" Su Yang nodded and said, "Yes. We've had dinner together a few times, and every time you say something that makes people laugh, including your comments on the food, as well as your views on the environment and service, which you can say in a humorous and interesting way." Zhao Yusen agreed, "Brother E, I also think that you are more suitable for being a foodie anchor. Outdoor anchors are more suitable for having fun, and food and drink are more suitable for you." Lin Junyi's eyes lit up, "I just had this idea recently, I haven't planned it yet. Since you all say so, I'll give it a try." Su Yang said, "Brother E, then go to my company tomorrow to sign the contract. I'll have someone help you make a video of exploring the store. First shoot a short video, and when you're familiar with it, do a live broadcast." Lin Junyi nodded, "No problem." The 3 were very happy when the matter was settled. Su Yang signed Lin Junyi, and Lin Junyi found a new direction. If Su Yang hadn't said those words to him, Lin Junyi wouldn't have made such a decisive decision. It was possible that he would never have made up his mind, and would have just gone on doing live broadcasts and short videos of outdoor fun in a lukewarm way. Su Yang said, "I'll send you the address of the company. Let's meet at the company tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Lin Junyi said, no problem. The next day, Su Yang and Lin Junyi met at the company. Su Yang introduced Lin Junyi to Xiao Dongxing and asked Xiao Dongxing to arrange for Lin Junyi to sign a contract. After half an hour, the contract was signed. Su Yang then asked Xiao Dongxing to arrange for a filming team. Shortly before 11 o'clock, Su Yang and Lin Junyi, together with the team, went to a restaurant to film a video. The restaurant had already been contacted, and the filming team was ready. After filming once, Su Yang felt that he was not quite satisfied. Brothery, you are being a bit deliberate. Just do what you normally do when you go to a restaurant. Lin Junyi watched the video and also noticed this problem. He nodded and said, then let's do it again. The staff of the restaurant cooperated fully and served tea and food again. After half an hour or so, filming ended again. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. This time there is no problem. It is very natural and there is no trace of deliberateness. This video, when edited, will definitely be able to gain a lot of attention. This is what the system says. Lin Junyi's transformation into a food anchor, the first video filmed, was filmed in this restaurant, which is similar to this. After it was released, it became an instant hit. After that, it became unstoppable and eventually became a super internet celebrity. Lin Junyi laughed and said, then I'll take your good words. He had been doing live broadcasts and short videos for quite some time, but they had not created much of a splash. This made him doubt himself, and for someone like him, this was even worse than losing money. He just needed a chance to prove that he was fine. It was just a minor problem with his positioning. After the filming was completed, everyone returned to the company. Su Yang immediately asked the editor to arrange the editing. The editing was done according to his requirements. An hour later, the editor finished the editing. Su Yang then asked Lin Junyi to post it on Douyin. Su Yang said, brothery, the next step is to see the audience's reaction, so just wait for your fame. Lin Junyi laughed and said, I'm looking forward to it. He was also very satisfied with the video. First of all, he didn't feel any pressure when he hosted the food and drink show, and he felt very happy and completely stress-free. Unlike hosting a fun show, which always felt like a lot of pressure, every time he did a live broadcast or shot a video, it was like completing a task assigned by someone else. It's just that this is not something you want to do from the bottom of your heart, you just feel that you can't give up halfway and you have to keep going, which makes him feel very uncomfortable. There are no such problems when you host a food and drink show, and you feel very happy, as if you are doing something you have always looked forward to doing and like doing. In the evening, Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei have dinner together. Zhao Yulu's face looks a little ugly. Chen Guanglei, you kept saying that Blackstone technology would make money, and more than triple the money at that. Now, not only can't you make money, you're going to lose everything. It's been more than half a month since we bought Blackstone Technology's stock, and Blackstone Technology's stock price has risen 20%. This increase is quite considerable. This made Zhao Yulu very happy, and she was quite grateful to Chen Guanglei in her heart. But today, Blackstone Technology released new technology, and it had already closed the trading limit. However, a technology tycoon broke the news that the new technology released by Blackstone Technology was not really new technology at all, but just old wine in new bottles, adding a few new features that did not hurt or help on the basis of the original product. What's more, the money that Blackstone Technology was supposed to invest in research and development was used by the chairman to buy antiques and collectibles. Once the news broke, there was an uproar. The stock price of Blackstone Technology quickly fell, from the daily limit to the daily minimum limit in just 15 minutes. The 15-minute K-line chart was terrifying. Blackstone Technology was suspended from trading, and after the afternoon closing, Blackstone Technology and the exchange jointly released a notice announcing the results of the investigation, and the facts were as the tech expert had revealed. Now, all the investors who bought Blackstone Technology stocks panicked. In this situation, the limit down today will definitely start with a fall, and it will be difficult to sell in the future. Without the luck of smoke rising from the ancestral grave, it is estimated that they will not be able to sell. Maybe Blackstone Technology will even be delisted directly, and the money invested will definitely be gone. Naturally, Zhao Yulu would not give Chen Guanglei a good face. After all, she had listened to Chen Guanglei's words and borrowed money to invest in Blackstone Technology stocks. Although she ultimately made her own decision, she had already lost money and didn't care anymore. If it weren't for wanting Chen Guanglei's father to help entrust the funds of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce Special Investment Fund to the bank, she would have turned against Chen Guanglei and demanded compensation from him. End of chapter. Chapter 53, The Advantage of Being a Second-Generation Rich Kid. Chen Guanglei's face was a little embarrassed, and he explained with a smirk, Yulu, I didn't expect it to be like this either. This is purely a black swan event. Who could have imagined that the boss of Blackstone Technology would be such an asshole? Zhao Yulu said, the money is definitely gone now. I borrowed all of it, a total of 3 million. How am I going to pay it back? Lend me some money first, so I can pay it back. Chen Guanglei said, Yulu, I don't have any money either. I've lost a lot this time. I invested 15 million, which is all my savings. My father's company is even worse off. He invested several hundred million. My father is in a bad mood, and I'm afraid to ask him for money. Zhao Yulu frowned and said, so what do you suggest I do now? Chen Guanglei said, Yulu, don't worry, let's figure this out together. You borrowed a total of 3 million, and 2 million of it was borrowed from your younger sister, so you shouldn't have to worry about paying that back right away. He wanted to say that she shouldn't have to pay that back at all. But after a moment's thought, he changed his words. Zhao Yulu frowned and said, even if I don't have to worry about paying back the 2 million right away, there's still 1 million left. She is not in a hurry to pay back the 2 million, and Su Yang and Zhao Yusin have money anyway, so they don't need the 2 million. Anyway, she is also Zhao Yusin's sister, so she should be fine if she calls Zhao Yusin later to explain. Zhao Yusin can't force her to pay back the money. However, even if she calls to explain, it won't be easy on her. At the beginning, she had sworn that Blackstone Technology would rise. Zhao Yusin had said that Su Yang had said that Blackstone Technology would probably plummet. Zhao Yusin had also said not to let her buy it, but she didn't believe it. Now it's fine, verifying that what Su Yang said was right. This is practically slapping her in the face. Chen Guanglei said, there's still 1 million. I'll help you figure it out in the meantime, and there's definitely a way. Zhao Yulu said, you have been wrong many times. Last time, the analyst at your company got the gold futures wrong, and you also misjudged the antique. You didn't even notice such a big mistake. Together with this time's Blackstone Technology, you have been wrong 3 times in total. Most importantly, Su Yang was right all 3 times. Upon hearing this, Chen Guanglei's face turned a little ugly. In his opinion, Zhao Yulu was insulting him by comparing him to Su Yang. What is Su Yang? He is just a poor guy from a small county. He is a native of Jiangcheng, a rich second generation, with billions of assets in his family. So what if Su Yang makes money in futures, or makes tens of millions by picking up bargains, or judges stocks correctly? What makes Su Yang qualify to compare with him? But he was wrong on these occasions, while Su Yang was right. He really couldn't find any reason to refute. After a moment of silence, his face returned to normal and he forced an excuse, Yulu, I admit I was wrong on these occasions, but there are reasons for it. With futures and stocks, these kinds of black swan events are impossible to predict. Su Yang was right in his judgment, but it was pure blind luck that hit the mark. As for picking up bargains, it was the same thing. He definitely didn't have that kind of insight. He just bought the painting because it looked good, and it just so happened that President Tang saw it. If it weren't for President Tang, he definitely wouldn't have known that the painting was a genuine work of art. Zhao Yulu didn't say anything. Although Chen Guanglei was being a bit of a sophist, he did have a point. What's more, she and Su Yang had been girlfriend for a few years. She knew exactly what kind of person Su Yang was and what abilities he had. If Su Yang had such strong investment capabilities, he would have made a lot of money a long time ago. If he had an ability to appraise antiques that was better than that of an antique shop owner, he would have probably picked up a lot of bargains a long time ago. But in reality, Su Yang had only bought stocks a few times and had never bought them again. As far as she knew, Su Yang had never visited the antique street and did not have the ability to appraise antiques. Chen Guanglei added, Yulu, things have already happened like this, so let's not think about it so much. Anyway, don't worry, I will definitely help you find a way to settle the 1 million loan. Let's talk about something happy. Zhao Yulu said coldly, what happy things are there now? Chen Guanglei laughed, Yulu, about the matter of the bank that will hold and trust the 1 billion in funds for the Special Investment Fund of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Yulu's expression eased slightly, is there a result? Didn't you say that your father had arranged a meeting with someone, but that the person was very busy and you never got the chance to meet? This matter is also very important. Every time she met with Chen Guanglei, he would talk about the situation with this matter. He had mentioned it several times, and when they met 2 days ago, Chen Guanglei still said that his father had been unable to arrange a meeting with the person, as the person was very busy. Chen Guanglei laughed and said, It's true that he's very busy, but last night, my father still made an appointment and met with the vice president of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce for dinner. Zhao Yulu immediately asked, what was the result? Chen Guanglei said proudly, when my father gets involved, there's no way he can't fix it. My father told me that the vice president promised to do his best to make this happen. Zhao Yulu asked, how long will it take? Chen Guanglei said, it's not certain yet. It will take some time for their special investment fund to become fully operational, and it will also take some time for him to make the necessary moves. Anyway, you don't need to worry, because the vice president said so it will definitely be fine. Zhao Yulu said, okay, I'll wait for you to bring me good news. Chen Guanglei laughed, don't worry, I'm sure it won't be long before you hear the good news, and you'll be my girlfriend by then. He can't stop thinking about it. As long as Zhao Yulu is his girlfriend, he can get her into bed as quickly as possible. Since they are boyfriend and girlfriend, there is no need to be shy about doing such things. Chen Guanglei added, by the way, let's go watch a movie later. A new romance movie has just been released and it's quite good. Zhao Yulu shook her head, I'm a little tired and want to go home early and rest. Right now, she has no mood to watch any movies with Chen Guanglei. After all, she had lost 3 million yuan. Even the good news about the billion yuan in escrow couldn't completely cheer her up, because it hadn't yet become a reality. Chen Guanglei's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. Okay, then we'll find some time in the future. Under the circumstances, he couldn't force her to go. He still felt a little guilty about making Zhao Yulu lose 3 million yuan. He also knew that if he couldn't help Zhao Yulu secure the billion yuan in business, she probably wouldn't even talk to him anymore. Chen Guanglei didn't feel anything about this. This was the advantage of being a rich second generation. If it were Su Yan, a poor man with no money and no connections, he would have been scolded by Zhao Yulu long ago. The end of this chapter. Chapter 54, Brother E is furious. Zhao Yulu returned home, took a shower, and went to her room. She dialed Zhao Yusin's phone number. The call was quickly connected. Zhao Yulu said, Yusin, I may not be able to repay the 2 million yuan you lent me, plus the 500,000 yuan interest I promised to pay you, for a short period of time. Zhao Yusin asked, what's wrong? She hadn't watched the financial news today and didn't know the situation of Blackstone Technology. I bought the Blackstone Technology stock. Zhao Yulu explained the situation. Zhao Yusin frowned and said, Su Yang already said that Blackstone Technology is likely to plummet, but you refused to listen. You even said that I didn't want to lend you the money. Now, it's fine, but under these circumstances, the money is definitely gone. Zhao Yulu knew that Zhao Yusin would say this. Although she felt bad about being told off, she could only say, this time I was wrong. Zhao Yusin said, when will you have the money to pay back? I don't want the interest on the 500,000, but you still have to pay back the principal. They were sisters, and she was being clear about the accounting. She wouldn't say, don't pay it back, or anything like that. Besides, the money was earned by Su Yang. Su Yang could earn money, and his net worth had already exceeded 100 million. But 2 million is also money, and it can't just be squandered by Zhao Yulu. Zhao Yulu said bitterly, in a year or two. She couldn't give a specific time because she didn't know how to make 2 million. Okay, just remember, and also, investing is not that easy, especially this kind of insider information, don't listen to it in the future. Zhao Yusin said. Even if I want to listen, I don't have the money to invest. Zhao Yulu said bitterly. Think about your own situation. I advise you to be down to earth. Forget it, I know you won't listen to me, so that's it, I'm hanging up. Zhao Yusin hung up the phone and told Su Yang the situation. Su Yang didn't say anything. Since she had already been persuaded, Zhao Yusin still wanted to invest, so she had only herself to blame. As for the 2 million, Su Yang didn't care, and Zhao Yusin could do whatever she wanted, because he didn't lack money at the moment. The next day, Su Yang got up and had breakfast with Zhao Yusin. Zhao Yusin made the breakfast. Even though Su Yang didn't have to go to work, he got up with Zhao Yusin as usual and didn't sleep in. While eating breakfast, Su Yang's phone, which was placed to the side, rang. Who was calling so early? Zhao Yusin was a little puzzled. This had never happened before. Su Yang took the phone and looked at it, it was from Brother E. Zhao Yusin was even more puzzled, what was Brother E calling so early for? Su Yang smiled and shook his head, I don't know, I'll find out when I answer. In fact, he had a guess. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the short video filmed by Lin Junyi that went viral. Sure enough, Su Yang pressed the answer button, and before he could say anything, he heard Lin Junyi's excited voice. Su Yang, the short video I posted yesterday went viral. I posted a short video yesterday, but due to some work at his company, he was busy until late last night. He went straight to bed after getting home and didn't pay any attention to the short video at all. When he woke up this morning, he remembered that he had filmed a short video yesterday, so he opened it to take a look. He was shocked when he saw the results. The short video he filmed yesterday had received 10 million views, over 1 million likes, over 100,000 reposts, and over 100,000 comments. Lin Junyi was afraid that he had made a mistake, so he rubbed his bleary eyes to make sure he hadn't. The number of followers has even exceeded 1 million. Previously, his follower count was just over 600,000. In other words, overnight, his follower count increased by more than 300,000. And this rate is still slowly increasing. Just one video has turned out like this. One can imagine what kind of craze he will become in the future if he continues to shoot videos like this. It is completely out of the question to become a super internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers. So, in his excitement, he immediately called Su Yang. Su Yang put him on speakerphone so that Zhao Yusen could hear, and said, "Brother E, congratulations on your successful transformation." Lin Junyi was still very excited and said, "Su Yang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be so popular." Su Yang laughed and said, "Brother E, you don't need to be so polite. You signed with my guild, so I have an obligation to cultivate you, and I'm very happy that you're popular." Lin Junyi said, "Even so, I still want to thank you. How about this? I'll invite you and UXIN to dinner tonight." Su Yang said, "Brother E, really, you don't need to be polite. The Mid-Autumn Festival is in a few days, and I want to take UXIN back to my hometown to meet my parents. I plan to go shopping these few nights, and we can talk about dinner after the Mid-Autumn Festival." This was decided last night. These few nights, the two of them will go shopping and bring things home for their parents. Why not go during the day? Naturally, because Zhao Yusen has to work. Su Yang doesn't have to work, so why doesn't Su Yang go by himself? Naturally, Zhao Yusen won't let him. Zhao Yusen said that the gifts for Su Yang's parents have to be chosen together. So, they can only go together in the evening. Lin Junyi said helplessly, "Okay, then I'll invite you after the Mid-Autumn Festival." Su Yang said, "Okay." After hanging up, he put down the phone. Su Yang said, "Brother E is furious. Now, the guild will have a super internet celebrity in the future." Zhao Yusen was also very happy. She said, "I think becoming a super internet celebrity is Brother Yi's dream, and now his wish has come true." Su Yang said, just looking at him so excited, if you didn't know any better, you'd think he'd made a lot of money. In the blink of an eye, it was the day before the Mid-Autumn Festival. They got up in the morning and had breakfast. At 9 a.m., they set off for his hometown. Su Yang's hometown is a small county in Hubei province called Song County. It takes 5 to 6 hours to drive from Jiangqing to Song County. If there is traffic, it would be good to be home before dinner. They drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This car is still very eye-catching on the highway. After all, you can't see this kind of car all the time. Other car owners obviously keep a wider distance from the Rolls-Royce Cullinan than they would from any other car. There's no way around it. If you were to run into it, the compensation would bankrupt you, and you would at least feel terrible. It could completely change the life of a family. Fortunately, there were no problems along the way. There was just traffic, and there were several traffic jams. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a 3-day holiday, and many people are returning home today. Plus there was the lunch break and the rest stop. When they arrived in Song County and got off the highway, it was already 6 p.m. If they hadn't left at 9 a.m., they wouldn't have arrived at this time. They estimated that they would only be able to eat a late-night snack when they got home. After getting off the highway, it only took about 10 minutes to get home. Zhao Yusen said, "Honey, I'm a little nervous." Su Yang laughed and said, "Don't be nervous. My parents are very nice. They can't be happy enough when I bring them such a beautiful and sensible daughter-in-law." The end of this chapter. Chapter 55, Arriving Home. To Yangwang Community. This is the community where Su Yan lives. Su Yang's parents, Su Deming and Zhang Qiuping, own a supermarket on a busy road in the county town. They have a comfortable life and save about 100,000 yuan a year after deducting expenses. Today, Su Deming and Zhang Qiuping closed the supermarket early and returned home to prepare dinner. Their son is bringing his wife home, and Su Deming and Zhang Qiuping are overjoyed. Zhang Qiuying, in particular, has been smiling non-stop today. A moment ago, they received a message from Su Yang saying that they had exited the highway and were almost home, so the two of them went downstairs. Su Deming remains calm, his face very peaceful, but only he knows what's going on inside. Zhang Qiuping was just the same as usual, with a smile on her face, greeting everyone she saw, much more warmly than usual. Anyone could tell that she was very happy. "Sister Ping, you look so happy, what's the good news?" a neighbor asked. "My son is coming back today, he'll be here soon," Zhang Qiuping said with a smile. "Su Yang is coming back, it's been a long time since I saw him." The neighbor was a little puzzled, hadn't her son just come back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Why was she so happy? "My son is back, and he's brought my daughter-in-law with him." It seems that she sensed the neighbor's confusion, and Zhang Qiuying volunteered to say something. So it turns out that Su Yang is bringing his girlfriend back. The neighbor suddenly realized, no wonder Zhang Qiuying is so happy. Any child who brings his girlfriend home should be happy. "It's not a girlfriend, it's my daughter-in-law," Zhang Qiuying corrected. "I know, it's your daughter-in-law." The neighbor's wife obviously didn't get Zhang Qiuying's point. Zhang Qiuping wanted to explain further, saying that they had already got married and so on, but Su Deming stopped her. If she said they had got married, she would have to talk about the wedding. It was hard to know how long this would go on, and she didn't know what her son thought about having a second wedding. Zhang Qiuping understood and said no more. "Lao Su, Su Yang is bringing his girlfriend home?" Another neighbor came over, an older man. He was the same age as Su Deming, and came over to hand him a cigarette. The two men just smoked and chatted. "Well, he said he was bringing his girlfriend back." Su Deming gave a small smile at the corner of his mouth. "Lao Su, your son Su Yang is really promising. My boy, after graduating for so long, still doesn't have a job, let alone a girlfriend." The neighbor, an older man, had a long face. "Young people have young people's ideas. Just let them figure it out for themselves. Don't worry about it," Su Deming said with a smile. Seeing that there was someone chatting here, more and more people gathered. The men smoked and chatted, while the women just chatted, but the women chatted even more enthusiastically. After all, when it comes to children, and the children's personal marriage matters, they are always particularly concerned. Everyone knew that Su Deming and Zhang Qiuping's son had returned, and that he had even brought a girlfriend back, so they all wanted to see what Su Yang's girlfriend looked like. As they chatted, a car slowly pulled up. "Holy shit, it's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan." Someone smoking a cigarette saw the parked car, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and couldn't help exclaiming, dropping the cigarette in his mouth to the ground. "What Rolls-Royce Cullinan, is this car really that good?" Someone who didn't know anything about cars asked. "Car ignorant." The person who exclaimed scornfully, "The Rolls-Royce Cullinan is the most luxurious SUV, almost 10 million, do you think it's good?" Hiss. Upon hearing this person's words, there was a sudden sound of gasps of disbelief. My goodness, a 10 million luxury car. The most expensive house in our neighborhood seems to be about 500,000, and this car can buy 20 houses. Who drives such a nice car? Does anyone in our neighborhood have that much money? I don't know, maybe someone has made a fortune outside. I want to see who has made a fortune and drives such a nice car back. This is not letting us live. Everyone's attention was on the slowly approaching Rolls-Royce. Soon, the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of everyone. The door opened and a man and a woman got out. It's Su Yang. My God. Su Yang has returned in a luxury car worth tens of millions. Huh? Su Yang has become rich? Su Yang just graduated and got a job at a listed company. Although the job is good, he can't afford a luxury car worth tens of millions. I don't know what's going on, I'll ask later. Everyone was stunned when they saw Su Yang. They all lived in the same neighborhood and knew Su Yang's family well. They recognized Su Yang as soon as he got out of the car. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Su Yang greeted his parents, walked over to Zhao Yusin, took her hand and introduced her. Mom, Dad, this is Yusin, your daughter-in-law. His parents had not formally met Zhao Yusin, but had only seen her photo. Zhao Yusin looked just like Zhao Yulu, but Su Yang still felt the need to introduce her. Dad, Mom. Zhao Yusin called out shyly. Su Deming just nodded lightly. As the head of the family, he still had to be a bit stable. Unlike Zhang Qiuping, she responded, cheerfully walked up, and took Zhao Yusin's hand, asking with concern, Yusin, I finally get to meet you. You must be tired after a long day, right? Zhao Yusin felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Mom, I'm not tired. Su Yang ignored the two and greeted the uncles and aunts at the scene, and took Huazi out of the car, giving each uncle who smoked a cigarette. Su Yang, now driving a Rolls-Royce, what is he doing in Jiangcheng? It's not an ordinary job, right? The person who exclaimed just now asked first. I'm running a small business now. Su Yang said vaguely. Su Yang, is this car really worth 10 million? An older man asked. It's not worth that much, only 8 million. Su Yang told the truth. Driving this car back will definitely cause a lot of discussion anyway. Some older people don't know the price, but younger people definitely know the price, so there's no need to hide anything. 8 million, the older man was stunned and muttered. In his opinion, there was no difference between 8 million and 10 million, because he could never earn that much in his lifetime. After a brief chat, Su Yang went to open the trunk to get something. This car is really an eye-opener for 8 million. Su Yang has really made something of himself, and the old Su couple are so blessed. Yes, Su Yang has also brought them such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Gee, if my son were even 1/10 as successful as him, I would be more than satisfied. 1/10? If my son is even 1/100th as successful as Su Yang, I'll be happy even in my dreams. The crowd started to argue. Let's go, don't interrupt the reunion of the Su family. Right, if you have the time, go home and talk to your children, tell them to learn from Su Yang in the future. I'm afraid they won't be able to learn from him. Su Yang drives a luxury car worth 8 million yuan. If my child can earn 8 million yuan in his lifetime, I'll be satisfied. The crowd left one after another. The end of this chapter. Chapter 56, You wouldn't dare show this on TV. Zhao Yusin, Su Deming, and Jiang Qiuping hurried over to help carry the things. Seeing the dazzling array of things, Jiang Qiuping scolded, You came back and bought so many things? How much did it cost? Apart from the tobacco and alcohol, there are also a lot of nutritional products, some clothes, and shoes. In addition, they bought each other a watch, and Jiang Qiuping also got a pair of jade bracelets and other things. In short, the trunk was full. Although she scolded them, Jiang Qiuping was very happy. Mom, I've grown up and can earn money now, and a lot of this was bought by Yusin, who said it was for you. You can't refuse it, it's from your daughter-in-law, Su Yang said as he took the things out. Of course we want them. Who says we don't want them? Uxin bought them, so of course we want them. Jiang Qiuping's face lit up as soon as she heard that Zhao Uxin had bought them. Despite the brief exchange just now, Jiang Qiuping was very satisfied with her daughter-in-law. She could tell that Zhao Uxin was not only pretty, but also had a good personality. It was hard to find a daughter-in-law like her. She looked at Zhao Uxin and said, Uxin, thank you. Zhao Yusin shook her head and said, Mom, you're welcome. This is the first time I've come to see you, and it's only right that I buy these things. Su Yang said, Mom, Zhao Yusin, don't chat for now, just hurry up and take the things. Let's all take them together, and we can take them all up in one trip. Su Yang would not be polite with his mother. After all, his mother usually organizes the goods in the supermarket, and sometimes she has to move them around. There's no need to be so pretentious with family members. Okay, let's go home first and talk about it when we get home. Jiang Qiuping nodded. The few of them came over to help carry the things together, and they really were able to carry them all up in one trip. Of course, Su Yang and Su Deming carried the most, carrying the heaviest things. Zhao Yusin and Jiang Qiuping only carried a few very light things symbolically, just clothes and shoes, which were not heavy. Upon returning home, Su Yang said, before even sitting down, Mom, hurry up and cook dinner, I'm hungry. I ate at a rest area on the highway for lunch today, and the food there wasn't very good, so I've been waiting to come home and eat the food you cook. Okay, you guys wait, I'll start cooking right away, it'll be ready soon. Jiang Qiuping put her things down, walked into the kitchen, and started cooking. The preliminary work had already been done, so all that was left was to stir-fry. Mom, I'll help you. Zhao Yusin was very proactive and followed into the kitchen. Yusin, you don't need to help, you can't help, just go out and wait for dinner. Jiang Qiuping naturally couldn't let her daughter-in-law, who was visiting for the first time, do the work. Mom, it's okay, I often cook at home, and since I went to college, I've cooked for my father's birthday every year. I may not be as good as you, so I'll just help you out. You don't have to be polite with me. Zhao Yusin insisted. She has already gotten a marriage license with Su Yang, and she completely considers herself a member of the Su family. Hey, what a sensible child, you really don't need to help, the vegetables have already been cut and picked, let's just chat, you can pass me a bowl, carry a dish or something. Jiang Qiuping said helplessly. In the living room, the two men sat on the sofa drinking tea and chatting. Tell me, what's going on? Su Deming opened the huazi bought by Su Yang, lit one, and asked leisurely. Dad, what's going on? Su Yang was a little unsure what his father was asking. Just now I heard you tell them that your car costs 8 million and that you're now running a small business. Don't you work for a listed company? How can you afford such an expensive car and how did you become a small business owner? And what's the deal with you buying a villa in Zhangcheng? Where did you get all that money? Su Deming fired off a series of questions. You mean this? Su Yang deliberated over his words. Recently, I've made some money in the futures market, and I've also made a lot of money in the antique market. I've resigned from that listed company and now run a company of my own. I didn't tell you before because it's hard to explain over the phone. I'll explain it over dinner. I'll tell you now, but I'll have to tell Mum again later. Okay. Su Deming nodded. As long as you're not doing anything illegal, we won't interfere with what you do. Su Yang said, Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, I'll definitely not do anything illegal. Su Deming nodded, that's good. Half an hour later. The meal was served and the family had a happy meal. At the dinner table, Su Yang told them about his situation. First, he used the 2 million yuan that Zhao Yusin's father gave her to buy a house, and then he made over 10 million yuan on the futures market. Later, he made two big profits in the antique market, earning a total of 250 million yuan, which he used to buy a car and a house. Now he has acquired a company that does live broadcasts, and that is what he is doing now. Su Deming and Jiang Qiuping were dumbfounded. He made over 10 million yuan on the futures market, and made 250 million yuan by picking up bargains in the antique market. This kind of thing, to them, sounded like a fairy tale, something they wouldn't dare make up for television. After the initial surprise, the two of them were filled with joy. Su Yang had become rich and had a family, so they didn't need to worry about his future. Moreover, their son had returned in an 8 million yuan luxury car, which would definitely spread quickly among relatives and friends, and they would definitely look very impressive in front of them. After dinner, the family sat in the living room chatting. Zhao Yusin has also completely integrated into the family. The Su family has a very good family atmosphere. Su Deming and Jiang Qiuping are very easygoing people, and she doesn't feel the slightest bit of the tension she had imagined. By the way, your classmate Han will be back in a little over a week. I ran into him on the street, and he asked me if you were coming back for Mid-Autumn Festival. If you are, we can get together, Jiang Qiuping said. He's coming back in a little over a week? So free? Su Yang wondered. Han Yanghui, also known as Han Xiaohan, was his high school classmate. The two were very close in high school and often visited each other's homes. After graduating from high school, Han Yanghui did not go to an ordinary university like everyone else, but instead applied to a film school in the capital to study acting and aspired to become a celebrity. Last Chinese New Year, Han Yanghui did not come back for the holiday. Su Yang called him, but he said he had gone to a film studio to play an extra during the holiday and did not return. The two of them haven't seen each other for almost 2 years, and they only occasionally contact each other via WeChat. They mostly chat about superficial things, asking about studies and work, and basically saying that they are doing okay and are quite busy. Su Yang thought that he might not be able to see Han Yanghui until the new year, or maybe not even then. Unexpectedly, Han Yanghui returned a week ago, which really took him by surprise. Jiang Qiuping shook her head and said, I don't know about him. When I asked him, he didn't say anything. Su Yang nodded and said, okay, I'll give him a call later and see if we can meet up sometime. End of chapter. Chapter 57, My cousin wants to be an internet celebrity. After chatting for a little while past 9 o'clock, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin took a shower and went back to their room. Su Yang called his classmate Han Yanghui. The call was connected quickly. Su Yang, did you come back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Han Yanghui's voice came over the phone. Yes, I'm back. I arrived at 6 o'clock. I just heard from my mom that you're back too. It's been almost 2 years since we last saw each other. Su Yang was very happy to speak with his high school classmate on the phone. Yes, it's been almost 2 years since we last saw each other. Since you're back, let's meet up and catch up sometime, Han Yanghui said. Tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival, that's definitely not possible. How about the day after tomorrow? I'll call you then, Su Yang said. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he can't go anywhere. Uncle's family will also come over for dinner. Every year, for the two holidays, the Mid-Autumn Festival and the New Year, his family spends them with Uncle's family. Last year, they went to Uncle's house for dinner, and this year, it's Uncle's turn to come over. And since he's back for good, he definitely has to spend time with his parents. Okay, I'll wait for your call, Han Younghui said. The next day. In the morning, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin went to the market with their mother to buy groceries. Zhang Qiuping was particularly happy, greeting people and occasionally pointing at Zhao Yusin and saying, "This is my daughter-in-law." Then she received nothing but praise. After buying the groceries, basically everyone in the market knew that Zhang Qiuping had a beautiful daughter-in-law. Zhao Yusin felt a little embarrassed. When they walked out of the market, Su Yang was even more speechless and said, "Mom, is this really necessary?" Zhang Qiuping glared at her. "What do you know? I have such a beautiful daughter-in-law, do you think I'd hide her?" Su Yang was speechless. After buying the groceries, they went home and chatted. At around 3 p.m., Su's aunt and uncle and cousin arrived. Su Yang introduced Zhao Yusin to the three of them, and Zhao Yusin politely said hello. The three of them already knew from Zhang Qiuping that Su Yang had brought his girlfriend home. "Your sister-in-law is really pretty. Your cousin Su Xiaoyu is quite pretty, but she has a quirky personality. Uncle Su Dui and Auntie Jiangying have a headache with this daughter." Su Xiaoyu's academic performance was not very good, and she could not even get into an undergraduate program, so she just enrolled in a junior college. Su Xiaoyu is 1 year younger than Su Yang, and she also graduated this year. After graduation, she didn't even look for a job, saying that she wanted to become an internet celebrity, filming short videos, doing live broadcasts, and so on. Anyway, she didn't make any money, and she even lost tens of thousands of yuan. She bought live streaming equipment and filming equipment, and that's how much it cost. It's been a few months, but she hasn't even earned back the cost. Su Dui and Jiangying have told her countless times to go out and find a job, saying that live streaming is unreliable, but she's countered with the argument that you must persevere in what you do and not give up halfway through, and that if you persist, you will definitely succeed. This has infuriated Su Dui and Jiangying. If it were something else, they would still appreciate their daughter's persistence. But live streaming and short videos are just too vague, with no ground to stand on and no hope in sight. In the end, they simply let her have her way. They wanted to see how long she would keep it up. It was just the beginning. If it continued for a long time, with no hope in sight for half a year or a year, they thought she would change her mind and not waste half a year or a year's time. "You are also very beautiful." Zhao Yusin smiled. "Brother, I see that there is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked downstairs. Whose is it?" Su Xiaoyu asked curiously. You have to know that in a small county like theirs, they have never seen such a luxury car before. She was really curious about whose Rolls-Royce it was. "Mine," Su Yang said. "Ha?" Su Xiaoyu was stunned and couldn't believe what Su Yang had said. "Brother, what did you say, that Rolls-Royce is yours?" "Yes, it is mine." Su Yang nodded. "How is that possible?" Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened. "Didn't you work for a listed company? I heard my uncle say that your salary was just over 20,000 yuan, so how can you afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan?" Su Yang said, "I've made some money in other ways. I don't work for that company anymore, but I've acquired a company instead." Su Xiaoyu was even more surprised. "So you're the boss?" Su Yang nodded, "Yes." Although he wasn't used to being spoken to like that, it was the truth. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. "Tell me, where did you make the money, and what company did you buy?" Su Yang could only repeat what he had told his parents the night before. Su Dui and Jiangying were also stunned by what they heard, and they marveled at Su Yang's ability and luck. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, stood up suddenly, grabbed Su Yang's arm, and asked excitedly, "Brother, you said you bought a live streaming guild?" "Yes, so what?" Su Yang didn't know why Su Xiaoyu was so excited. He didn't know that his cousin was now doing live streaming in short videos. "Brother, I'm doing live streaming in short videos right now. We're in the same industry. My parents always say that I'm not doing my proper work and that there's no future in this, and I'm so tired of it. Now you're doing it too, so please talk to them for me," Su Xiaoyu said excitedly. Su Yang didn't expect that his cousin also did live streaming in short video. "What should I say? My second uncle and aunt said that you are not working hard and this has no future. It's probably because you haven't achieved anything." Su Xiaoyu said with some pride, "Who says I haven't achieved anything? I've only been doing it for a few months and I already have over 10,000 followers." Su Yang laughed silently. 10,000 followers, you're so proud of yourself. I don't care how many followers you have, I'm only asking you, how much money can you make each month? This is the only criterion for measuring success in this industry. In fact, this is the criterion for most industries and jobs. If you can't make money, it's all for nothing. Su Xiaoyu was speechless. Her monthly income sometimes amounted to a pitiful few tens of dollars. Only 1 month had she broken the $100 mark, and it was only 120 yuan. It was truly miserable. Seeing that you're speechless, you must not be making any money, Su Yang laughed as she shook her head. If she could make money, your uncle and I wouldn't be so bothered. Su Yang, now that you've succeeded, you have to talk some sense into her and make her go back to work and stop messing around with this. Auntie Jiangying said. As long as I keep at it, I'll definitely succeed and make money. Su Xiaoyu heard her mother's words and pouted, her stubbornness rising. You're trying to make me angry. Jiang Ying was shaking with anger, and really wanted to take a feather duster and whip Su Xiaoyu. She had hit her many times before, but it had no effect, so she stopped. But now, seeing Su Xiaoyu like this, she felt a little itchy to hit her again. Second aunt, don't be angry. I'll see what happens first. In fact, if you do this job the right way and succeed, it's not bad at all, and the money is still quite considerable. Su Yang comforted Jiang Ying. Mom, you heard that, didn't you? Su Xiaoyu was full of pride when she heard Su Yang support her. The point is that you haven't succeeded yet. Jiang Ying gave her daughter a dirty look. Just because I haven't succeeded now doesn't mean I won't succeed in the future. Su Xiaoyu was still as stubborn as ever. End of chapter. Chapter 58 Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Okay, don't talk back. Su Yang glared at Su Xiaoyu and said, show me the short video you shot, and I'll see if I can continue working on it. He had watched the growth histories of so many future internet celebrities, how they became famous, what videos they shot, and what their live broadcasts were like. Now that he has become an industry professional, he can easily tell how good a video is and whether it has the potential to become a hit. He can even create internet celebrities based on the characteristics of each person. It's just that he doesn't bother with such specific things. However, since she is his cousin and insists on developing in this industry, Su Yang is not unwilling to give her some pointers and guidance. Okay. Su Xiaoyu immediately took out her phone, opened Douyin, went to her homepage, and then handed the phone to Su Yang. It was inappropriate to watch here, as it would affect her parents' conversation with her uncles and aunts, so they went to the balcony, where Zhao Yusin and Su Xiaoyu also joined them. After watching a few videos, Su Yang basically understood what kind of videos Su Xiaoyu was making. They were just some quirky and funny videos. They seemed quite funny, but they looked a bit rough, and sometimes they weren't so natural, which made people feel a bit awkward watching them. Brother, what do you think? Su Xiaoyu asked expectantly. There are some problems. Su Yang pondered and said, if you want to continue and succeed in the short term, you can do as I say, I can make you an internet celebrity, it just depends on whether you are willing or not. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with excitement, and he said, yes, of course I am willing, brother, what do you want me to do? Su Yang said to Zhao Yusin, wife, go back to your room and get my laptop for me. He had brought his laptop back, mainly in case there was any information from the system that needed to be sent to his email. If there is, I can open the computer in time to check it. Although you can also open the mailbox on your phone, it is more convenient to check it on the computer after all. It's just a laptop, it's not heavy, so it doesn't matter if I bring it with me. Okay. Zhao Yusin nodded and left. Go and get me a stool. Su Yang said to Su Xiaoyu again. Brother, you're treating me like a servant. Su Xiaoyu pouted and pretended to be a little dissatisfied. Do you want to become an internet celebrity? Su Yang gave Su Xiaoyu a sideways glance. Yes, I really want to. Su Xiaoyu nodded like a little chicken pecking for rice. That's it then, hurry up and move the stool, otherwise you'll never become an internet celebrity in your life. Su Yang laughed. I'll move it. Su Xiaoyu went into the living room and brought Su Yang a stool. Zhao Yusin also returned, carrying a laptop that was already switched on. Su Yang took the laptop, sat on the stool, placed it on his lap, opened a Word document, and started typing with 10 fingers. After 10 minutes or so, a script for a funny short film tailored to Su Xiaoyu's personality and style was ready. Zhao Yusin and Su Xiaoyu looked at what Su Yang had written behind him, laughing as they watched. You can shoot according to this script tomorrow. As long as your performance is up to scratch, it should at least go viral. Su Yang said. Brother, you are so talented. Don't worry, when it comes to acting, I'm a genius. I can outshine many other young actresses in no time. I'll definitely be able to act well. Su Xiaoyu assured him with a pat on his chest. If this one is done well, I can let you sign with my agency and go for training. You'll train for half a month, let people teach you, and then you can come back and continue filming short videos and doing live streams. If you can't do well at this, you should just get a job and stop making your parents angry. Su Yang said. Brother, don't worry, I can do it. Su Xiaoyu said. Okay, that's it. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we'll go to People's Park to shoot, and you can ask your friends to come with you. They will also go to Jiangqing for training. Su Yang has just learned that Su Xiaoyu is making videos with 2 friends, which is considered a small team. No problem. My 2 friends will be very happy to hear the news. They are in the same situation as me. They were still talking about it yesterday. If it doesn't work out, they will just find a job. Now it's fine, and there's no need to worry about it, said Su Xiaoyu happily. After the matter was settled, the group returned to the living room. Mom and Dad, my brother said he would teach me, and I will soon become an internet celebrity. Just wait and see. I will earn so much money a month that it will blow your mind. Su Xiaoyu said proudly. You'll be the one opening your eyes wide. I'll be grateful if you can just fill your own stomach. Jiang Ying gave her daughter a dirty look. Mom, don't be so discouraging. Su Xiaoyu pouted her lips to express her dissatisfaction. I'm not discouraging you, I'm just telling you the truth. Jiang Ying said. Brother, look, my mom doesn't believe in me. Su Xiaoyu begged for help from Su Yang. Uncle, Aunt, it's not that Xiaoyu can't do this, it's just that her methods are wrong. The live streaming guild I acquired does this, and if you do it well, the money is really considerable. How about this? I'll let her go to Jiangchang and receive half a month of training at my company. If that doesn't work, she can come back and find a job and work honestly. Su Yang said. That's fine, I'll feel at ease knowing you're looking after her. Su Dui naturally agreed. Su Yang is the boss, and he will definitely take care of his younger sister Su Xiaoyu by sending her to training. Su Yang, I'm counting on you. Jiang Ying also had no objections, and then glared at Su Xiaoyu, saying, if you go to training, you'd better listen to your brother. If you don't, I'll break your legs when you come back. Mom, don't worry, as long as I receive training, I'll definitely become an internet celebrity very quickly. Su Xiaoyu said confidently. With Su Yang as her brother, she has creative ability and is the boss of a live streaming guild. If she can't become an internet celebrity, it can only be said that she is not destined to do so, and she accepts it. She will come back and find a job and work hard. With Su Zhao's matter settled, Su Dui and Jiang Ying finally let their hearts down. They believe in Su Yang, and in their eyes, Su Yang is still very reliable. What's more, Su Yang is now the boss, so it is relatively easy for him to help Su Xiao. They were really worried about their daughter, and every time they talked about her, they felt really embarrassed. Although no one had laughed in their faces, they knew that behind their backs, many people must have been laughing at them, at their unrealistic daughter. If their daughter really became an internet celebrity, she would have succeeded in her career. There were 360 professions, and it didn't matter which one she chose, as long as she succeeded. If their daughter succeeded, those people would have to shut up. Their face would be saved. At 5 o'clock, Zhang Qiuping and Jiang Ying prepared the reunion dinner, and Zhao Yusin and Su Xiaoyu also went to help. When the meal was served, the 2 families had a happy reunion dinner together. After dinner, they went to the rooftop to admire the moon and eat mooncakes. During this time, Zhao Yusin also called her father to wish him a happy Mid-Autumn festival. This year, she has to go back to Su Yang's family and can't stay with her father, so she can only call to say hello. Her eyes welled up a little when she made the call. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything, after all, his daughter will eventually get married. He feels very good that his daughter married Su Yang, and that his daughter has found her own happiness, so he doesn't need to worry about her future life. End of chapter. Chapter 59, Meeting Classmates. The next morning, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin, accompanied by their cousin Su Xiaoyu, arrived at the People's Park. After a while, 2 friends of Su Xiaoyu also arrived. After a brief introduction, they started filming. Although Su Xiaoyu's acting skills were better than many other amateurs, he still wasn't quite good enough. They filmed over and over again, until almost 12 o'clock in the morning, when they finally finished. Su Yang then sent the video to the guild editor and asked him to edit it according to his requirements. Su Yang said, "The editor will send it to me when he's done editing, and I'll send it to you, and then you can post it on Douyin." Su Xiaoyu asked, "When will it be edited?" Su Yang said, "It won't take long, I'll send it to you this afternoon." Su Xiaoyu said, "Okay, I'll wait." Su Yangdao, "Okay, your sister-in-law and I are leaving first, we have to meet a classmate, you guys go eat by yourselves." Su Xiaoyu waved his hand, "Go ahead, I'm going to eat with my friends, don't worry about me." Su Yang added, "By the way, tell them about the training in Jiangcheng." Su Xiaoyu rolled his eyes, "You still say you're useful, I already told them last night." She couldn't wait to tell her two friends about such a good thing last night. Both friends were very happy to have such an opportunity and of course they wanted to seize it. Su Yang and Su Xiaoyu's two friends nodded slightly to say hello, and then left with Zhao Yusen. They went to a restaurant, entered a private room, and called their classmate Han Yanghui to inform him of the location. In the morning, he had already called his classmate Han Yanghui to say that they would have lunch together at noon and would inform him of the location when the time came. 20 minutes later, his classmate Han Yanghui arrived. Han Yanghui was even more handsome than Su Yang, just by looking at him. It was precisely because of this that Han Yanghui wanted to study acting at the film academy and become a star. In Han Yanghui's words, with such good conditions, it would be a pity not to become a star. The two old friends were naturally extremely happy to meet. "This is my wife, Zhao Yusen," Su Yang introduced. Zhao Yusen and Han Yanghui greeted each other. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food. "How are you doing now?" Su Yang asked. It's hard to make it in showbiz," Han Yanghui said with a bitter face. At the moment, he was still only able to play bit parts in some unknown TV dramas, and he considered himself lucky. The entertainment industry was too uncertain, so if it didn't work out, he would just switch careers. Su Yang felt that the entertainment industry was not for the average person. If you are an ordinary person's child, it is better to find a good job, and if you have the conditions, do some business. There is no need to hang around in the entertainment industry. "I will hang in there a little longer. Recently, I participated in a movie by Wu Jing. Although it is a small role, I think the movie is quite good, and it should do well at the box office after it is released. If people remember me, I will have the opportunity to continue acting in other movies or TV dramas in the future." Han Yanghui said. "Wu Jing is making a movie?" Su Yang was puzzled. He doesn't follow entertainment news, so he doesn't know if Wu Jing is making a movie. But Su Yang still knows Wu Jing. When he was young, he watched the TV dramas Wu Jing starred in all the time. Although Wu Jing is not a popular first-tier star right now, he is still a well-known star to many people. Yes, he is currently filming a military action movie, which he wrote, directed, and starred in. I went to the audition and was lucky enough to be chosen by him to play a small role. Han Yanghui is still quite proud when he talks about this. Because during the audition, Wu Jing even praised him for his acting. Then how come you're back for the Mid-Autumn Festival and more than a week early when you're making a movie? Su Yang was a little confused. Forget it, the crew has stopped working and I don't know when they'll be able to resume filming. It's almost Mid-Autumn Festival, and since I didn't come back last year for the new year, I might as well come back and spend some time with my parents. Han Yanghui sighed. The crew stopped working? What happened? Su Yang asked subconsciously. We're out of money, Han Yanghui said, the budget has been exceeded, and the investors are unwilling to make additional investments. Wu Jingjiang is now racking his brains to find investors. If no investment can be secured, the film may have to be aborted. He shook his head and said, let's not talk about me. How about you? Are you still working at that listed company you mentioned last time? Su Yang shook his head and said, no, I quit some time ago. Han Yanghui was curious, why did you resign, and where are you working now? What do you do? Su Yang said, I bought a live streaming guild and am doing that now. What? Su Yang exclaimed in surprise, you bought a live streaming guild and became the boss? He had to be surprised. Su Yang's family situation was similar to his family's, with not much money. Su Yang was just an office worker, as Su Yang had said, his monthly salary was just over 20,000 yuan. Han Yanghui hurriedly asked, to buy a live streaming guild, it must cost at least a few million, right? Su Yang nodded and said, it does cost a few million, I spent 5 million to buy it. Han Yanghui asked suspiciously, where did you get so much money, did you rob a bank? Su Yang couldn't help laughing, I used the 2 million yuan my father-in-law gave me for the down payment on a house to invest in futures and made more than 10 million yuan. I also had a lot of luck, picking up 2 great bargains on the antique street and making 250 million yuan. I felt that there was something to be done with live streaming guilds on short video platforms, and there happened to be a live streaming guild that was having trouble with operating funds, so I spent 5 million yuan to acquire it. Su Yang still had full trust in this high school classmate, so he told him the exact amount of money he had made. Upon hearing this, Han Yanghui's eyes widened even more, and he screamed, "You made so much money investing in futures. And you were able to pick up a bargain on the antique street for 250 million. Now you've become a billionaire." Luckily, this is a private room, or if we were eating in the lobby, I'm afraid everyone in the restaurant would have heard what he said. It was also in a private room. If it was in the lobby, Su Yang definitely would not have told him the exact amount of money. Su Yang smiled, sort of. Han Yanghui grabbed Su Yang's hand and said excitedly, "Su Yang, can you invest in Wu Jing's movie?" Su Yang was stunned, and he quickly smiled bitterly. "I don't know anything about this industry." This is a polite refusal. Han Yanghui hurriedly said, "Su Yang, I really think that Wu Jing's movie can be a hit. I just don't have the money, otherwise I would invest in it. You can really consider it, or shall I tell you more about it?" He really thought that Wu Jing's film was good, and that it would do well at the box office when it was released. He still hoped that Wu Jing's film could be made. Moreover, this was not only an opportunity for Wu Jing, but also for him. After all, this was the first time he had acted in a film, and he still had a named role. Although it was still a small role, it had a function of driving the plot, and it was still easy for people to remember. As long as people remembered it, he would have many more opportunities in the future. If other directors appreciate him, he will have the opportunity to take on more important roles and gradually establish himself in the entertainment industry. As long as there are roles to take, even if he can't become a popular star and just plays a supporting role, he will make much more money than an ordinary office worker. He still doesn't want to change careers unless he has no other choice. The end of this chapter. Chapter 60, Returning to Jiangcheng. Su Yang said helplessly, "Then just tell me." It doesn't hurt to listen, and whether or not to invest is up to him to decide. Han Yanghui immediately said, "Wu Jing's movie is called War Leopard, a military action movie written, directed, and starring Wu Jing himself. The plot is..." He explained the plot a bit before saying, "Just reading the script for this movie makes you feel pumped up. It exalts our military might and national prestige, and it's easy to resonate with people. Besides, Wu Jing is a director who is strict with himself and strives for perfection. I don't think the box office will be bad." Su Yang smiled bitterly. He really couldn't tell if he should invest in it or not, and was about to refuse. Just then, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Wu Jing's first military action film, War Leopard, which he wrote, directed, and starred in, was extremely unpopular with outsiders, but after its release, it grossed 500 million yuan at the box office. 3 years later, War Leopard 2 grossed a whopping 5 billion yuan. War Leopard allowed Wu Jing to truly gain a foothold in the film industry, and War Leopard 2 even made Wu Jing a rising director and superstar in the film industry. Su Yang was shocked. He had never imagined that the 2 films directed by Wu Jing would do so well at the box office. If he didn't know, it was fine, but now that he did, he would be a fool not to invest. Thinking about this, Su Yang couldn't help but nod his head. He said, "From what you said, it does sound good. How much investment is still needed for Wu Jing's film?" Han Yanghui's eyes lit up. "So, you're willing to invest?" Su Yang said, "I'll find out more about the situation first. I also need my funds to operate the live broadcast guild, so I can't spare too much money." Han Yanghui said, "I'm not sure exactly how much is lacking. It'll probably need about 10 to 20 million. Su Yang nodded. "If that's all it takes, I can invest, but I'll need to meet with Wu Jing to find out all the details before I invest." "Of course." Han Yanghui said, "Then I'll give him your number and let him contact you." "Shall you two arrange a meeting?" Su Yang nodded, "Sure." Han Yanghui said happily, "That's great. As long as you invest, the movie can continue to be made. I believe the final return will not disappoint you." Su Yang laughed and said, "I hope so." Of course he knew that he would not let him down. The system had already said that the box office for War Leopard was 500 million, and the box office for War Leopard 2 would be as high as 5 billion. He just couldn't show too much enthusiasm, otherwise he wouldn't be able to take the initiative. Su Yang was interested in investing, and Han Yanhui was very happy. They drank a lot during the rest of the meal. After finishing the meal, they walked out of the restaurant, and Su Yang said, "Do you want me to take you home?" Han Yanghui did not refuse. "Sure, my dad needs the car today too. I ran here, and I've had a bit too much to drink, so I don't want to run anymore." "Get in the car." Su Yang pointed to his car. "Holy shit! A Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This is your car?" Han Yanghui exclaimed, and most of the alcohol in his body disappeared. When he saw the Rolls-Royce Cullinan on the way here, he wondered whose car it was. He never imagined that it was Su Yang's car. "Get in the car, don't make a scene." Su Yang saw that Han Yanghui's exclamations had attracted the attention of many people, and he didn't want to be surrounded by people. Helplessly, he could only pull open the back seat door and push Han Yanghui into the back seat. Subsequently, Su Yang and Jia Yusin got into the car and started the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. "My goodness, you're driving a Rolls-Royce, it's really luxurious." Han Yanghui surveyed the interior of the car and kept exclaiming in admiration. After driving Han Yanghui home, Su Yang and Jia Yusin went home. In the afternoon, the editor sent Su Xiaoyu's short video. Su Yang looked at it and sent it to Su Xiaoyu to post on Douyin. In the evening, after dinner, Su Yang logged into mobile banking, operated it a bit, and then said, "Mom, I transferred 5 million to your bank account. If you and Dad need to buy anything, just go ahead and buy it." Zhang Qiuping was taken aback. "Why did you transfer so much money to me? Keep it for yourself." Su Yang said, "Mom, I have money now, so you can take it. I'm in Jiangshang, and I can't take care of you a lot of the time. Anyway, now that I have money, you don't have to be as frugal as you used to be. Spend the money you need to spend. The most important thing is to take care of your health." Zhang Qiuping said helplessly, "My dear, what can we buy? But since you've come back, I'll save it for you. If you need it one day, I'll take it out for you to use. Anyway, you and Yusin live a good life in Jiangshang, don't worry about us. Your father and I are still young, so you don't need to worry." Su Yang felt helpless, but he also knew that his parents had already developed the habit of saving and not spending money extravagantly. Even if they were persuaded again, it would be useless. He could only say, "Mom, I know. I told you to go to Jiangcheng, but you didn't want to. I will come back to see you often in the future." Su Yang had mentioned asking his parents to go to Jiangcheng to live together the night they returned. But his parents didn't want to, saying that they weren't used to life in a big city and that they were better off in the small county. In fact, they didn't want to disturb Su Yang and Zhao Yusin's lives. As long as their children are doing well, they don't need to care about so many things. As for the future, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin can consider helping to raise their children in Jiangcheng when they have children. "You can come back when you have time, and it's okay if you don't have time. After all, you and Yusin living a good life is the greatest wish of your father and I," Zhang Qiuping said. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, Yusin and I will be fine," Su Yang said. The next day, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin bid their parents farewell and returned to Jiangcheng. Of course, they took Su Xiaoyu and her 2 friends with them. As soon as she saw Su Xiaoyu, she excitedly ran over and grabbed Su Yang's arm. "Brother, the video we shot yesterday went viral, with over 5 million views, 100,000 likes, 50,000 reposts, 50,000 comments, and over 100,000 followers." She had been paying close attention to the video situation, checking it every now and then. During the day, the number of views was very low. But at night, the number of clicks skyrocketed. When she woke up this morning, she was shocked to see the high number of clicks. Her months of hard work were not as good as this video. "Don't get so excited, there will be a lot more of these in the future," Su Yang said calmly. "Hee, I'm just happy, with this video, I have more confidence in the future." Su Xiaoyu giggled. Then the 3 of them put their luggage in the trunk and got in the car. Since the holiday was over, there was no traffic jam on the way back. They returned to Jiangcheng at around 3 p.m. Su Yang and Jia Yusin took a few people shopping and gave Su Xiaoyu a lot of clothes, shoes, and bags. Zhao Yusin said that it would be bad to only give them to Su Xiaoyu, so she also gave 2 of Su Xiaoyu's friends a set of clothes each. The 2 were naturally overjoyed to be in Su Xiaoyu's good graces, and thanked her repeatedly. After strolling around the streets, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin treated the 3 to dinner, then arranged for them to stay at the hotel before going home. Once home, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin couldn't wait to get tangled up together. The 2 had been embarrassed to act on their urges while in their hometown these past few days, and had held back. Now that they were back, they didn't have to worry about anything. Soon, the sounds of rain and clouds could be heard in the living room. The end of the chapter.